Good evening, everybody, and it's good to
Yo.
see you all here on a Saturday night. And sorry about going live quite a bit later than we had expected to right now. We're just discussing some things offline that have absolutely nothing to do with the toy industry, actually. But we heard a delightful story about Lawrence's first experience on prednisone. Sounded like a really bad acid trip I had back in the day.
It's okay that you went late. I'm also broadcasting, as we know. We don't start until we get so many people watching.
Well, there we go. Thank you, Lawrence, covering my ass for me. Hey, it's a big ass to cover, all right?
I feel sorry for Dre because Dre has no idea who I am, and he's gonna be like, "This guy is such an asshole." He would be right. But that's the point.
He's not a bad guy, but he's definitely an asshole, Dre. So your first opinion's good.
Let me put it this way. I'm considered an asshole amongst a lot of people, and I don't give a shit. So,
there you go.
I don't believe me. I don't care.
I'm a good person. If I like you, I like you. If you don't like me, then hey, it's to know me is to love me. If you don't love me or like me, hey, that's cool. If you like me and you fuck with me, hey, we're cool. So either which way, like I don't think you're a bad person. I think you sound cool. You look like one of my best friends, Marcus. I've known for 20 plus years. So
I bet Marcus is an asshole.
He is. He's like Kurt Angle. He looks like Kurt Angle if Kurt Angle was like 3 feet tall. So you guys are about the same height. So I mean, I figured,
There we go.
Sounds like it.
So, I mean, I'll just put it out there. Everybody can be an asshole. Just putting it
of
on.
Course.
That won't be a bad thing. Assholes are great people.
Just be good to people. Just be good to other people,
Absolutely. All right. So let's introduce our introductory panel. I always say introductory panel because we know as the night goes on, it's actually going to go ahead and change and rotate as we always do. So starting things off, we have Ed here with me. He's going to be helping co-pilot the stream. However, just want to say I can actually do most of it myself as the new laptop arrived yesterday. So I am back up to full strength. As a matter of fact, tested it a little bit last night with Mega J. I was able to do share screen. It didn't slow down the stream or log us out. And the camera looks phenomenal. As a matter of fact, I definitely have to keep the bandana on because you can see all kinds of weird shit on top of my glary bald head now. It's here joining me as a co-pilot.
Bald is beautiful, baby.
Bald is beautiful. Absolutely. Don't get me wrong. I'm surrounded by beautiful bald people here and jealous of Ed and Thanos with their full heads of hair.
Love it.
All right. And joining us for the first time tonight, we have Dre of the Collector Safe Space coming here with us. If you guys missed it earlier this week, he joined another one of our regulars here, Aaron Payne's Toy Samples, on an absolutely wonderful episode of Toy Therapy. Two of the most positive guys in toys in one space. Fantastic episode. Definitely go check it out. We've got Cobb down here right below me. He was doing an awesome little quick live stream earlier tonight, showing off some of the new cartoon collection, as well as opening up that sweet Turtles of Grayskull Moss Man, which is brilliant. That is some nightmare fuel. Nightmare.
I cannot wait. I'm so excited for that guy.
It's already begun. I'm over here playing around.
Hey, that's the way we're supposed to, right? We're here to play with our toys. That's creepy looking. And joining us in the middle of the screen, we've got Joe Gonzalez from the Let's Go Off-World podcast, doing amazing streams every Friday night, hearing all about Mythic Legions and the rest of the nerd world, because it's well beyond just Mythic.
We did, last night, we did top cartoon theme songs and got our stream copyright struck for the first time since we started.
That'll happen. That'll happen. Hey, look, I did a private unlisted stream doing a cartoon and totally got it ripped right off the air. But we watched quite a few cartoons before I got pulled. So, take that.
Yeah. Curtis was actually playing the theme songs live. So we got it was 22 copyright strikes on the same video. So.
Wow.
That's a record.
Oh, you won't be getting any money for that one.
Now, was it a copyright strike, or was it just to let you know that you can't get monetized on that.
Copyright strike. We're actually not monetized yet. We're only at like 320 subscribers, somewhere in that ballpark. So
But a
Just won't let him have. It
But a
won't let him have
copyright
this
strike
power.
means you can only get 3 of them. There's also it's not even considering a strike. It's that you played the music and they're saying any funds would go to the creator of this. Where a copyright usually is Mattel hits you up.
It was probably just
Hasbro
the
hits
date.
you up.
It was probably just a copyright date
Yeah.
where they say, you're not going to get paid for this.
Yeah, so because I have a whole bunch from when I started doing videos, the song that I used. So whoever that band gets all the stuff. They get all the funds.
The text I got from Dooch was 22 counts of copyright infringement.
Yeah,
that's just what he said. And I don't actually run the YouTube channel, so that's
I'm just
what
interested.
he said. But our video's been taken down, so
you
didn't catch it live.
Oh yeah,
you missed
that.
that.
That's a copyright strike. That is.
Yeah. So rule of thumb should be only play about like 10 seconds.
8 seconds is the YouTube.
8 seconds.
8 seconds is the YouTube.
It was a learning opportunity for us. For sure.
So since I can't watch the video and I missed it, who was the number 1 theme song you guys picked?
What it was a list from an online newspaper, and I actually don't remember who was number 1. Scooby-Doo, like the classic Scooby-Doo theme from '69 was number 2. I can't remember who was number 1.
Gummy Bears.
Gummy Bears wasn't on the list. We were really upset about that. Actually,
that list fails completely. Then
If they didn't have the Gummy Bears theme on the list at all, it's not a top 10 list.
Yeah. Was DuckTales on that list?
It was, but it was like 20 something. Darkwing Duck was like 33. Yeah, I don't. That was a lot.
G.I. Joe, He-Man, Silverhawks.
Yeah, Turtles was on it. Silverhawks didn't make it.
Bionic 6.
Bionic 6 wasn't on there, which was funny because we talked about Voltron and Bionic 6, and growing up, I didn't have very many TV channels. My parents didn't get cable TV or anything, but I had a friend of mine that was Mexican. So I've only heard Voltron and Bionic 6 in Spanish on Galavision. So I had actually never heard they played the Voltron theme, and I was like, I've never heard this in English. That's interesting.
That's actually really awesome. Being Hispanic, I a lot of like the cartoons like anime were always showing them. My grandparents would have Univision and Galavision on their TV. So when I'd go visit them in the projects, it's like I'd always see like Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball, and stuff like Kimba the White Lion, Astro Boy. So it was always cool to see that stuff.
Yeah, for sure, man. I enjoyed it. It was nice being able to see. I don't speak Spanish, so I would get kind of the gist of what they were getting at, but I just kind of followed along visually. But yeah, there was a lot of shows that I saw on there that I just have never seen them in English. So yeah.
Where did you live?
Where did I live?
Yeah.
In Lovelock, Nevada. It's a very small town, about 100 miles east of Reno.
So I'm just wondering, like, what made. So how, like, I understand if you were like in towards the Mexican border, but how did you find a Spanish speaking channel?
We have.
I was going to say they're over on a completely different side of the country where that stuff's like regularly broadcast, not like where we're from. The networks will cater towards the demographics. So, cable providers are going to be like, all right, we got a lot of Spanish speaking residents. We're going to do that.
Yeah. They actually had like three Spanish only channels on their cable
in
TV.
SoCal. We had tons of them.
Yeah.
The Gummy Bears theme song was sung by the son of John Williams, as Brick said, who is also the lead singer of the band Toto.
I
So
started that comment because I wanted us to get back to it.
Right
I'll
on.
start that now.
Yeah,
All right.
that was a. I mean, there was a lot of good themes on there. There was some really odd choices. I don't know. Part of the fun was, I don't want to say ridiculing, but disagreeing with what they had put on the list. Because we all kind of had our favorites, and then
All right.
like,
So what would be your favorite, Joe?
of all time,
Yep, let's hear it.
DuckTales.
DuckTales.
Yeah, I think that it's got
Solid
the.
choice.
I think it's got the biggest earworm of any of them. I mean, I haven't watched DuckTales, I mean, probably since I was a teenager. And every time I hear it, it gets stuck in my head, like
DuckTales.
it's definitely got an earworm.
That's
My
tough.
favorite was Darkwing Duck, though. I love the Darkwing Duck theme.
Darkwing Duck is a damn good theme.
I think Gummy Bears are the one that just pops in my head the most because when I see Gummy Bears still, Gummy
Yeah,
Bears.
Right. Yeah, that's
Hey, man.
During that stretch of Tailspin and Darkwing Duck and DuckTales, Disney had some awesome cartoons out at that point in time.
DuckTales
Rescue Rangers.
Tailspin wasn't on that list either, and that really surprised me.
Yeah,
that
they
was
got
one of my
another good
favorite
one.
themes growing up. Yeah. So.
Man. Now I just want to go watch cartoons. All right, everybody. Great show. See y'all later. I got to go watch a bunch of cartoons.
We can't do it live.
No. I've been there. I've done that. It's the only copyright strike I had. They completely pulled the stream off. We made it through. Oh, man. We made through a couple of different episodes from different cartoons, but the one that got us pulled off the air, I think, was Swamp Thing. No, it was Conan the Adventurer.
Conan.
Yeah, it was Conan the Adventurer. Which, by the way, that show's got a really fun theme song. Like it's basic, but it's a good one. If you guys haven't seen Conan the Adventurer, definitely check it out.
Funny because who owns the rights to Conan the Adventurer cartoon nowadays? I mean,
I'm not sure who owns that. That was years after all the other trying to figure out who owns what. But now at least all the books and everything are fair use, public domain.
Yep.
But you still got to get licensing for different figures and stuff like that. Like that part is still difficult, but the books at least are all in fair use. Terrence says Hong Kong Phooey needs more respect.
Hong Kong Phooey.
That was on the list, and I watched that cartoon as a young child and very much enjoyed the cartoon and the theme song. But rewatching it now as an adult, it probably wouldn't be acceptable. It's slightly racist.
Well, there's the depictions at the time were just awful, and I'm glad that
at the time it was fine. It was just I was watching it and it's like, God, this isn't how I remember it, And like his car looking like an Oriental building and things like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would fly. I'm not saying me personally. I'm just saying with our today's society and culture.
There's a lot of cartoons from the 60s and 70s that were very
maybe insensitive by today's standards.
Typecasting, let's put it that way,
Right.
of what those things were considered back then, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, let's continue on here. Of course, introducing the panel. We still haven't even gotten to say hi to the chat yet, but we got Thanos over there pumping out the amazing Hump Day photos every Wednesday. Oh man, you've been doing great ones all over.
You got a good one next week too.
I loved the immediate turnaround with Anubis and Bastet. Immediately get that one up there because that was a good one.
Yeah, I did that while I was on this show. So
yeah, that was the best part because I knew exactly when you took that picture. It's like And we have Punk with Toys joining us this evening, also doing that simulcast, helping to broadcast the clubhouse far and wide for all of ToyTube to see, with his big Mr. 4K followers and the Creamery.
The Creamery, which I can't play because I'm on this stream.
It's weird like that, right? Like you should have access to some of your own stuff.
Yeah, you should be allowed to give people access to that type of stuff. Since I don't know,
it's weird.
the way the if I post in here, It only goes out to my channel.
Really? Because it should
Yeah.
do it to
It might be because I don't have it. I never. Anytime that I tried logging in when I wasn't. Anytime I tried logging in when I wasn't simulcasting, if I wanted to broadcast from here so it could go to everyone else's, it will only bring up my personal channel.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense.
So you know what we could do, Punk? If you want to go ahead and send me the sound clips or whatever, I can load them up here onto this StreamYard, so that way we can.
I had a hard enough
them
time figuring it out.
But you just gotta send it to me. I'll take care of it from there, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's that big of a deal unless you want. Well,
I mean, it'd be fun if you got a channel member while we're live that we could recognize it in the true fashion.
Welcome to the creamery.
That's right.
My daughter's here. I can just have her come in and say it.
Yeah, there you
go. There
you
go.
Have
Welcome
a live.
to the creamery live. What an honor.
man, that just next level right there. All right.
Can't wait to hear that on someone else's channel and them try and say, "Oh no, I got it from a clip." Like, no, you didn't.
Definitely did not.
That is a customized one. I know that one for sure.
Right. All right, and we've also got my buddy's custom showing off his amazing custom work on the Demo Gorgon and Skeletor 2-pack. They are looking phenomenal, bud. Let's highlight that real quick. Oh, you actually painted up the dice.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes. I did 20 on this side, 1 on this side, because you can turn these.
No kidding. Nice. Oh, man, I need to get that 2-pack.
Then
highlighted a lot of the teeth.
Yep.
Bud, you did a good job with that, man. Nice. Like the wash that comes on, it's pretty good, but you've just elevated the whole thing.
Yeah, I went crazy on Skeletor here.
He looks great.
As far as painting and made this tattered cloak, I still got a dark wash of it. And since he doesn't come with 2 gripping hands, I just took a rubber band, put it around his waist so I can put his sword on his side.
I like it. You did a good job, bud. Yeah. That is a lot of good detail.
Yeah,
and
this one turned out
just
good.
Got that pack too.
Yep.
Right. Bud works clay.
Yeah, I do.
Could you put some glowing green in those eyes on that?
Not yet.
I'm just wondering how that might look if you don't want to use that Havoc staff and another one.
Yeah,
to test it out.
I've got like cool. 4 of them sitting in a drawer.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
That's funny. Guys. My son just got his braces taken off, and I was like, "No, don't throw away those clear rubber bands. I'll save all."
You don't get enough from all the toys you buy? My God, I'm drowning in those things.
No, but the ones for the braces are so much better. They'll last way longer because those ones get old and break. The braces ones, I think, will last a lot longer.
Cobb, let me know if you need some because my teen daughter, she goes through different when they go. I think she's another appointment like another month, but whenever she goes, they change the size of them for her. So she just tossed them in the trash. If you want, I'll save them and send them to you.
Okay, well I got a big bag of them now, but yeah, hold on to them. Why not? I'll probably get them sometime.
Cool.
All right, I'm just taking once more through the chat here before I start calling out everybody. I think I've got everybody at least highlighted once to recognize all the beautiful people here. All right, let's kick start it off from the top. First in chat tonight was Johnny Sorensen. Thank you for being here, brother. Good to see you, man. We've got JMax77 hanging out with us. Fat Red Food, the Collecting Brothers. John is here with us. And we have Master Russell Toy Hunter Eldor. Always great to see you, brother, and an honor to have you here with us. On Ryu in chat, what's going on, my man? And Sunny Sundries is here with us tonight. Good to see you, brother. We've got Ray Black joining us. And just a little bit of encouragement. We're a little shy with the new cameras and stuff here. Appreciate you guys. Nolan is here officially making us Toy Tube this evening. Great to have you, brother. Thank you for being here. We have, let's see, there's Fashionably Late, and then there's Oz Late. Don't you know? I should actually just start setting the stream for like 6:30 in the afternoon Eastern time, and we'll eventually just go. We've got Chris from Everything's Plastic and Collectibles Reviews here.
What's
joining us. Good to see you, brother. Thank you. We got Mary Atwell, the Radical Mom, here watching us tonight. Good to have you, Mary. Thank you. Jeremy Napier here saying, "What's up, punk?" All right. So Sonny says, and this is about our comment earlier, talking about how we could all be Ozholes. He says not only is he an asshole, but he is a smart Oz as well.
I like
Tony.
that needs to be a t-shirt.
There's going to be some exclusive Ozhole t-shirts, but I'm going to try to save those mostly for my patron subscribers because the Ozhole is the official name of my patrons to the channel.
I like
the
it.
Ozhole.
Yeah. Man, there's black holes, then there's Ozholes.
Well, welcome to the Ozhole sounds a lot more inviting than welcome to the creamery.
Yeah,
Hey,
I don't
That
know
might-
that's
that might turn people, your female fans off because they might find that a little offensive. But I do like that. Welcome to the Ozhole, and like you can have it's like a crazy looking eye looking at you, like a brown eye.
I'm further developing my Osley fans channel.
Only Oz.
No, we've joked about it for a while. It's the Osley fans, not only Oz. Osley.
Oh, Osley fans. I
Thanos
like
is only figs.
Somebody has that. I've seen.
Really?
Somebody have that,
Oh man.
Somebody mentioned only figs the other day. I forgot who was
it. What was it? Only Figs. I think. What was it? Kent Poole. I remember he and a bunch of
Ken
the other.
Poole.
Yeah, he lives in my state, and he's like
Nice.
about 45 minutes from me. He actually and a bunch of the Mythic Legion guys here, like Ish and everybody else, like that's part of that cabal. They came up with like an Only Figs t-shirt. They were selling a couple of cons back. I thought it was pretty funny.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, I was actually just seeing a couple of those guys today, and we'll get to that in a little bit here.
Nice.
We got K-Roll in the house. What's going on, sis? And Henri is mentioning there was a little glare from your glasses last night on Mega J's. I hope that it's not as bad tonight. I did adjust the light so that it's a little bit higher than it was before. Terrence here mentioning, oh wow, it's live. Terrence St. John, everybody. Comedian extraordinaire. We love you, brother. We've got
Terrence,
Brick
he's always
something. Yeah, Terrence is great, man. And he's quick. Brick, glad to have you in the chat, brother, even though you can't be joining us tonight. Thank you, man. Thank you. I know you're going through a bit of a tough thing tonight. So, Christoph Scuba, I almost said Christopher, but Christoph Scuba saying, what's up, everyone? What's going on, Christoph? And so from there, we're getting into a little bit of the chat from the Gummy Bears theme. Everybody loves the Gummy Bears. And in 2 weeks, Lawrence and I will come face to chest one more time. I promise.
I don't remember. Was Terrence that tall?
Nipple love.
He was taller than you. That's not what I asked. I asked, was he? I don't remember him being like tall.
To be honest, I can't remember because it was that long back.
Well, you don't have to be that tall for you to come up to your chest. You only come up to my neck.
Yeah, but you're almost 6
How
feet
tall are you, Oz?
I'm 5'10", 5'11", sometimes 6'2",
Oh,
depending on what convenience store I'm walking out of.
You're the same as me then, yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
tiptoeing out the store?
Yeah, just a little bit above the average height. But
Depends on
I'm
if
not
he's
like
wearing his Nikes or his
if I wear my boots, I definitely can hit
Yeah.
the 6 feet mark.
You wear your heels.
I gotta put the heels on, man. I gotta have my 6-inch, stiletto heels.
You gotta wear the
Same.
Prince heels.
I wear those elevator shoes like Pee Wee Herman.
I'd be honored to have a pair of Prince's heels. Okay,
Hell yeah.
friggin' love
Hell
Prince.
yeah, baby.
Dude, you would shatter those things.
Yes, I would, because I am that big.
Thanos, how tall are you? Thanos?
5'10".
Okay. I don't know, just from seeing, I figured you were pretty tall too.
But I have bad posture, so I'm always like this.
Right?
I don't know, I just always
I gotta
figured
remind
you
myself
were
to sit
tall.
like this.
I might be
Say it with your chest.
the tallest one here, huh? I'm like 6'2".
Nice.
Damn.
I'm all stretched
Once
out.
upon a time, I
Oh,
was
Dick?
6 foot. Then I did a whole bunch of stupid shit.
You're just a
Me,
tall,
we
lanky
got old.
bastard, aren't you?
We got old, and then everything starts hurting.
Everything shrinks.
Yes.
Your spine
On my
compacts.
Oh,
best day, I'll be
hey, not everything shrinks.
But here's the whole thing: when your whole body starts hurting, it's okay because then you get to actually feel what really hurts. Because when your knee hurts, you're like, wow, that feels nothing compared to the rest, the other parts of my body.
Yeah,
So
you start
know what
ignoring
really
all those
hurts.
minor aches. You're
Yeah.
like, that's nothing, man, because the way my sciatic hits.
Because my 100% is
Ooh.
probably
The
75%.
sciatic. That sciatic sucks. You don't want that.
Facts.
Oh man, it's rough. It's rough. And it's all from being overweight and not exercising anymore. I got to get back onto my walking routine.
Oh yeah.
Lose the cigarettes.
Well, I would, but
Ah,
Oh, that looks dope.
There's a little short king for you.
the crown should say, oh, it says 5K.
Nice, buddy.
Okay. I was like, it should say
No, it's
4K.
says
SK
SK,
for
but-
short king. There you go, Lawrence.
It's the next t-shirt design right there. Bud gets 5 cents for every shirt you sell. Be the most sold t-shirt on Punk's merch store. We've got the profit director in saying greetings from Springfield humans. Which Springfield? There's a billion of them. I'm not trying to get you to dox yourself,
He
brother.
lives next door to Homer Simpson.
There he is.
Springfield is the home of Cobra.
yes.
That makes a lot of sense. That's why there's a Springfield in every state.
Yeah, don't worry
Mhm.
because the people that think the cartoon is the real G.I.
I'll
Joe
be all.
canon don't know that.
I didn't read enough of the comics. I admit it.
Oh,
You're not a G.I. Joe fan, so.
not like that. Not a diehard at all. I respect and I enjoy them, but I'm not a diehard fan. Like,
I'm a dog.
the main collectors of G.I. Joe. And I don't pretend to be either. Clearly, my
Well,
shelves
you're
are
not gonna
full
be
of
a fake fan?
Motu.
You're not gonna be a fake fan?
Oh,
Come
no.
on. Come on.
Hey, look, I have some G.I. Joes.
New,
My favorite G.I. Joes are Fiona, Timber, Spirit.
Yeah, Animal Planet.
Spirit's one of the best. I won't lie. Spirit's probably one of the best GI Joes they made, hands down. It was a figure of the year for me when it was released, and I think
Oh,
that
yeah.
Quick Kick is gonna be probably on that list this year in Big Boa. I love those figures. Those are
Hey,
my.
man.
Hey, you can
All
shake your head. No, it's my
I'm
opinion.
excited.
And much
But-
like an
okay, so-
asshole, I'm entitled to my opinion.
You are. But
Right.
this is what I want to say about Quick Kick.
Here we
Right.
go.
No. And Tony, you're going to agree with this 100%. When I'm scrolling through and I see people's customs and I see that Shang-Chi head, it looks so much better than either Quick Kick head. I mean, I look at that and I'm like, this is just a damn good face sculpt. And then I look at Quick Kick and it's like, yeah, I like the Kit Bash better.
All right, so you
Yeah.
realize that was the same body they used on the Shang-Chi that we got from the Spider-Man wave like 3 years ago. That figure is just all they did was resculpt it. So that Quick Kick that we got, they were already doing that like 3 years ago with custom head sculpts before, and that gave them an idea to say, hey, we need to put the ninjas out because guess what? Ninjas are what people love. And if we put all them out, that's why you got all those ninjas, that whole ninja wave released. And then Quick Kick came out, and I looked at that Shang-Chi figure, and I look at that figure, and I'm like, man, that's the same damn sculpt, Hasbro. You suck. Thanks for taking people's money because they love to do that.
Wait, what sculpt are you saying is the same?
So
It's not the same sculpt.
Yeah,
They-
Quick Kick's not the same sculpt of any Marvel Legend.
I thought it was because that's what two of my
No.
friends that have it said that, and when I looked at mine, it looked almost identical.
No, they can't
No.
because anything that's done from Star Wars or from Marvel, it is Disney
Yeah, they
property.
can't use it.
That's why you don't see the same weaponry. That's why you see different articulation at points. They cannot do the same. It's
Tony,
they sold their soul to the devil with that.
Oh yeah, of course. But now Hasbro's selling IPs. We could have a whole talk about
Yeah.
what with Hasbro with that. So I would love to chat with you about that because man,
Yeah.
I'd love to pick your
But-
brain.
Yeah, but Hasbro, like, that's why you'll never see any crossovers. They have, M4s with 203s and stuff,
Mhm.
but they can't use it with the Joe line. it's ridiculous and stupid. Or their blast effects. Why aren't they all the same? It's because of that.
And that's
It's
interesting
really
because
dumb.
two of my friends actually, one of them had said that when he looked at the blast effects for, I think it was Black Widow. I can't remember which one that they had released, not recently, but like
Yeah.
they looked at the Joe effects and then they looked at like Black Widows, and it looked sort of similar. Like that's what he was telling me, and I was like, okay, I could agree with you. It does look sort of similar just from pictures, but like, I collect SH figure art, so I loved those blast effects. Looked really good, and I mean, they're not, they cost a little bit more, but they're worth it. You know
Most
what I'm
of
saying?
the Joe blast effects are awful, but yeah, that's one of the biggest things, unfortunately. But from the understanding, because Dreadnought Ryan talked about it, and the whole contract leaked. So let's say Marvel, let's say McFarlane gets the master license for Marvel. From what they understand, from the understanding is they get all those molds. So that's why you'll never see a G.I. Joe mold be the same as one of the others, because they instantly own the rights to that.
Do you think McFarlane's going to drop to 6-inch?
No.
Hell no.
No.
I was thinking
he would have done it already.
Todd's going to keep pulling a Todd. Todd's going to do whatever he likes.
Oh, because he's
Yeah,
making
he'll
hand
do more
over
of the
fist.
statues, the artwork. Yeah. Like he's got the
No,
Captain America
and I
out.
don't think it's leaving. I mean, they signed a pretty big contract, but I mean, that's from everything they said. That so if Star Wars was to go somewhere else, they lose all those molds. It is, I mean, what
It
a
goes with
contract.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's absolutely crazy. But
Gotta love the mouse.
yeah, because you would think like, hey, all right, well, look at this. We already have these, M4s that we're using for Marvel Legends. We'll just throw them in G.I. Joe, but they can't. Or vice versa, or anything like that. But in that Shang-Chi body it is a better. Now it's not pinless or anything, but the Shang-Chi stands better. I don't use stands.
That Shang-Chi body is one of the best molds that Hasbro's got for that.
It stands better than the quick kick. And I'm not really talking.
Yeah.
I hate quick kick to begin with, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the figure in general, because Legion uses the same buck as Shang-Chi.
So no, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
But the Legion figure, they gave him peg holes in his heel, which Shang-Chi doesn't for some reason.
Both of you, I want to ask this question to Tony and to you. Do you think that if you're saying that that's probably one of the best bodies, and I agree, because I love butterfly joints on a figure, who doesn't? Would you not agree that the Spider-Man from the 2-pack with the toe pivot from the Renew Your Vows is probably their best figure that they've put out, not just as a Spider-Man, but probably is the best because it was pinless and with the butterfly joints?
I'm not a
and
Marvel
with the
Legends person.
abdominal, the abdominal joints better too. I don't.
Is it the same buck as this?
I'm looking at the Renew Your Vows Spider-Man.
No, I'd have to go pull him off the shelf.
You
know what?
We should roll to see if it makes
it. I think it's that. Yeah, that's the same one. Yeah, it's that
Scarlet Spider.
This buck is awesome. I picked up this figure just because I always like Scarlet Spider for some reason. And I give him an amazing poses. That and that new Black Widow buck that went to Target is awesome. Like, I love that figure.
All right, guys. Let me finish up through the chat here before we can start jumping back in and discussing a little bit more. Because
sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a rant.
It's okay. I get it, man. All right, we've got Allison here with us. She'll be joining us on screen. We've got Hustle SM saying Star Metal. A couple more talks here about early cartoon things. Same time, as soon as Scrooge McDuck dove into the coins, he'd break his neck. Agreed. And Nolan saying My Pet Monster had a good theme. Agreed. Henri, Real Ghostbusters. Yep. Hong Kong Phooey could be done in a respectfully updated way. There we go. And hello to Chris, Shiny Plastic People, joining us this evening. We've got All Music Fan here. Crusty Old Crow is joining us. Derek Holloman, Stanley Eberhard, Radnum or Random Diorama, and Chris chiming in, letting us know he is 5'12", 6 foot.
He is taller than me.
The Nerd Alert saying, "Yo, what's up, fellas? Just got here. Good to have you with us tonight, Nerd
What up?
Alert." Wraith Mace, what is
Wraith.
up, brother? Good to see you. And Hyperdelic also joined us saying, "What's up, kids? What's going on, Hyperdelic? How you doing, sir?" All right, that I think about covers it. As I switch back from the starred chats here, going back over to regular conversation.
Is that?
What happened?
There you go, Dre.
I gotta say real quick,
Yep.
doing my live earlier, I had Nolan pop in. And I'm just like starstruck. I was like, oh my god,
Nolan's here. You were official toy tube.
Right. I was like, oh my gosh, starstruck. I didn't even know
it's a badge of honor.
Right.
And then there's
I love that.
I put a different head sculpt on Shang-Chi.
Nice.
I got his hair like modernized and cut. So
I dig it.
So, question for you, Oz. When you read through the chat of everyone in it, is that what you do? You star it and then you just go over the starred comments and.
Yep.
Oh.
It makes it so much easier than trying to scroll through everybody saying hi to everybody else.
I just go through it, and when
I used to.
Yeah.
I used to. I just found it so much easier as I see people coming in. I start starring their comments,
yeah,
and then I just
might
switch over.
I feel like I might miss someone if I don't like.
Well, that's why I try to get through it as
some of the
quickly as
conversation.
possible, because otherwise the chat keeps going, and I'm looking at just the starred comments, and you know what I mean.
I know,
like that
it's
just
going
keeps
and
on
going.
I don't know how you guys do it because we had hard enough
It's
time.
tough, dude.
If I went
Punk,
quicker on my
you need
streams,
this.
then how would Ed bitch about it that I didn't go?
I never bitch about anything.
You got
do. I
Ed
think
and
you do
Master
awesome,
in there.
Mr. 4K.
If you collect Scarlet Spiders, this is the Ben Reilly Mafex that they had put out.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this is the comic book version. This is probably one of my favorite ones that they did of
They
him.
used a retro card of that a year or two ago. Now they've got like a newer one out, and I don't like
they
the
gave him
newer
the toe.
one.
Well, the newer one's got the toe pivot and it's got the better body, which Punk showed. And I'm showing him
Yeah.
the Mafex. So this is the way more
How do you got, guys?
like the high end one.
Oh,
I think
let me
he
get
should
you-
add this to his collection because this one looks dope for the
Yeah, I
Mafex.
do like that one a lot more. Well, Mafex has always gotten those better eyes. The ones that are more like the Mark Bagley styled eyes that were a lot better in the 90s.
And the ankle pivot, and you get the toe pivot. I mean, you get what you pay for. I mean, I got this
Well,
on
yeah,
Big
it's
Bad for like
Mafex,
90.
so.
It was like 90 something bucks, but still probably one of the best figures I've bought. So yes, I think if you like Scarlet, get this one, dude.
If Mafex wants my money, they need to do G.I. Joe figures. It's not hard to figure out. The only ones that's doing G.I. Joe figures that don't get my money is Super 7 with the big S and with the dollar sign.
Mezco's getting your money for that Duke and the Destro?
Yep. Oh, Destro's amazing. Destro is fucking.
Was it Snake Eyes too, right? They did Snake Eyes.
Yeah. That's what I don't like. It just doesn't look right. He's too tall. Like the buck is too big. But, like Roadblock and Destro are amazing. Like I mess around with those all the time. My Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes, I don't really mess around with too much. Storm Shadow is everything constantly falling off of him, which I understand. Also, because he's all white, you can't clean it.
Yeah.
So you have to you basically need gloves. And Snake Eyes, I hate the color. Like the pleather that's on it. It looks better in person than in the pictures, but it still doesn't look as good as it should.
Right.
In my personal opinion. And I had my issues with I have some issues with the Firefly. I think it looks amazing. It's all the elastic and everything, but when you try and move them too much, because of it's not a spandex, it's like a canvas. Ed knows about it because Ed has a lot of Mezco. It makes it really hard to move them around because it just bunches up, and their articulation is already limited in many ways.
Yeah, I had
But
Moon Knight.
look-wise, they look awesome.
Yeah, look beautiful. And the price point, I mean, if you're starting to look at getting into the higher tier of collecting, I think they're a good figure, like an intro figure into that.
Yeah.
But their articulation is really crap because I like Moon Knight when I had him, loved the figure, but like I posed it 4 times and you already saw the rub on the knees, the rub in the underneath the armpit, and I was like, I gotta go. And then Black Panther was the same way. And the Miles Morales one, they're trying to say, "Oh no, it's a new sculpt. We're doing a whole new thing." No, it's the same crap that they're doing, but with the other one.
So what type of? You're talking about Mezco, right?
Yeah, Mezco.
So like, what are they using for it? Because I don't really see that with the GI Joe. Are they using? They're not using.
Oh God, if I had one, I don't have any of my other Mezcos are all up in the closet, but they use like a weird like cloth. They say it's spandex, but it's not. Because spandex is we all know that if you go into Walmart, you see people walk around. Spandex is a right, not a privilege. On those figures, you would expect the figures.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I always say, stretch pants are a style, not a challenge.
Oh God, challenge accepted. No.
All right. Nope. Stretch pants did not say, "I challenge you to put me on." All right.
Maybe
I appreciate my stretch pants. Thank you very much. They're the only thing that makes my flat white ass look good.
Stretch pants.
Hey, listen, I'm the same.
I'm a big Thanos, that's the angel wings I'm repainting.
Yeah, it looks good.
I picked up on it.
Oh, man. I needed the articulation. McFarlane's Hawkman wings are just a wing that's static.
Yeah.
Angels are super articulated.
I mean, again, we always tease McFarlane. Sometimes he does limit his articulation quite a bit. I mean, that's
gonna be a big difference when I'm done.
Let's look back at the history of his toys, like dating all the way back to when he first started doing them. There was a long period, especially Movie Maniacs line, where they were basically just statues.
I love them. Yeah,
the original dragons he did too.
Yeah. You know what though? They look great. They were nice, cheap little statues, and that's totally okay.
Tony, you got a different mace than this, right?
Yeah. Damn, that is hardcore. Yeah, he's got a.
This one, it's not hard at all. This thing is freaking floppy as hell. Like it's straight.
I was gonna say it's a little curved to the left, just based off the weight of it.
If I put it in his hand, it ends up like this. And I was.
Oh shit!
Is that a Hasbro one?
No, that's McFarlane.
That's McFarlane from
Hawkman. It's badass. It drives me nuts. I tried.
Is that from the Black Adam version?
What's up?
Is that the Black Adam version?
Yeah.
Oh,
we know it flops around. Like I said, we can see it bend under its own weight. You don't got to flop around for it. I'm gonna pull my stream off the air for how limp and floppy that thing is.
Yeah, the one I got is the one that comes with the 0 hour Hawkman. It's that one.
Yeah, it looks already a lot better.
Yeah.
I tried like warming this up and then putting under cold water real quick, and it stiffened up, but it's just back to like the same way again.
Yes, Radnom, like a morning star. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely more like the Morning Star, like the straight up flail.
I wish it was more like Morning Wood. It was freaking stiffer.
Jay, welcome to the clubhouse.
Oh, yeah. Listen. We're a bunch of dudes that love.
That's probably the worst I've ever been on here.
I expect a ton of boob jokes and dick jokes. That's what we're gonna do.
Look, this house is not limited by gender. We have had many times. We've had female guests as well with us. Kayla Silva used to be quite regular on the show with us. She had been dealing with some things, took some time off. She hasn't quite fully come back.
They're the worst ones.
Allison will be joining us later tonight. And you know what? Honestly, most of the time, both of those two can be worse than any one of us.
They're horrible. They're the worst ones.
If there is an episode that if we just clipped the audio from, you would have genuinely thought Kayla was SAing a seahorse on stream. If we just clipped the audio. is notorious. We absolutely love Kayla. Can't wait for her to join back with us.
It's here in a while, yeah.
Kayla and Allison have been on a lot, but have there been any other females?
My sister has joined.
Yeah, Carol has come out once.
She's joined us voice only before.
Okay.
You know, and it's open to any.
I know that.
They're just the ones that are in our circles that come on. I know if you guys have, if you followed Cushy Mama on IG, you know, she used to do the collectors section. I can't remember. She changed the name of it after a while. She has joined us before, or she was in the chat but she didn't jump on live with us. She's had an invite to come join us. Also, highly articulated wife, Adam's wife, has joined us
right. Okay.
a couple times.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And Tony shows up once in a while too. So
Yes, I do.
Antonio.
He should try and get his boss on one time.
We're still this Radnam's still campaigning for the Wood Bunny Live. I know Thanos is
I would like to just say something. Radnam, this is not true. Wait, hold on a second.
Sorry, I clicked on the other one.
That's all right. This is not true. I'm 51. My warning wood is still fine. So
say. Can you position the shaft in an upright position and maybe stroke it to get it fully extended?
Oh man, that toy.
And now that Hyperdelic has brought up all the seamen, I know Skelly, if he was watching, probably just left.
Lawrence knows about seamen.
He had an entire flag full of seamen.
That
was not a bobcat.
I know. I was just thinking bobcat.
We know it's
sorry. There's a bunch of kids in the background playing cards.
Damn it, Ed! You lost your chance. You're supposed to say, "What the fuck was that noise?"
Yeah,
there.
Ed
I was just about ready to do it. Bud stole my thunder.
You know, this is a good thing too. I don't have any of. You know what? I may actually have Stanley's social media. I should try to reach out to him because you're right. He was showing up here. He's joined us live, as a matter of fact. He's come on stream with us. And yeah, he was very regular, hanging out with us each and every Saturday night. And I have not seen him in quite a while. And now that you bring that up and I think about it, I'm actually kind of worried about him.
Yeah, I was watching some of the videos and stuff too, and I haven't seen him pop up.
Has he been missing in action or what the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. We got to reach out and check it out.
Yeah.
So, well, I did want to start tonight's topic now that we've, been streaming for about almost an hour. Finally, just getting to a little bit of tonight's topic. I put Maryland Toy Expo up on tonight's thumbnail because I got to say that show just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Last year was the first time they put it across 2 exhibition halls. And then this year, they had 4 Horsemen and Savage Crucible there. So that was really cool. The 4 Horsemen team was with Wolf King Customs, and I got to meet Len as well as Jordan from Purple Gang Gang, and Jesse was there. It was really fun to see those guys, talk to them for a little bit. I didn't want to try to take up too many of their times because if any of you have been to a convention by the 4 Horsemen table, it's a bit of a line that starts getting packed. And this was a much smaller space than what you would normally see them at. So I didn't want to tie up too much of their time. But it was really great. Unfortunately, when I had gone there earlier in the day, it was mostly just a lot of what's kind of regularly been available retail wise. They didn't have a lot of anything else. It was mostly Poxus on the table. Did manage to get Silverhorn. Hey, Ed, could you play with me a little bit? Make me big.
Oh, I certainly can, you sexy.
Thank you.
Look at how big you are. You're better than that mace.
That's right. Look at that long, shafty spear. That's not going to be limp. So we got the Silverhorn Sentry here. Managed to pick up this guy, which was awesome because he was one that I'd wanted to miss when he was available.
Awesome.
Got Thrace, Wraith Hailer here. I've been wanting this figure for a while now, especially after watching Lawrence's review of it and seeing the new parts here for, or seeing Azza too really only wanted me to get this figure more. So
one of the better female sculpts I've seen, I think.
I can't get over it. She is a great figure. I can't get over it. And it also only makes me want to pick up an Alithia even more as well now because I want to mix parts from both of them. And then I managed to grab this guy, which when I was doing my vampire hunts a while back, I did want to grab him. I
Nice.
got the vampire phalanx. Only one of them. I didn't bring like a ton of money. And then Connor did end up spending quite a bit of the rest of it. And then I picked up this guy too. We're going to have a live unboxing here. The Savage Crucible. This is my first Savage Crucible toy. I know right now Travis is flipping out just because. So I've got their Shadow Slate Lemurian, which is going to be out later next week and will be available. But they had a very limited quantity for sale for Savage Crucible. So I grabbed one for myself. And of course, Terrence, I will be getting yours shipped out to you next weekend. But I got you one as well, buddy. They had a limit 2 per. So I got you yours as well as I got mine while I was there. Because I wanted, something that was going to be it's Maryland Toy Expo is never really like a con kind of thing. It's a one-day toy show. It started off more like a swap meet, and then it's just grown and grown and grown over time to actually be. It's becoming a more significant show, especially for those in the DMV and Pennsylvania area, because it's not too far from Virginia, West Virginia. Of course, all over here, Maryland, we're a pretty small state. And then the southern part of Pennsylvania, even if you're from the northern part of Pennsylvania, it's not too far. But as I said, got to see a whole bunch. Man, it was great walking up and seeing all these Cabal shirts this year. Like, that was phenomenal. I was like, yep, I know why you're here. You're here. You're here. You're here. All above all, baby. And again, it was a lot of fun seeing them. I was trying to run into my boss and my trainer because they're both kind of nerdy toy collector guys, and I could not find them while I was there because the show's big. However, I did get to run into several other of our friends. Make Shape Create was there, so I got to hang out with Corey, meet a buddy of his, and Lee's Customs was also there, so it was great to see Lee again. I saw him at last year's Maryland Toy Expo. So it was really nice to see him again. And then, of course, Mr. Home Arcade in the flesh was there. So got to hang out with Mr. Home Arcade. We went over towards the Eternia Dream. They had their mobile store set up. It's great. Eternia Dream doesn't take up like 2 or 3 tables inside. They designed a whole store that they can take on the move with them and just set up in the parking lot. So you don't even have to go into the show, and you can go straight to Eternia Dream. But I know Ted and Aaron had asked me to reach out to Alan, so they might be getting them future viewer on a future stream.
Yeah,
but
they want to have him on.
Yeah, it was really, really good to be able to see them. All right. Thank you for starting some chats here, Ed, so we can keep this going here. So we'll bring up. Let's see. Oh. Here we go. First, Terrence is asking if we watch Lyle's Figure Files. I enjoy his style a lot. Yes, I actually do enjoy watching Lyle. He's kind of like my go-to for Marvel stuff. And I've even spent some screen time with him over on Mega J's channel. That's where I first met him, found out about his channel, and I started watching it quite a bit. So definitely go support Lyle's Figure Files. He's a great guy. And the Briscoe has joined us. Good to see you, brother. Daredevil Dave, sorry I'm late, dude, bros. Okay, not that sorry. I'm here now. That's what matters. Look, man, we were late too. It's cool. Yeah, it's just how it goes. Get here when you get here. We're gonna be here all night. So, Grizzlehorn, Maryland Toy Expo was awesome today. See, I love that you guys were all going to this thing, man. Next time, definitely hit me up on my IG and all like that, so we can try to meet up. So, any update on the Mythic Legion Bear today? I mean, they got nothing new to update. We know that the Rising Suns wave is going to be approximately next year, towards the end of the year. So, I mean, that'll get here. Right now, Necronominus is going to be on the wave real soon. They've been showing a lot of the final stuff coming over from the factories and looking really good on those. That's going to be shipping out third quarter this year. So, really excited for that. And then we've got All-Star 6 before we've got Rising Sun. So that bear will be here when it gets here. I've got mine pre-order paid off in full from the Horseman.
Retailer wave in there too.
Yeah, the retailer wave coming out in between. I mean, they got a lot going on. So, we got plenty of good stuff coming. They did have the prototypes for a lot of the new figures that they just showed off. They had Yosef, they had Gold Skeleton 2, they had the new Shadow Centaur. Oh God, it's the other one. I can't think of the name now. Of course, no, they didn't have Kai Pacha because I probably would have smuggled it away somehow. I love that figure. I'm sorry.
Look over there. Gotta go.
Look, you guys dropped that stuff. Yoink.
Oh yeah.
But nothing, no updates on the bear yet. But of course, as soon as they do, you guys know I'll be blowing it up because I cannot wait until that damn bear comes.
What'd you guys end up picking up from the new Mythic Legion wave?
I have yet to pre-order anything yet. I've got 3 must-haves. Kai Pacha's top one, and I want multiples of Kai Pacha. I want Aza, definite, want to get her. And then the other must-have 100% is the Goblin Pack. I really want to get at least 1-2 Goblin Packs. I'd like to actually have enough to do the 4 character loadouts because they are all based off of people from the subset of the Gob Hollow Cabal. That I say subset. There are subgroups within the Cabal, right? Like fans of dwarves, fans of goblins, fans of these, fans of the trolls and stuff like that. That's just how it is. So you get these little sub fan groups, and that is for those members. Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but Mark is
Mark Halseel.
Mark Halseel, right? Yeah, and I think that's phenomenal. It's just their way of connecting with the community and bringing the community into what they're doing too, right? That's part of what makes it great. So those are my 3 top halves, and I don't know if I'm going to get all of them from the oh yeah, that's right too, because I did want to get the Shadow Centaur because it'll be cheaper to get him from the Horseman since I want the part so that I can, do the Terpiculi and the Undead Horses mashup. I'm gonna be doing that.
I'm hoping as it gets close to time that a 3D printer
somebody will come along and just start printing the part,
a similar adapter, so that we don't have to tear apart a Centaur just for that one single.
I know, because I also like the Shadow Centaur as it is too, and I can't display both.
I can't believe a 3D printer hasn't already done that.
They've had some.
Well, the adapter, so without the Necronominus wave shipping, I don't think there's really a reason for it right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess they could. It's a regular horse body, so if you had a bird scale, you wanted to make a genie centaur, you could do that right now.
So, and you know what? That would actually look really dope now that I think about it. Thinking about that, that look for a centaur, having that body, that head sculpt up top, that is not a bad look.
The weapon pack would look really cool too.
Somebody did that with the genie, and they colored it like the Zelda monster. I don't remember who did it though.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Oh, who was it that did that photo? Shoot, I can't think of who it was, but yeah, I know what you're talking about because I did see that and that looked amazing. But they had it just like Legend of Zelda, which is what caught my eye in the first place. So, well, Joe, we already know what you did. You went all in ×4. So,
I was going to get 2 all-ins, but upgrading my internet ended up being very, very expensive. So the plan was to go 2 all-ins and then get a few more to fill out, what I wanted for customs and things like that. But the Starlink internet is fantastic, but the equipment was just $600 flat to get the equipment for the internet. So I'm very happy to have internet that works good finally, but it did cost me an all-in. So I'll probably be going an all-in plus a few select figures.
Pay you for that plug, and then you can get back on your all-in.
The plug?
Yeah, the plug for Starlink.
Oh,
It's an awesome commercial. We
right.
We clipped it
Like,
and we sent it on over to him, Joe. You'll
yeah.
be getting your endorsement check soon.
I don't know if Elon Musk needs any help from me. He's doing all right.
Obviously, he does if you got to pay for the equipment.
Look, at least
Right,
that way
right.
you know the check's in the mail. Because I mean, if somebody's good enough to be able to sign a check that you know is not going to bounce, it's Elon.
I
If
live in the middle of the desert, so my options are very, very limited. And I'm actually
Right.
thankful that he did this satellite internet because I didn't have another choice. That's why my internet was so bad for so long. But
well, you look great, Joe. You're looking real good on camera.
thank
tonight.
you. My kids, actually, my kids were teasing me, but Trevor Williams, when I was on off work last night, said Joe's bald. I thought
Look
that
at
was
Trevor.
Yeah. But,
Look at Joe.
you're
Hey,
right,
man.
right.
We're all there. Like I said, like tonight, I
Don't
needed
say
the
we're all
bandana
there.
more than ever because this
No.
thing would be glaring right now. if it
Right,
did not.
right. That's what my kids were making fun of me is how shiny my head is.
I know. I gotta get that matte bald. Get the shine out.
Right. Just spray it, hit that matte spray on there before I
Yep.
go live. Yeah, yeah, man.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, so we won't be blinding every motherfucker that looks.
Right, right.
Got that
But-
Destro chrome going.
Yeah, no doubt. A little
You
vac metal, like a vac metal cap.
can do
I
would be
bet
all
you
right.
could
Yeah.
sell that. Like if somebody were to make that for collectors, I guarantee you, they'd be the guy that say, "Yo, I can look like Destro."
Oh yeah, no, they'd be on it like immediately.
Oh yeah. But if I
Me-
can,
Me, Larry, and Joe.
you're right.
There you go.
New definition of your soul glow.
If I can squeeze in an extra all in, I'll just say that I totally will before the pre-order closes.
What about anybody else? Did anybody else get anything from the current Mythic Legions wave?
I
Not
did
yet, but
one
I
goblin pack. Go ahead, Ed.
I'm sorry, Thanos. I was gonna say I'm in the same boat as you, Oz. I haven't ordered yet, but there's 3 that are must-haves for me: the goblins, the ice ogre or troll, or whatever. the
Yeah,
hell it
the
is.
frost ogre.
Yeah, frost ogre, and then Kaipacha.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I went one goblin pack. I had to talk myself out of 2. I just stuck to one.
that's a hard conversation to have with yourself. I'm just saying.
It was. I was like, I really want to. I
Isn't
only
it
need
always?
one. And then the centaur and the frost ogre.
I can just see Thanos driving the patients to and from their visits. You don't need the second goblin pack. Just stop that. I do need to talk to himself and mirror the whole way.
Yep, it happens. Daydreaming about toys while driving around.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Unboxing Art says Maryland Toy Expo was fun. Wish 4 Horsemen had the newer Cosmic Legions. They were street dated for release in 2 days, and they stood by it. Yeah. Yeah, they did have the other Cosmic Legion stuff out, though. So that was really cool to see. And I'm glad that you picked up some of your first Savage Crucible figures today, too, man. This is going to be my first one. I can't wait. I've been watching everybody else play and have fun with these things. So I'm definitely, but of course, now it like even makes me want a Mezco Conan even more. And I already wanted one.
I can't wait to watch your Savage
Still
Crucible
available on
all
Hello Dope
over.
Toys, Oz.
My Savage Crucible fall over.
Who, Ed? Conan?
Yeah, the King
How
Conan.
much? How much?
I think it's 100 or 100 and a quarter. But if you use
Oh, that's right.
APWG, then you get 10% off.
There we go. Gotta use the codes.
Go
Emerald
pay
Knight.
my paycheck, Tony. Go buy it and pay my paycheck.
A Lawrence with toys?
Lawrence with toys.
Well, so Matthew said that Savage Crucible was supposed to be sending out replacement ankles. Where was this news at? Because
I think sometimes your moderator, Matthew, just makes shit up out of the top of his head. That he thinks. I think
You
he
probably
has
won't be right.
fever dreams
Yeah.
that he just thinks are real.
He's
Right.
got all the degrees and all the certificates and everything.
Yeah, those are probably fever dreams too.
Oh yeah.
I was a doctor 10 years before I was 18.
What'd you
Fucking
say,
Doogie
Spec?
Howser.
No, no.
Yeah. Matthew's gonna kick my ass now. Next time I
He's
see
gonna
him.
kick
with all
my
that.
ass.
It's gonna
Good thing
happen.
he's
There's
going.
gonna be a
Good
rumble.
thing he's going to DFW and not Joe Fest.
I'll be like,
You have to watch our
Matthew,
backs.
That's his loss.
It's Tony. It ain't Spec.
I'm scared of Tony ever since he went off on that dude in Punk's chat, man.
When we got gangster with it.
Is he watching right now?
Fear for my life.
I have degrees in.
Never want to make Tony angry.
Random just confirmed it's $100 on Hella Dope, Tony.
All right, all right.
Oh, no,
Well,
thank you, Rad. No,
not going to be getting that now.
not now. I just took.
Well, it's
the-
still
Tony
pre-order.
saves lives as
50% down.
easily as he takes them out.
All right, so let's get in here. I want to give a shout out to this guy right here,
Right,
Emerald
buddy.
Knight Photos, John. He's been doing amazing work, taking a lot of pictures for our boys over at Delta 17, and like those are amazing. And some of the new pictures he's been taking too of the Cringer figure that just came out of that wonderful new 2-pack that Cobb keeps showing
the
off
two-pack
tonight.
is so good.
The
Nice.
pictures that he's been posting of those, like, it just makes that pack seem even better. Like, thank you, John.
Also, huge thanks to him for finding me a Krang figure
Yeah, me too for the merman.
and
J
Cobb
Mac.
for finding me Moss Man.
You know, it's the great thing about the community as a whole, man. Like, everybody always trying to help each other out
Yeah.
best we can. Which I'm sorry, Terrence, if I'd stayed longer, apparently I would have been able to help you pick up a couple more things off your list from the Four Horsemen table. I'd left out a little bit earlier today because I went through, not to throw my son under the bus, but today was his first toy convention. So sharing these fatherly moments, and went to the con with Connor, and we were walking around, and since I knew I had business for other people, I wanted to take care of that first. So one of the first things we did, beelined it to the Four Horsemen table to check out, not just for myself, but for Terrence, of course, because again, I know how long they can get a line built up, and you're going to be there all day if you don't get there early enough. You're going to be standing in that line. So
Did they have any cool goblin
so-
figures?
just the regular goblin builders.
Oh,
So quickly,
Okay.
speaking of Delta 17, could you share the
Yeah.
screen that I have up?
Sure can.
I was doing this custom. You can tell that it's my custom because that's my NECA display in the back.
Okay, Viper Island.
Make this like
This is all me. I did this. So Tony, why don't you tell them about this?
Oh no, I just I know. I mean, I think Hasbro's catching up to me, and the figures and the characters that I've tried to customize and hurry up before they get them done, and they're right there. So I'm like, okay, let me just kick back, because why make some? Because they're coming out with them more often. So I looked at Steve's and Steve and Ken's Delta 17. I'm like, these little O-rings are badass. I bet you I can turn some of them, if not all of them, into with the stuff I have and the fodder I have for Joe's and whatever else I got, I can turn them into 6-inch just to fit them in with my display. And I did Shepherd. Shepherd's my first one, and he was pretty easy, because once you have the plate carrier from the 60th anniversary soldier. You have some, leg holsters from other guys, belts, and I mean, he turned out okay. Some Great Iron stuff in there. Great Iron's helmet, nods, the skull head, and the weapon, and then some Hasbro stuff. I think he's Action Force from the bicep down, because though I didn't want to paint his arms black, because all he got is getting paint rub and all that crap on the joints is like, so I think their rollout is what I used for his arms, and so it came out okay. And then the scarf was different, because it's that khaki yellow color, and I was like, okay, let's do it. So I let Ken know, and he said, hey, I told him, hey, would Steve be okay with this? Not that he needs to be, but just to get a little blessing. Like, hey, I'm gonna showcase this.
Yeah.
Goes, yeah, let me show him. He'll love it. He'll love it. And maybe this is what'll put him over the edge on making 6-inch. I'm like, okay, you do what you let him know. But I just made this to come in with my Joes, and Steve loved it. I was so happy.
It looks dope.
Dude, I think it's amazing. As soon as you posted those pictures the other day, like I kind of lost it. I was like, wait a minute, who's this? Like, because I didn't see who posted it at first. I just saw the picture of this 6-inch Shepherd, and I was like, that is nuts. And so then, of course, I realized who it came from. I was like, well, that actually makes sense. Okay. So Tony's posting it.
I wanted to,
but
I haven't seen anybody do any of the new O-ring stuff, because you got what Operation
Recall, Longbow.
Operation Recall, and
Call sign Longbow.
Yeah,
Call sign Longbow. Those. So there's a lot of stuff I can have fun with.
Huge O-ring revival right now, because you got all the indies guys going on with O-rings. And actually that brings up another portion of what we were going to talk about tonight. For those of you who don't know, today is Ghostbusters Day, and it's the anniversary of the release of the original Ghostbusters movie today. And they put up the 4-pack of the Ghostbusters for pre-order. So if you guys love your Ghostbusters, you want some in a 1/18th scale, you can totally go grab the O-ring Ghostbusters and pre-order them now. The Ecto 1 is also available. And Bud, you had brought up earlier something interesting, that you had seen somewhere that the Ghostbusters do not necessarily fit in that Ecto 1. Where did you see that? Because I was trying to find the pictures of it and all. Well, yeah, because that really bummed me out too.
No way! Don't say that.
Let's have some podcasts are showing. I think it was time when they first showcased it.
Are you talking about the new 1/18th one they got out?
Yeah.
Which they makes sense because that is the same 1/18th one they made 3-4 years ago.
Is it? I didn't realize. Okay,
yeah, it's just all they did was they took out some stuff, because it was supposed to be, I think, from the new Afterlife. It was the Afterlife Ecto 1, and they just repainted it to look like the 89.
So it wasn't designed to have figures originally, so that makes sense. Hi, Allison.
Hi, Allison.
Hi, Allison. You're muted. You're
muted, sweetie.
There we go. Since it's Ghostbusters Day, I figured I would jump on and finally open this figure of my favorite Ghostbuster.
Oh yeah.
Patty, aka Leslie Jones. So anyway. And then
I've got all the Girl Ghostbusters movie.
She was actually really good.
Is that from the Girl Ghostbuster movie?
It's from the only Ghostbusters movie that I like. So if that's the one with the
Girl
girls,
Ghostbuster. Yeah, there's only one good character in that, and that is Chris.
Tony, I can't hide my face sometimes. If you laughing at my face, bro, I was like, wow, because 2016. I mean, one of my best friends and my brother Dave's Dimension. He was there at the firehouse. He interviewed people from Hasbro and stuff, and 2016 like Ghostbusters from what he's told me, to any of the real Ghostbusters like fans, that's like the one that people said that's like kind of it's not canon to anything. And I'm like, is it? And I was like, okay, so if it's not canon, but what happens to the rest of the, like, with Afterlife and Frozen Empire? So he tried to explain it to me, and it went completely, for me, over my head. Because I was like, I'm not that deep into Ghostbusters, but like me and my wife loved it because we grew up with the originals, so we're looking forward to seeing it, like Winston Deadborn stuff. But hey, man, do you? That Ghostbusters movie was funny as hell because I love Chris Hemsworth.
I've seen every Ghostbusters movie at the theater except the last two, and there's only one I liked. The original one, I know people love it, but like, I don't know. The funniest joke in that was them calling Gozer a bitch. So I don't know. Even in 1984, I guess I was too woke. So, but you do you like those Ghostbuster movies. I will be buying the O-rings. So.
But it makes sense that the female one isn't canon, because they were trying to restart the universe, and you had guys that cameoed in it that weren't their actual character.
Yeah, like I know Winston Zedmore. I know Ernie Hudson showed up in it at the end of the film, and
Yeah, but they weren't. Yeah, they weren't their characters, right?
at least I don't think so.
No, they
It was
weren't their
funny.
characters.
That's
They weren't their
weird.
characters. They were different characters entirely. But one of the things that I did like was that they made Ernie Hudson, Leslie's
Uncle, I think it was, right?
uncle or father,
Yeah.
like, you know, because she got their new Ecto 1 from him, and he owned like a funeral home, and that was like the old hearse they had for the funeral home, which I also thought was kind of cool that they used a hearse as opposed to an ambulance in that one for the
Agreed.
Ecto 1. You know, like it had some cool moments to it. It's
Those were
definitely
some
not
of the
like,
first
again,
ambulances.
yeah, it's not one of my favorite the Ghostbusters movies, of course. Like, honestly, my
You're
favorite.
being nice. Be the asshole that you want. Just
You want me to be the
fucking
asshole
sucked.
that I
It
am?
fucking sucked. It was fucking goddamn awful. All right.
No,
And I don't
it
even like
was
Ghostbusters
not
all that
awful.
much.
It was,
It was
definitely
awful.
not one of my favorites.
Oh my good lord, that movie was. I'm sorry, Allison. I
Well,
love you. That
which
movie
one?
was fucking
I
god awful.
enjoyed the
All right.
first
Sir, I
one.
have
My
a hard-
favorites are the first one and the two
Tell her
new
how you
ones.
really feel.
I have a hard time taking anyone seriously who's never seen Raiders of the Lost Ark or The Goonies. I mean, you do you, boo, but I have a
So,
hard time taking you serious if you've
I
never seen Raiders
I
of the
don't
Lost
disagree
Ark.
with you because if you haven't seen Goonies or Raiders, I mean, that's like those are classics. But yeah, my
Thank
best friend
you.
he got me this to do Zedmore, so because I'm
That's
gonna meet
great.
Ernie Hudson, so he got me this and he got me the patch for my suit, my
Oh
last
yes,
name, done like this, and then I actually have
Nice.
8 Ghostbusters, so that's because I'm
I
doing
love it.
a hybrid cosplay. So I'm a big Sentai Kamen Rider fan. So I actually took Kamen Rider Ghost
Hell yeah.
and combined it with
Fucking love Kamen Rider.
Ghostbusters, and I'm making a
Badass.
costume to do that. So I have the driver and everything,
Nice.
and I'm gonna meet Winston
That is
at
dope.
Raleigh SuperCon. So I'm like, I told my wife I was like, I have to meet him. And then the littlest one, my toddler, she wants to her nickname's Peanut. So I said, hey, we got to get Peanut a T-shirt that's a Ghostbusters T-shirt that says Ghostbuster in Training, so she can meet him. And she wants to hold the trap because I have the ghost trap and everything. So it's gonna be dope. So I'm super excited.
Ooh,
Dude,
something that would look
he,
kind of cool.
he is like almost
A
80 years
custom,
old and he is in some great shape.
Hell yeah,
Ernie.
dude. You
Dude,
saw him in
he's yoked.
freaking in Quantum Leap, right? Man, is magic. I was like, yo, my dude, what's your
Dude,
workout routine? What you eating?
He's eating the right foods. Man.
Facts. Give me some of that.
I drive.
He's almost 80 years older than my father. And he is like built like a brick shit house.
I'm saying.
Are you going to do a custom Kamen Rider driver for it?
No, I actually have the Ghost. I actually had to order it from
Oh.
Japan because Kamen Rider Ghost, as you know, is like so obscure and it's very
Yeah.
old. So I had to order the Ghost driver. But the thing
My
is,
brain went
damn
to
icons are fucking hard to find.
yeah. My brain went to a driver that looks like the Ghost trap.
I wanted to be very creative and like if I had the technical know-how and skill to like wire it, it would be dope. But what I was gonna do was my Dave's getting me the wand, and I'm gonna get some wire and we're gonna I'm gonna fiddle it to the driver so it'll light the wand up, and it'll actually so when I activate the driver, like the wand will light up. So we're trying to make it look like, you know, like Winston Zedmore, like I'm like supposed to be like he made me a badge that says like I'm one of the techs like trying to be in this special division. So I'm super excited to like do this. I haven't cosplayed in years.
Now
So-
my brain went to the Ghost trap for the driver, the little foot pedal on the side that you press that opens up the trap door, and the wand plugs into the side of the Ghost trap, and when you turn it, that's what like activates the device.
That'd be really fat.
Yeah.
That is dope. Just like bang, and then you transform.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, yeah. So that's the whole concept for the cosplay. Like I'm looking real forward to doing that cosplay.
I was actually literally just watching Kamen Rider Black.
Black. Which one? Black or Black Sun?
Black or the Black RX.
Oh, RX. Yeah, that's dope.
Oh,
I
I love it.
yeah, I'm a little bit of a of a fan.
I'm a little more. I do tend to lean towards the older stuff. Some of the newer designs are okay, but some of them are getting a little out there. I do kind of miss that.
Gotch Guard's
simpler
good.
design.
Gotch Guard's good. I have the driver.
Cool. I really dislike when they do cards in the drivers. That's just kind of.
So wait, you don't like Ryuki, you don't like Blade, you don't like Gotch
Well,
Guard.
Blade made sense because it's a deck of cards. It's literally like a. Yeah, that made sense. But like Decade and
Decade was okay, mind you, like as any true Kamen Rider fan, like Decade was one of those like mini series that we were all like, yeah, it should go the full 50 episodes and it should get like more stuff. But his character was like, so the end was the one that everybody cared more about. Oh yeah, his
I hated that so much.
And same with Zeo too. The watch, Zeo's ultimate King. Oh, was it Zeo Oger? Was terrible.
Yeah.
Sorry, I nerded. My nerd's showing. I'm a little bit of a Kamen Rider fan, just a little bit.
Just a little.
Oh yeah.
I could totally geek out on Kamen Rider.
Yeah, if you guys don't collect One Piece, this is the new Gear 5 that just came out of Luffy. And it comes with so much. Like, I am surprised. You get like 5 different head sculpts, one that goes on the other main Luffy body. I mean, this is actually a really good. I just don't like the stand. Like, it's for SH Figure Arts for like $90. You figure you would get a better flight stand.
Yeah.
You lost eyes.
I need a flight stand now.
If you lived close, I would be like, yo, I'd get you one. I have one, actually. I have this one for Gojo.
Now that his wings are done, folded.
Dude, that looks so fire.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I hate McFarlane, and I've gotten rid of all my McFarlanes except for 3. And
dude,
he looks dope.
I just, once he started making the JLA and enough members to say, okay, I'm going to start. It looks like he's going to do them all. The satellite era, the 80s satellite era, you know, with the extras, Hawkman, Hawkwoman, Zatanna, Elongated Man, Firestorm, Red Tornado. He's doing them, so I'm okay. Mine, because I have them all. The DCUC. Remember the Mattel DCUC figures?
Yeah, those are great.
The Four Horsemen did those I think, and I've got all those. So and the Atom's coming out.
That was one of the best, dude. That was the best Batman Beyond we're gonna ever have. To be very frank, that's the best Batman Beyond figure you'll ever see. Because Terry McGinnis,
awesome.
it was a KB exclusive, and it came with the Terry McGinnis unmasked head, and Four Horsemen did a bang up job on that one. No one has touched.
Oh
that
yeah.
The McFarlane one was trash. And I'm sorry to people that love McFarlane. It was trash.
Yeah, I'm not getting that one. But the rest of them, I mean, I have them decorations, so it's like, and you know, his wings were just big and static, but these ones you can articulate. Now, once I saw that angel, I'm like,
So Tony, can I ask you a question?
Looks like I'm replacing Hawkman's wing.
Did you grab the new? Okay, so I looked at it today. I saw it today at Target. Did you grab that new Captain America? Now I'm a diehard Cap fan, and I own pretty much all of them. And the Sam Wilson, the new one they did with the red wings, which is supposed to be comic book accurate, I didn't like how they looked. They actually looked cheaper than the Bath wings that they did for Cap. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah.
So
no, that's cool. Yeah, you're correct. He was there. I found Angel and 2 of those Sam Wilson Captain Americas. It looks cool in the box, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, nah, it's, you know, I mean, I know what's going on now in comics and all, but in the movies, but I like Sam Wilson as the Falcon. I'm old school. So he's one of my old school Avengers. So
wait, did you like MCU one, or did you like the comic book version Falcon, like the old school suit?
I do all comic book version. I stay away from the MCU, all MCU figures, and unless I need a head sculpt for somebody. The head sculpts are really good.
If you ever do customs, I got a bunch of extra heads. You just let me know. I'll send them your way, because I used to customize, and I don't have the room for it, and I've kind of sparse down to what I collect. And with Spider-Man, you could have, you know, I don't need 6 Peter Parker heads. I have the ones on the bodies that are
right.
So, I'm good. But if you ever need extras, I'll message you on IG so I can just box them up and
Nice.
send it to you.
Right on.
My wife,
Thank you.
my wife
Hell
will
yeah.
be happy to get them out the house.
I bet. Right. Nice.
Dude, that looks
Yeah, I
creepy.
made a
I like
flat
that claw.
custom. Yeah, that.
Oh.
Whoa, that's crazy. That's like a Venus flytrap head there, Thanos. Oh shit! A fly got in there.
That looks cool as hell. Cobb, that's awesome.
I'm over here swapping off.
Crazy.
It's pretty cool. I like
That's
him.
awesome.
Yeah, dude, he's wild, huh? He comes with
Dude,
all kinds of
he
stuff.
pops big time.
Look at those tentacles too.
He's so translucent too, huh? Thanos, the whole thing. I was
Yeah,
holding mine
like
up to the
light
light, I
really
was like, damn, I was
transparent.
like, just the whole body and everything, so much more than the rest of them.
I like this like extra neck piece. Like
Yeah,
I know
that's-
it's just for the fly trap or whatever, but I like how it looks like with him on
Yeah.
it too.
So I did too. That's why I needed something for that Cringer head.
That Cringer fits like the peg of like normal.
Yeah, it's a regular head.
That's cool.
Yeah, like I took Mecha Neck's neck to get my little extension though. Put him on like.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's
Thanos,
funny.
you got that Cringer and Adam too, right?
It's on the way. Hasn't made it to me yet.
Oh,
Should get it next week.
well, maybe it was Cobb's I was looking at the other day. Then I don't know. Somebody's.
I just opened
Somebody
mine
made
today.
a stop motion animation with it. It was crazy on Instagram.
I haven't seen it.
Somebody was, manipulating Adam, and he crushed him in his
God,
hand. But he had the sword out, and he turned into He-Man when he opened his hand. It was crazy. It's on
Yeah.
Instagram, so I can't remember who did it. Yeah.
My son started messing with my origins and did like a little 4 seconds of stop motion. I was like, oh man, this is pretty cool too. I want Tom to keep doing some stuff.
That's
I'm amazed with what
painstakingly.
he did.
You got to move it, take a picture, move it, take a picture, move it, take a picture. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's gotten pretty good at it. He does Legos usually, but he's been wanting to do my origins. I let him play with He-Man the other day, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe how smooth it looked.
Yeah. Would Oz go smoke?
Yeah. But we have 10 people, so he can't join from his phone.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah, because he can't turn off his other one. Yeah.
What's up, Todd?
He can't join his own.
Make it Mikey.
That hair looks crazy.
Oh shit, that's funny as hell.
Is that the? Oh yeah, love that hair.
Vlogmonger with the Justin Bieber hair.
That's funny, dude. Oh shit.
I'm having all kinds of fun over here.
Yeah. Same here. I'm done painting the damn wings.
Mikey.
Nice. Oh, it's Mikey. Yeah, the nunchucks.
Yeah.
The frog monster.
I can tell him now. Notice I didn't say the orange bandana.
Yeah, that hair's removable. I don't know if you've seen it before. Too. He's got the regular head under it.
That's funny. Oh, I still have the knockoff.
I'm wondering if you like that hair.
of the Mirage turtles, and they look good. And I'm tripping on the knockoffs. Let me see.
So Oz went outside because he's got some kids in the neighborhood doing ding dong ditch at midnight.
Oh God. Yeah, my
I see
neighbors'
that.
kids are like that over here. They're like yesterday. My wife and I were in the bedroom. We're just sitting there talking, and next thing I know, I hear and like I run to the fucking window, and these kids are just riding their bike because we live at the bottom of the hill, so they're like at the top of the hill just riding their bikes, and they're teenagers. And I'm like, we thought like the way the kids screamed like something fucking happened, like they fell in the creek or something. No, they're just riding their bikes up. And dude, I wanted to walk outside and be like, shut. I'm like that old man, like, get off my fucking lawn. Like, shut up. But and sometimes I gotta be quiet because I've already yelled at them. Like we have a creek that runs on the side of our house, and they'll just like throw shit in the creek, and I'm like, yo, if y'all fall in, my renter's insurance is not gonna be responsible for your kid. I'm like, get off my property, like, y'all get the hell off. And my wife's like, you're so rude to them. I'm like, no, babe, they're gonna be the first ones over
What if
here
they
when it
get
comes
hurt?
to here. Yeah, exactly. He was there. Nah, get your ass off my property.
We're not-
Go over there,
Yeah, we're not being mean.
Or
It's
the
just
cops
if
show
you
up,
get
you
hurt,
just
then they're
drag
gonna
the
come after
body.
me.
bro.
So you get a stick and just push them farther down the creek.
That's right.
Exactly. Just get down there.
Make,
Get the alligator.
make sure you kill them in your house.
Never. And this is Peanut right here. Can you wave to everybody, babe? Say hi, Rory.
Look at that
She's
baby girl.
she's usually a little less shy, but she's a collector as well.
You
Awesome.
see all these people tonight.
Yes.
So
Look at all these.
Oh, you're not playing with those. No, you're not playing with Papa Spider-Mans. No. I took those off the wall to show them to everybody else. Those are way
Not the
too expensive.
Mayfix.
Yeah, not the Mayfix. You can play with a Marvel Legend. You got your own Spider-Man. Papa bought you.
Good daddy. Good daddy.
This is the mega stream where everybody comes to hang out Saturday.
I mean, it's the cool spot. It's where the cool kids hang.
Oh man, Rio.
hey Ed, are you still picking up the G.I. Joes at all, or are you out of?
Probably me.
Yeah, I just opened up Airborne today.
Okay, so
You didn't even wait till tonight?
I have to take pictures for
know.
my job that I don't get paid for.
I see. Okay. I
So-
get it.
have you seen Dial Tone yet?
Oh,
Yes,
he was such a cool figure.
I loved Dialtone as a kid.
So pull Dial Tone out because they talked about this. So they talked about how you can see right here.
Hey, look.
This it doesn't look like you. I don't know who told you that, but it doesn't.
Oh,
So
I see it.
so his phone goes
Bro.
here. He's a communication guy, right?
Yeah.
But the full force was talking about it, and if you look at the gun, it looks like it's gonna slot in there.
Oh, it's his selfie
No
stick.
way.
He's got to take selfies
So
as
he would
he's
go,
combat.
but I mean, again,
of himself while he's pulling
whether
the
it's his
trigger.
phone or if it's his, if it's he's a communication guy, he's mapping out everything. He's gonna have it on his gun, which I think is actually pretty damn cool.
No, that's for his Twitch live stream as he's playing Call of Duty.
That's right.
Well, it could be.
Yeah,
I
he's on
yeah.
Warzone.
So I think it's a
Come on.
cool little thing for a tech guy, right?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
like-
lie. I think it's awesome, really.
It does
Well,
look
That's
really
for
good.
his. That's for his TikTok, and when he blows people away.
It's the same thing that Grunt has that flips down in the front, right?
yeah,
Except
yeah,
for
yeah.
he can put it on his gun, and you figure he's going to be the one telling everyone like where everyone is. He's getting all the satellite stuff. I'm sure there'll be one set of collectors that thinks it's stupid and how can you aim if you
Me.
have this in front of it?
Me,
But
me.
But he wasn't that. He wasn't a frontline character. He was one of
No.
the. He was a support guy.
Yeah.
Like we saw him in the movie. He was support.
Well,
like
the thing
sci-fi.
is you can't, like on a character like Dialtone, you can't give him a real heads-up display that's like on some goggles or a helmet screen. So you got to give him something
Yeah.
that he can use like that. So that makes perfect sense to me.
yeah, I mean, I think it's awesome. And then
I think it's kind of cool.
I wonder how many kids are going to be like asking their parents what a dial tone is.
I was thinking the same thing. Like, what's the dial?
It's so by
Well said, Joe. Well said.
so I would have a gripe with the Saw Viper because he doesn't have a Saw machine gun. But the fact that they stuck a Saw on a machine gun is awesome.
They should have given him a Lancer from Gears
So
of
They
War.
got a little, they got
Right,
a little
like a
dreadnought
straight up
with it, didn't
Lancer.
they?
Yeah, so rather than have a bayonet, he has I believe it's a removable chainsaw.
Right. It's like a
That's
smaller
pretty-
version of
I'll give
Buzzer.
That
it-
machine
I'll
gun
give
looks
that-
like they tried
I'll give that
to
Buzzer.
take an actual saw gun and modify it to look more
Yeah,
futuristic.
which I'm not a huge fan of.
No.
Because this is going to have to be one that it's hanging down. They need to have a saw in the line. I don't know why, but then you have the belt feed. which I know another company thinks they invented it recently.
I've got a
but
M249 set for him.
I know.
A really small electric chainsaw, though. Like, is he Cobra's landscaper?
I know.
Yeah, he's
That's
just
he's just chopping branches.
Joe, he's got a DeWalt.
That's the Ryobi attachment.
The good thing is he can get extra batteries at Lowe's, Joe.
Yeah, he gets the spare battery system. He's also got their trimmer and their leaf blower attachments for his gun as well.
Yeah, he's in the Arbor division.
I'm not gonna lie, I like that Alpine figure. Right. I like the figure overall. The head sculpt that they had originally showed. This picture actually doesn't make it look too bad.
Doesn't look that bad, but
when I saw that,
with the gear of it. Yeah, this one makes him look a lot better. But the other images where they were showing just the face sculpt, I was like, you guys can do better. You can do better.
Yeah, I don't think it's really good.
He looks better with the hat and the goggles on, and maybe that's why. I don't know.
He does.
I also
your
feel
stream punk that someone said it looked like Tone Loc, because now I can't unsee that.
Yeah, someone did. Yeah.
Okay. All right. There we go. If that's what they were looking for.
But it also looks like
Bebe's kids.
It also looks like the neck is too short. So he had like it almost looks like he has no neck.
He doesn't have a neck.
Yeah, and it's not even an illusion from the collar of his jacket. It just looks like he's
got a short neck.
Yeah, it's because of the jacket.
Yeah,
it's definitely what does it. It's the perspective of the shot.
Because the way they look like they posed him, it almost looks like I wanted like the way I'm picturing the way they pose him. It looks like he's like almost like hunched forward. So like it looks like he's like kind of like almost like he's caught like mid rappel.
Yeah,
and I think that's why you see that weird looking like because you can see the partial ab crunch and you can see the maybe the neck actually is there. I mean, unless he's like Goldberg, where he has no neck.
Yeah, all the other pictures that I saw seemed to look the same. Where I went, but I mean, I'm gonna buy it.
So wait, why? And you're gonna buy it? I'm curious.
I buy everything. Yeah, I'm a completist with classified.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is also why he backs all the Haslabs because he knows he's got to get those numbered figures too.
Oh yeah, you have to.
I have issues.
No. Listen. I have issues. Literal.
Unless you're subscribed to Toy Collector and getting 6 issues a year, coming out with their 12th issue right at Joe Fest, by the way, folks. I'm digging the Iron Grenadiers here. Like, I'm glad we're finally getting that full faction. It's always good to see
classifieds.
that.
I will state this: I don't collect classifieds. I cherry picked the characters I liked from GI Joe. These I pre-ordered too, specifically for Kamen Rider, so I could have my Kamen Rider characters in figure poses fight these guys.
Yeah, I love the bats. The original bat it's still one of their best figures they've done.
Oh, Army built the hell out of those guys. Oh.
Yeah, I have like 6, and then there's all the other ones. So I think I have 10 or 11 altogether now.
Wow, I had about that many, and then I sold them all.
Damn.
But I mean, I love this. I love the head sculpt on it. I do like the red face on this.
Yeah. Well, see, because that's like always the way I remember the bat looking. Mm-hmm. More the red face than the silver face to me.
Yep.
Like that's what I remember as a kid. So I'm definitely happy they're finally getting, some Iron Grenadiers out. And I love this other updated version too. Like, I'm thinking that is a really cool sculpt.
I agree.
Now Lenny said something that, I mean, I would love to have a talk with him where someone could have, I don't want to say called him out, but question. He said that, you have the clear plate, which will fit on all the other bats, but there was a change and certain chest plates don't fit on certain bats.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I know for a fact because I had to use sticky tack, and since I have multiple bats, I could try it on multiple ones, and it was like it wasn't just like one chest piece.
The Arctic bat and the ones before that weren't the same shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that.
Well, we'll see. It'll be.
One thing is
worked
that
on
when
some,
the
not
Saw
all.
Viper needs help, he can just get this bat to come over for the bigger logs.
I was going to say he really needs that big chainsaw right there. He can contact Buzzer. Buzzer will help him make sure.
I'm saying, like, they made chainsaw attachments for weapons. Why? And they made the arm attachments, 2 different arm attachments that have chainsaws. How could they make that poor guy? He got like shafted.
Well, because he's doing the Honeydew project.
That's true.
He does have the big machine gun.
Yeah, the grenadiers look so dope.
But again, you don't think Cobra cares very much, but they do have seatbelts now. So it's like, I mean, what is it? Do you not care? You give you guys, you give your troops, inferior weaponry, but then you make sure they have seatbelts.
Can you see these figures being customized for? I don't know if anybody played Helldivers, but this looks like you could take you could customize the crap out of these to look like Helldivers, guys.
I don't know what that is.
It's a video game that's been like the rave. It was like It was where you fought between alien bugs, and it was kind of a spoof of like Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
So like it's. I personally, when I saw those, I was like, oh my god, you could take all these head sculpts, repaint, and do some great work and make them look like Helldivers characters.
See, you said video games and didn't follow up with Super Mario Brothers, and I went, I don't know what you're talking about.
Go get your son in here. He'll let us know.
Yeah, you know what? You're probably right.
You got to go to the experts. You got to go to the younger generation for some of these new games. Because even
that's where I get all my information from. I just asked Luke.
Yeah, I've learned as my son discusses video games with me, and he tells me I have that blank stare, and I'm like, I'm just gonna let him talk because he needs to talk. Kind of like my Monday night toy ramblings, where people are just like, this guy needs to talk. We'll show up and we'll chat amongst ourselves and let him go on.
Right.
Rambling.
But I know like people are mad that these aren't exactly like the originals.
You're ramblers.
But you're right
Let's
about
get
customizing.
rambling.
I mean, I don't know about that video game, but these things are going to be customized to hell.
Oh yeah.
Well, just for the jackets alone, they're
I
going
like
to
how
be customized.
I like that one shot with the Grenadier with his helmet off. That looks pretty badass too.
Yeah, they showed like the bullet. Like they showed I remember the box art or something like that. They showed like the bullet, like it looked like it was flying off the top of the dude's head, and he kept fighting. I was like, that's awesome.
And then
Yeah,
Storm
he
Shadow.
got shot off or something.
People are really upset about Storm Shadow having the swords on the wrong side. By people, I mean Matthew.
I don't know who that would
Could
be.
it just be the photography has the camera mirrored?
No.
Maybe.
They're on the right side.
And Matthew will tell
that's
you
right.
that no swords are on that side.
So
There's no true swordsman that's a left-hander. That's
yes.
So
but I'm
wait.
Right.
So wait, you're telling me that an ancestral dice show, as a person who's a historian by trade, can't, and Japanese history was one of my things. You're telling me that he can't have his dice show, which is really weird because you can't have 2 katanas because you would have a wakizashi and a katana.
Yeah.
Why?
Yes.
I mean, I can see that the weight would throw you off, but I mean, I don't see him having an issue having it on the left side. I think it looks kind of bobo. I would like to see 1, not 2. Maybe put it on the other side, balance it out, but.
Right.
You just got put on Matthew's shit list. I'm just going to tell you.
Holy crap.
I don't know anything about Joe. Those last guys look cool. But is this a look for Storm Shadow? I don't remember.
yeah.
He-
Storm
he-
Shadow
he-
version
he-
two.
This is
when he
the
joined
version 2.
Yeah, it was when he joined the
It
Joe.
was, but his boots were white instead of the front. The
Yeah,
shin guards being black. They were all white.
And
And the camel
Yeah,
pattern
and it-
was a little different, but
Now, and this is
slightly
gonna-
different from this.
So
It was
so
kind
this-
of Tetris. It was all Tetris.
it was.
Yeah, it wasn't the Ninja Force one. The Ninja Force one is actually my favorite Storm Shadow, and I can't wait for them to release that in Classified because I will buy that one. But
That one was
overall,
kinda
I'm
dope.
digging this figure.
It-
Like, I'm not
I-
gonna lie.
I am too. He looks dope.
Yeah, so he
I'm getting
is
it.
modified because the sword was actually on his back. He only had one
Yeah.
sword,
Yeah.
and he doesn't have the white. Now, this is going to come as a shock, guys, but there are people in the G.I. Joe community bitching about it. I know it's shocking because they don't complain about anything because none of them want the exact same thing as an O-ring. that they had back in the 80s.
I mean, the way I see it is, if I really don't want the swords there, I'll just move them.
Exactly.
Yeah, take them off and put them on his back or something.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
I don't think
When
it's
he's
made. I
having
don't
the
think
bowl.
it's made to.
Oh, there's ways.
I'll make it. I'll make it.
Well, there's
happen.
ways. You're right, but a lot. Again, most of these Joe collectors are not toy collectors. They don't understand how to make changes. I stated that many
Come
times.
to Tony's Figs. I'll show you how if you want.
I like the way the Storm Shadow looks.
Yeah,
I do too.
Yeah.
And that's why when people first saw the in-box images and people are like, this looks awful, I'm like, just let's see what the figure looks outside of the box. Because those boxes do not do any. They definitely.
Those are really bad box pictures too. They weren't even like. That was just like throw this up there and see what happens.
Yeah.
I love that Stalker.
Looks
That's
good,
the box
man.
art Stalker.
Yeah, Stalker is awesome, and I still think this is one of the best head sculpts. I know people hate it, and I don't understand
I
why.
still think-
People were complaining. They could have made him look. They could have made him look younger to be more like the O-ring. Well, then they should have made him look French because the original one looked French.
Yeah.
All right.
What?
They couldn't pay for Jean Reno's likeness.
The original Stalker looks like he's French.
Oh, the O-ring.
Yeah.
Oh,
He does not look like he's from Detroit. I know that for a fact.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. It doesn't look like he's a brother from Detroit.
No, he
looks like he's an old man
he
from
looks
Detroit.
Like he's French. But I think this one looks good too.
He looks too old. I like
I
the
think
one in
the
the box. art.
fact that they made his face look older though is kind of cool for Stalker because he's supposed to be a war-hardened veteran. I mean, you should just be
Kinda, yeah.
old and grizzled anyway and pissed off at the world. I mean, it works perfect.
And this is the first time they're doing his beret camo like his outfit because the O-ring was all green.
Yep.
Beret. Yeah.
So
I'm
Jeff
digging it.
Morris is bringing up the beret issue.
What up, Jeff?
But they wanted the beret to look like the original card art.
Right.
The beret's been an
Green-
issue.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the beret was an issue from the O-ring that people were mad that
Yes.
it was.
Yeah.
People
Lenny
mad.
even said it
It's
on their
kind
show
of-
that they made the figure look exactly like the card art. That's exactly what he said.
That's what they wanted to do, and they rock.
Hey, how you doing?
Especially when it's always these initial, just to come back here to Brick's comment saying, I appreciate that, Punk. Can't we get them out of the box? And yeah, the knee-jerk diss of figs is silly. I agree. Like a lot of times,
I agree with Brick.
how many times have we all said, like, they look much better in hand than what we've seen of them previously? It tends to
All
be the
the time,
case
brother.
in a lot of
Except for
ways.
Super 7 a lot of times.
Yeah, Super
And
7.
you can have an opinion by seeing him in the box and going, I don't like the way that really looks. But people going that shit, on the socials, and it's like you haven't even seen it yet. Like I understand you can initially look at it and be like, I don't think that really looks good, and that's your initial opinion. But it's like, but I'm gonna wait to see what it looks like outside of the box.
You have to because we all got, we all say that.
I think that a lot of the people that collect toys right now are the kind of people that if they won the lottery, they'd complain that they had to pay taxes on it. That just seems like a general vibe for me.
I think you are 100%
These communities.
accurate.
Goes on to something.
And the people who collect toys and are on the internet, I think there are a lot of. I have a friend who collects every classified, does not get on the internet for anything, and he loves everything. So I think the whiners, we end up on the internet.
Well,
We
it's 'cause
have
you
the
a platform.
platforms.
Yep.
We want people to hear us, bitch.
Another new Cobra Trooper. I do like. I really wish they would have gave him what the Dragunov. Is that what it's called? Because it's such a
Dragunov, the
classic.
sniper rifle.
But I can deal with them giving him Spirit's sniper rifle.
That's fine.
That was a good rifle, though. That was one of the better
Oh,
rifles
yeah.
in the line.
Oh yeah,
It looked like
I
it
really
looked like
it
a
wasn't.
hunting rifle.
Yeah, it's
I
not
just
super
appreciate they made a figure of Aaron the toy enhancer. I thought that was a really nice touch.
And I
Like-
love the color I love the color.
Yeah, they
blue
say
they're
I look
using.
like Dalton.
Yeah, I still don't see it.
Whatevs.
But and then to make people happy, they're giving them the Sunbow laser rifle because God forbid you don't have that.
God forbid.
Yeah.
I hate that pistol with the square silencer. I hate.
I'm actually going to get this one.
So do I. Bad. I hate that thing.
What the
Not that one.
the
next
square.
one?
The
That
square.
one right
I'm not.
there,
I'm
yeah,
not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of that suppressor either. It just doesn't look right. But oddly enough, guess who else is doing one like that?
Your mom? No, just kidding. She's
That
dead.
one. That one I'm going to get.
She might be, but it'd be in the casket, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I know.
So
So is mine.
I
wish mine was.
Actually, we
That-
cremated my mom. My dad wants to put her in necklaces we can all wear. So, go fig.
So I gotta say, I like this more than the Haslab one.
So do I. It's beautiful.
I like
I'm digging it.
I like the full the full gauntlets, the first gloves that he's wearing, but the vac metal is so
Straight up
awesome.
Sunbow. Yes. I
And
did that on my
Lenny-
custom.
Yeah, Lenny even addressed that. Hey, we can't really do vac metal on certain things, but we did it anyway. So the
I'm
question
glad they
is-
were able to get it on this one because
Yeah,
I just
he
can't
needed
wait
it.
to see the action figure photography with the mirrored look because it is a
Yeah.
really smooth vac metal, and I want to see like people be able to do like that comic book art where it's like you see that face in his shield.
So the
Yep.
question is, are they putting vac metal on a plastic that's not going to hold it, or are they changing the plastic just for the face? And does that mean that there'll be a vac metal Destro coming?
Ooh,
Probably.
That's a good one.
Well, because it's
Probably.
the head, they can like if you look at the vintage C3POs, it's like completely different plastic than all the other
Yep.
figures. So but it's really easy to use that just for the head of a figure and the rest of the body be normal. Like this, you can like
Right.
the problem with those Silver Hawks that Super 7 went and vac metaled is all of the joints that that's gonna just crumble off because the plastic you have to use to vac metal properly is like brittle and it'll work for a head sculpt. It's not gonna work.
Hedgehog Action actually has those Silverhawks, and he was doing it on air, moving the joints and everything, and they weren't flaking. I don't
It
know.
takes it doesn't happen instantly. It's like an over
Right.
But
You
they
know,
look
we know
pretty good,
over
though.
time that process it degrades and, they
I
will
mean,
flake.
there are people who just have to have it that way, and like I love that for them that they got that. I just don't. In 2 or 3 years, when they realize it's all flaking off, I don't want to hear them whining about it because they were warned.
But
It's like
see-
when kids go to Camp Crystal Lake and O.J. Simpson comes up out of the lake and murders them. I don't want to hear you complain that all of your friends are dead. You went to Crystal Lake, you had sex, you did drugs, and O.J.
Look.
Simpson got you. Like it just happens.
This is OJ Simpson. He's not hanging out at Camp Crystal Lake. We know he's hanging out at Lake Tahoe.
So the issue of what you're saying though, Allison, is that you could do a head sculpt differently, but the way that the heads peg in now, that's what she said, that might cause an issue because I don't know what the plastic is. Now, if they went with what Mezco does and just put a rubber grommet on the inside, then you could use it on different heads. But again, I don't know what type of plastic it has to use to vac metal.
But
it.
if they use the wrong plastic and then it does flake off, then in like 6 months or so, there'll be all these videos of people complaining, and then they get extra then everyone's gonna rush out and like oh my god, we have to buy this because it's terrible. So now I can review it and be terrible. So like Hasbro's smart. It's marketing to use a bad plastic that'll flake. So maybe they'll do that. And then they can be all up in everyone's Twitter feeds because my Coco is trash.
Now,
Yeah.
Oh, Slaughter
them
the Marauder?
announcing Slaughter's
Zazel.
Marauders, like actually getting this sub team out is great because now we're gonna have the second spirit, and
I really like this spirit.
I'm
I need
glad I
another
waited.
freedom.
I'm glad I waited. I'll get him.
I've got the other one, fortunately.
go.
As a matter of fact, I want to give away on Aaron the Toy Enhancer stream, and he sent me one because, again, I'm not a huge fan. I don't buy a lot of classifieds. By the time I was like trying to get back into figure collecting, Spirit was not one of the easier figures to find anymore, but I wanted freedom. So I was finally able to get my freedom, and now I'm gonna pick up another one because, again, it's a different paint on this one than the original.
Different bird.
Yeah, it's a
A bird,
completely
totally,
different one.
He looks dope.
So-
that one's definitely gonna get. Is gonna be.
He
one
looks
of my
good.
need.
Of course, now I got to buy a 2-pack just for freedom, but that's okay because he's still one of the best figures they've ever made.
And
And
that's
I
low
will say-
light. That's not
That's
Falcon.
low
That's
light.
low
That's low
light.
light.
That's
low
low
light.
light.
Yeah, that's low light.
Yeah.
You know,
Which,
they
I mean-
changed out his rifle.
Go
That's
ahead,
the only
Paul.
bad
Yeah.
thing about this is that I want the spirit, but I don't give a shit about low light.
I want them to
Honest-
just release the animals as, you know,
Let me
The
have him.
animal
I'll
pack.
take him.
I agree. It would save me a lot of time. Thanos.
Oh, okay, yeah.
See, I want that. I friggin'
Low
want that.
light looks dope right there.
Yeah, he looks.
Yeah, I'm not
he's
gonna lie.
Splinter
I
Cell.
like that.
Tony, you gotta
Yeah.
turn that into a Splinter Cell for me.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That
my
looks dope.
biggest concern with low light here is I like the sniper rifle. It came
But
with
that
Drill.
blue's gonna stand out like a mother. I mean,
no, well, yeah, but so it came with the Arctic Viper or Arctic Bat, and it originally came with color
Timber.
changing Zartan. This thing is so flimsy that it just
right.
sags.
Oh, that's
It's
the
nothing like
Zartan
Morning
sniper
Wood.
rifle?
What? Yep.
That's the Zartan? Okay.
And it's all
don't
again.
have that
It's always
Zartan
in
so
like
far.
way different. It's always in different forms and everything. So, and
Yeah.
this strap is awful because it's already
Yeah, but didn't
bent.
Lenny say that the weapons are made out of their new formula, so they shouldn't be as droopy or bendy?
Yeah,
Well,
I
at the end of
sometimes
right?
feel like
2025,
We'll believe that when we see it, but I mean,
yeah, it's almost like, hey Lenny, next time you say that, blink twice if you mean it. Blink once if you have a gun to your head.
yeah.
You know, like, but yeah, they gave him the nods from or not. What are they? Knocks. I'm sorry. What I gave
Nods NOD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Night optical device.
These are the ones that come with Tunnel Rat.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's a good look. I like it.
But I do like the fact that they gave him a different bird.
Right. It's more of a hawk and falcon, or actually maybe a golden eagle. But
More of a
either
hawk.
way,
It's a golden eagle.
yeah, like it's
That's
just
totally
great.
right.
But will people throw a fit if they change Junkyard from Mutt?
Well, Junkyard would never leave Mutt behind.
Well, no, that's like that. That means they're gonna if they already have a dog mode, we're gonna probably see Law and Order coming too. They're making this
Oh,
Law
yeah.
and Orders.
Oh,
So
that's
you know
right, yeah,
we're gonna
that's
get a
right.
German Shepherd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say
Oh,
thank you to
I already got
Hasbro.
Law and Order.
I want to thank you to say thank you to Hasbro because now everybody has to say itty bitty ditty fucking bag in
That's
every
so
single stream
retarded.
that talks about Sergeant Slaughter.
Well, thank you for mentioning it here, Lawrence, so you can save the rest of us from doing it.
Good. I have a feeling that our roommate at Joe Fest will be fucking saying it all goddamn day fucking long.
That's your buddy, bro.
Oh,
That's
you're
your new
bunking
boss.
with Sergeant Slaughter? You know everybody's going to ask him to say it. Just teasing, Larry.
Oz got you tonight, punk. What is going on? Oz is on your ass.
Just for reference, when I was in the Army, we never called that thing an itty bitty ditty bag.
Right. What, who calls it that anyway? He called it that in the
I have-
cartoon?
I have no idea where that
In the
came
movie.
He said it in the movie.
He said it in the movie. It was
Oh.
one line in the movie,
Yeah.
which was written
Oh, I'm
by,
sorry, the movie.
you know, again, somebody who is a cartoon. Like, let's get over it.
Yeah,
Itty
it's a
bitty
goddamn
little
bag.
bag. Yeah, I remember he yelled at Falcon. That was great.
Itty bitty bag. I never
And
liked
I like,
Slaughter, dude.
you know, everyone's mad that he has an AK-47, but since we know he is a traitor, he deserves an AK-47.
Aw,
you
there we
say
go.
that all the
Well,
time,
here's
I swear
my
to God.
thing too, right? Weren't people complaining before because nobody really had one, or did I miss that?
No, it's
What?
the AK that came with the Cobra officer.
Okay.
Yeah. People were complaining that they should have given this to the retro Snow Serpent, even though it's not
Right.
the same type of AK that he had, but it would be better
No.
than. Actually, I think the FAMAS looks really good on that figure from
I
all the
agree.
images that I've seen, but they should have given him the AK.
Yeah, and I can get that because again, they're going for the retro, so it should be as close to the retro figure as possible. And you know, that's
didn't
kind of an
even use my
understandable
own
gripe,
tape.
but
But the panel,
Okay,
you know,
it was
there is a Joe panel where he picks up an AK-47, so it actually
Mhm.
does make sense why they gave it to him.
well, you utilize what's around you too, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you've dropped yours or used it somewhere, you're going to pick up whatever you can use it around you. So
Well, that's
it
the reason
works.
why the militaries, you know, at times have wanted to streamline, you know, bullets or make guns or rifles that can use different types of bullets.
Ammo.
I don't know really how you're going to use an AK-47 casing in it. So
It's not happening.
no.
7.62 is 7.62.
All right.
And again, I
Oh.
love the fact that he comes with his own action figure. It's very fitting.
You know,
I
yeah.
think that's a great touch that they just, you know, again, they've repeated it. They put it in this one. It was in the first one. It's a great touch. I appreciate that little nod.
Yeah, I'm not going to get mad because I'm not paying extra for it. He's already
I
going to
hate
be
that
a
paint job.
deluxe. But they really didn't need it again because they already gave it once. But I'm not.
But
really
it's
gonna
it's this version of the figure though. Like the first one, he was playing with himself in his you know, V1. Now he's playing with himself in what was
I
the
hate
Marauders
that paint
one?
job.
V4,
It look like-
V3.
I don't know. I hate his Sergeant Slaughter.
Looks
I
like
know.
those guys
We all
that wear
know.
sweats and shorts over their sweats. I can't stand
There's
that
also
shit.
it should also be noted that there's going to be two versions of Sarge in the package. The first one,
Yeah.
which is going to be really short, is the one in the picture, but the
Yes,
regular one
so
is going
this
to be
one here. If you get this one, don't open it.
The hat, the campaign
Yeah.
hat's off of them. Yeah.
Yeah, if the hat's
Sarge
not,
did not
he's
like that
wearing the
one.
hat. Yes. So he, you know,
He didn't
so
like that
the fake Marine was upset that he didn't have his drill sergeant hat on. So if you get this one, I would say don't. Just wait
The
till the
fake
other
Marine
one.
with the real wrestler, even though the wrestling's fake too.
Well, I mean, wrestling's real. He's a fake Marine. He's a real traitor. So,
Wrestling ain't real.
I hope he fucking smacks you. Go say it to his face if he smacks you.
I mean,
Wrestling ain't real.
not to be morbid, but say that to Owen Hart. Say that to Draws. He's
Oh.
paralyzed. I mean, I'm a diehard wrestling fan. I mean, I mean, some of it, yeah, I agree, it's scripted, but so is the UFC. As much as
That's
you
what I
get
mean.
mad-
It's just scripted. They just
Right.
they had
So is
botched
the
moves
NFL.
to fuck them up.
So, you know,
It's horrible.
speaking on wrestling, what I want to say to that, how you said it's scripted, and people say it's not real. Would you say, and I'm not saying you, but would you say dance competitions aren't real because it's scripted, or gymnastics? It's the same thing. Like
Right.
it's scripted what they're going to do, but it's real. They all can get hurt.
Oh no, they can go off script
Really?
and they can give somebody color. They can go off script
Yeah.
and really do, because like you've seen guys get noses broken, hands, arms broken. I saw a guy here in Charlotte. One dude, FTR. I was at an AEW show. They Dax Hardwood. He fell
They
off the
they got
top
hurt,
rope
yeah.
and he got hooked. I literally was sitting ringside and you see the hook go through his arm, blood just gushing. The ref just threw a towel.
Oh.
They cut the cameras off. Me and my best friend just looked at each other like, holy shit, did we just
Yep.
like, and then when we watched TV, they edited it on TV. So when it went to TBS or TNT, it was completely edited. So I was like, wow. So yeah, I at no point am I getting on anybody because you like what you like. Hey, everything's scripted. We all know it's like
no. I grew up a wrestling fan. I was at WrestleMania 3.
No.
With 93,173 of my best friends.
I love that.
And all 23 shipwrecks in his pocket.
But
my toddler.
no, I've
Everybody there that he has a flag.
I've always said that it's like dance or gymnastics.
Right.
Oh, of course.
But with dance or gymnastics, the competition is like, their things choreographed, but who did it better? So there still is like the outcome's not scripted.
Yeah, like they know, like you have Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns, like they knew like months out, like Cody's gonna walk out with the belt. So you knew what the outcome was. Now that's because they said you can't really bet on it. Because that's why they were saying, like, if you try to bet on WWE or UFC or AEW, exactly, you're not. What are you going to bet on? The writers know, the people all know who's going to walk out with a belt, who's not. It's rare when you get like those moments, like CM Punk getting injured and Brock Lesnar getting canceled. I mean, that's just to go off on a tangent. I apologize.
So I'm gonna self promote here. Go watch my the show that I did with Legend series on his channel, and he works for wrestling, and he's
a wrestler.
He gets into it, and it's hilarious listening to him talk because he's like, dude, it's all fucking fake, man. He's like, that person decided who's gonna win and who's gonna lose. You didn't decide.
I feel like if you ever watched professional wrestling and thought that it was a real competition, that you're the problem, not the show. You know what I mean? You suspend your disbelief. I was a huge wrestling fan when I was a kid. I always just suspended my disbelief so that I could enjoy it.
Yeah,
right.
I think once you've realized that Santa Claus is mom and dad.
You know what sucked? I love the Ultimate
You mean Santa
Warrior.
Claus isn't
But then
real?
I found so much
My dad
about
used to
him.
give me some
No,
shit.
I did not say that. I said Santa Claus is mom and dad. It's still real.
What?
Santa Claus is mom and dad?
If you still believe it's not, then you can believe wrestling is real.
How dare you?
Once you hit a certain age, it's like, all right, that's.
Uh-oh.
Well, okay, so let me ask you this: as we are all, every single person in here and in our chat, we are all toy collectors. So there is a suspension of disbelief as a person who loves D&D. Because I heard Joe talking about it, I heard y'all talking about D&D. I'm a 30-year vet playing D&D, so I love it. And there is a suspension of belief we all have. So for me as a kid, I would never want to shatter that image for like my daughter who's still a toddler. My teenager, she's jaded, and we're jaded as adults. So I agree with you that there is a suspension of belief that we're like, yeah, this is fake. But like I go to Disney World, I still have a good time. I know it's animatronics, but I'll still get into it with the actors because I love the characters or the things. It's we all have to have that because guess what? At the end of the day, pieces of plastic make us joy because they bring us joy because we were kids that loved it and played with it.
When you say you get into it with the actors at Disney, I hope you mean like in a good way, not that you're like you're not like pushing them around and like
never. One thing I will tell you, I am never ever
you, Mickey. You're not really Mickey. Fuck you.
So
never.
The Disney police squad would be on you.
Would you have not watched those videos where they would have been like, yo, Dre, you don't think Cobb would have told you Dre got arrested in Orlando when he went 2 years ago? You see Dre in cuffs. Goofy's not real. What are you talking about? Nah.
It's
all the kids around crying.
Yeah, but it's entertainment though. I mean, is anybody like John Wick sucks? He didn't actually kill all those people. It's fake.
What are you talking about? He killed 3 people with a pencil.
With a pencil.
Hey, the Joker did it. Joker did it.
He only did one. I don't want to hear your shit.
Where that disconnect is, when you had.
My favorite part about John Wick is when he's got a whole scene going on driving down main streets in humongous cities, and like everybody else is just driving along. Like, oh, these guys are just shooting at each other.
I agree. Yeah, like nobody stops to think like, hey, what the hell's going on here? Like, why is that door of a car just flung open and people are hanging out of the car, or body parts are just getting left around? It's like nobody questions the shit.
So I've got Andrew's comment up here because there are oftentimes it'll seem like Andrew is a little behind in the chat. Andrew is a little behind by the day. So Maryland Toy Expo was earlier today, Andrew. And I was there. And I've got pics over here that we're going to open up as the night goes on.
I firmly believe that Andrew lives in an alternate timeline.
But yet he still came out to dinner with us at PowerCon last year.
Way farther.
But we love
west.
you, Andrew. We love you. So before we get started going into the next topic, so I can start opening up some figures over here, I want to ask for participation from the chat. Who should we open first? We've got Silverhorn Sentry, Thrace, and Vampire Phalanx.
You should open up Thrace.
Vampire.
You had such a face of sheer joy that when you got that figure, and look at the smile on your face now, like you know you want to open.
I've been wanting it for a while, and
open her up.
I do want to open that one up, but again, I'm kind of leaving it here with the chat too. So we got a lot of votes for Thrace coming in. All right, everybody wants to see Thrace.
I need some help too. I open Sabak or Sabak.
Neither. They should be in the trash.
There you go.
What?
Dre told you.
Oh
So
no,
for everybody who's wondering,
I like him.
No, they look okay. Again, McFarlane's figures look cool,
his
Oh, wait,
sculpt so
cover-
far has been great.
but his
Cover your eyes and your ears though, Dre. I want you to know
All
what
right.
I got on.
Now, while I'm opening up this figure, I do want to get into the next topic. We're going to talk about this Haslab. And I had this beautiful PDF set up for slides where we were going to take a tour through the cantina because I took all the pictures from the site of the Haslab and they kind of like walk you through, and spent up to the very last minute making that wonderful, amazing PDF and the slideshow. And then StreamYard told me it was too big, which is like the first time I've ever heard that. I've actually sat here and I've trimmed it down a bit so I could get it into a StreamYard friendly format, so that we can actually go ahead and go through a less of a grand tour of the cantina, but just pointing out the different features, what it looks like. Then we're going to go over pricing and stuff at the end. So I know everybody wants to have their say about that pricing. And Allison has done a beautiful job of working up. And the very last slide is going to be a specific image that she sent to me so we can go over some things about price, about that. Now, you were asking about the expo being 2 days, right? Did you link up with Mr. Home Arcade? Yes, linked up with Corey from Make Shape Create, Mr. Home Arcade, Lee's Customs, Jesse from Just Shelve It. Again, met up and talked with Jordan from Purple Gang Gang. As a matter of fact, as I was walking into the expo, before I even, got my tickets, Jordan walked right up to me and goes, "Purple Gang Gang." Of course, I'm wearing my purple Headless Horseman shirt. So it was really, really awesome to see everybody. Now, it is 2 days. They do one Saturday in like May and June, in this time frame, and then they'll do another Saturday come November, getting closer to Christmas, where they'll do it again. So yes, it's a 2-day show, 6 months apart. But they're also doing several smaller shows in different areas where it's a little harder to get, to one spot to the other. So like they're doing one in Annapolis, or as the GPS likes to call it, Annapolis. But yeah, it was fun. So
Quick before you start the Haslab thing, I'd just like to do one quick little self-promote thing.
please, bud.
I did a video recently of me painting my Slaker, and just wondering if some people could just click on it, give it a like. That's it.
I was gonna say, do you got the link? Let's drop it in the
Yeah, I do.
chat, folks. If everybody could go and give some
Appreciate it.
engagement here on Bud's latest video, we'd greatly appreciate it. And if for some reason you're not subscribed to the people's channels who are on screen right now, I know Bud earlier had dropped
I
everybody's
can drop
links
some links again.
in the chat, and go subscribe to everybody's channel. Come on, spread the love. These are all amazing creators here, and we're all part of this giant online troving corner of ToyTube that let's spread that love. Let's get around and like everybody's channels. All right, so as Bud's dropping those links, and again, remember to go engage with his latest video on Slaker, because it is an awesome work and it's very chill. Just relax, listen to some music, watch some custom work get done. All right, Ed, I'm going to bring it up, but you should be able to control going through these slides.
Yes.
So as I'm opening Thrace here, we'll go ahead and talk about this. So like I said, I started this whole thing off to make it look like we were going in on a tour, kind of like one of those, I don't know, one of them shows where they take people on the tours of the houses, and the one person's they sell like regurgitated cat hairballs, and then the other person scribes books, and they have like a $300 million bench limit because somehow they make that kind of money. Like one of those kind of tours. That's how I had this set up originally, but StreamYard doesn't want me to do it like that. So this is the front entranceway, the exterior.
Can I address something really quick that we talked about earlier?
Sure.
So in my mods channel, for us to talk about, Matthew addressed the ankle issue that I mentioned, and he said the replacement ankles was from the Savage Crucible streams addressing the issues, and fuck you guys. So he was listening.
Thanks, Matthew.
Like I said, I'm glad he's going to DFW, not Joe Fest, so I don't get my ass kicked.
All right, go on with this Star Wars.
Nope, we appreciate that live update, Punk. Thank you. This just in from Matthew.
Fuck you.
Fuck you guys.
Get him to record himself saying that so you can cut to it every once in a while. This just in from Matthew. Fuck you guys.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you know what? I think we do need to do that. So, I dig that they gave us this little exterior shot here. I think that's kind of cool. And you notice this little stand next to the door on the left here, that little ring. It's actually interesting. You may wonder what that's for. If you don't remember the brief shot that you see of this outside of, the movie here. We'll get into that a little bit later because I got some slides of
your Rancor mount.
It's for your dewback.
Well, I was going to say, we'll come to that. We'll come to that in a little bit here because there's going to be an extra slide that explains some of that stuff later. So after you go through that beautiful doorway, up those little steps, in through that beautiful doorway, you've got this first walk-in lobby part here where they have all of your anti-droid detecting software loaded in. Now, let's be real. This was still just kind of shortly after the Clone Wars, and most of the universe at this point still hated droids. And that's why they had these little scanners so they could detect the T-800 from coming in. Because let's face it, if you can't spot a droid by looking at it, that's the only reason you would really need these scanners. If they couldn't see that R2 and 3PO were droids just walking in without these scanners here, that's pretty sad. But I mean, I guess, you know, it did make that noise as they walk past it, so it's kind of an alert.
I always wanted to know what a droid would order if he went to a bar.
Oil,
Oil extra thick.
WD-30 or WD-40.
Give me that hot oil bath, please. Ed, go on to the next slide, please.
Pennzoil
Here.
5, weight 20.
Unleaded or leaded?
That's right. So here you see, like, directly across, they got the other scanner. They got all three of those bench seats, like, right there in the front, which I never really understood was for. Like, I guess, you know, that's where they had the bouncers sit on a really rough... They literally called it the most wretched hive of scum and villainy, so I couldn't imagine them actually needing security.
That's where you left your kids, like so you could go.
There you go. Right.
Say,
So
this is where you
looks
sit
like
when you're
market
waiting for your
chairs.
table for 30 minutes.
right, like the kids can't go to the bar, so you drop them off in the lobby. They get to hang out here and get served sodas, because I definitely see cups in the lobby here. But that's going to be a theme we talk about more as we go through. All right. Now you have these stunning little alcoves and everything like that. And I didn't know this before streaming with Jay last night, because I was kind of catching up on pictures throughout the day yesterday as I was working. So I didn't notice or realize right away that the canopies over the alcoves were removable until last night, which definitely I like it. You know, it adds some playability to the set that you can actually get in there without having to approach it from the side of it. So I really, really like that that was included. And on to the next one, Ed. Here we see some of the stunning wall decor that is all over this wonderful cantina of the hubcap that we have here, a little like mini dewback head hanging on the wall. Some real epic hunter must have really spent the rounds to lay down that dewback. Look at how giant it is.
It looks very phallic.
Right. Just a little head.
A little bit of head ain't gonna kill nobody.
Well, we got a little bit of a bigger head coming up on the next slide, I believe.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Hey,
Now, I never noticed this detail in the movie, and I'm assuming that's where they got this from, the production. But here they have this Garrel head with like a bell
I really
on
wasn't
top.
looking.
Like he's got like this little tiny hat going
is it a
on up here.
hotel bell? Like
Yeah,
a
that's what it looks like. He's got like this little hotel bell sitting on top of his head. I think it's hysterical, but I like the fact that they did go through like some of the details from the movie. And again, I don't remember this necessarily in the movie, but I do like that they were like, we're just not going to give you these plain walls. We're going to put some stuff, and we're not just going to reuse everything that we put in the, you know, Jabba's Palace dio. And on to the next, sir.
This head definitely looked like the ones that were on the vintage Jabba's Throne playset. They were on the
Right?
front.
Like the little things at the front of this,
Yeah,
his
turn
little
the
dais.
trapdoor thing open. Yeah.
Right. That's what I thought too. And then like this is supposed to be, I guess, some kind of state-of-the-art camera sensor thing in the back corner here. I like how that it sits above the level of like the top portion of this sits above the level of the roof that it would be hanging out of. So, you know, just interesting. That
It's
they would,
actually a
you know,
filtration system for all the smoke that's going on in there. from
you know
the-
what? Yeah, because that is on the
The
side with the
intergalactic water
hookah
bombs.
machine. Yeah, well, that's coming up in the next slide, I believe, as a matter of fact, or one of the next ones. Here we see the luxurious countertops of the bar. You see the hookah down there at the end, and then towards the back end, they're you know, getting ready to drink some Windex.
That's
Not the
Romulan
blue
ale. I know what that is. That's Romulan ale.
Romulan ale. It showed up in Star Wars.
Exactly. Nothing Trekker was like, you got to do something. There it is. Romulan ale.
Romulan ale. You heard it here, folks. Romulan
Freaking
ale
hypnotic.
in Star Wars. There you go. It's probably closer to what it is, Tony.
It's pretty fascinating that they actually put the hookah in there, though.
You know, there's
I'm
a lot of
surprised.
things that they won't touch or do from Disney and Star Wars, but
They were
hookahs
token
are
it, too.
okay, folks. Well, can't do a cigarette, but you can do a hookah.
That's right.
Well, death sticks. Can you do death sticks?
They mentioned death sticks. Well, actually, and Allison, you could help me with this. They did do the Death Stick dealer from Attack of the Clones, but that was around the
That's
time of
right.
the release of Attack of the Clones,
Yeah, that
right?
was
That
back
was
when
pre-Disney.
Lucasfilm was still about. So
Yeah, so see, we won't get a return on the Death Stick dealer, but
well,
they
you
did
won't
have
get that because he's still peg warming. You can still find him for like $10. So
you
there's
definitely
no
can.
point. If you want him, just go to eBay, get him 10. I mean 15 with shipping. You'd think he was Power of the Force. He's so cheap. So
And he comes with a little table too, so all right, on to the next one, Ed. Here we see the hookah on the other side of the bar where they're,
Hookah.
sipping some of Jim Jones's Kool-Aid in the back there.
Got some THC in there.
it was
No, not
Flavor Aid. Jim Jones
THC.
couldn't
That's
afford
straight
Kool-Aid.
arsenic.
If Jim Jones had used Kool-Aid would have bust through the wall and
I got
saved all of
some
those people.
tetrahydrocarbonol.
So
It was
true,
Flavor
Allison.
Aid. He was
So
too cheap.
true. Yep, he bought the off-brand version, and that's why everybody
Smoking.
died.
He's smoking fentanyl in there.
Oh,
Well, I guess it's safer to smoke it than touch it, because apparently if you touch it, you just OD.
Do the
Uh-huh.
chairs really look like this?
So
I don't
again,
know.
I can't remember from the movie. I
These
remember
look
all the
pretty
bench
accurate
seats.
to the set. Like
Right.
they did their homework. Like this looks
Yeah.
like all of the. This looks like they worked directly from the set.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I was just
Right.
wondering because they just
Yeah, no, like they. I haven't seen anything on here that isn't like officially part of the cantina, either the actual set or what Lucasfilm wants us to think the set looked like.
Right. But again, highly impressed here. I think they did a good job. On to the next slide. So here we know that they hated droids so much they repurposed all these intergalactic assassin droids, the IG-88s, into drink dispensers for the bar. It was just something.
Actually, they repurposed this for IG-88 because they had budget issues on Empire.
Right.
So,
Well, of course, we all know that.
IG-88 Oh, sorry. I was just going to say. So he was cheap.
Yeah, he was definitely cheap. He was literally scrap parts from, whatever they had laying around, and they made it look like a droid body. And yes, these were originally in A New Hope or Star Wars before being repurposed for Empire Strikes Back. I just, again, he comes from the Intergalactic Banking Clan, one of their assassin droids, one of their repo guys if you defaulted on your loan. And I like to think that, they kept sending them after the bartender. And he was just taking them out and mounting their heads on the back.
That's why he has the warning alarm at the door.
That's it. There it is. Now we understand.
Yeah.
Quick response time to see when they're coming for the loan. All right, on to the next here. A little aerial shot of what is known as the base model. So this is what you're going to get with the base model. I thought I'd put the ones in there that showed or at least for the base model, exactly what you get with the base model. But apparently I left that slide out for this slide, which just kind of shows the chairs and little bar tables and everything set up already. You see all the little cups and doodads all over the place.
now
So
to be clear, Oz, this is for the 1/18 scale figures, correct?
yes, this is vintage collection,
Okay.
3 3/4.
For the 4-inch.
Yes.
so can I ask you a question real quick? To the people that are in the cabal, and I don't know if you guys know Ryan Zarek. Does anybody know Ryan? He's pretty big within the cabal.
Yeah.
So Ryan, I've met him. I've actually been to his house. If y'all haven't seen the pictures on his personal Facebook or anything, he has a 1/12 scale version of the cantina in his house, in his basement, underneath his mythics, his amazing mythics display, and it looks dope.
Heck
Yeah, that's crazy.
And to think that, to put it in that scale, because this is a pretty massive playset. And again, this is your base model. So you're going to get that one side, which is pretty much mostly what we see in the movie, as well as the bar itself and the entranceway. And then on to the next slide.
Ooh.
Here's the picture of what you get with the base set. So you get a couple of the bench chairs and everything like that. Oh, I hope I didn't remove the one for the deluxe set, because that's
Two hookahs.
Okay, yeah, 2 hookahs, one for the front of the bar for, one for the Windex side and one for the Jim Jones Kool-Aid side.
I'm saying, oh yeah.
Okay, so I did accidentally remove the one for the deluxe set. Let me see if I can bring that up real quick. I've still got vintage collection. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's what it was, because it's not really just... I'm going to do a quick share screen, and then we'll bring back up the slideshow. So when you get the deluxe set, you get all of this that you see here on screen now, as well as this extra wall piece here for your other side, and it is mirrored so that I can clip in on the other angled side of the doorway and go down the left wall with yet another archway at the back that clips into the back base of the bar. You get additional bench seats, additional tables, additional chairs, and cups. Now, more cups. There's like
120 cups.
all the cups you could ever need. And somebody said, why do you need that many cups? Have you ever been to a bar? Do they ever just straight refill your cup? No, they give you a new cup with each drink for the most part.
Well, your cantina can have nickel beer night. So like
that's true. Where they give you the red cup and then you just get it refilled.
Wait,
As you
what if
see
you make
here,
purple drink? What if you mix the blue and the red? You get purple drink.
instant death.
Exactly.
So Dad.
Yeah,
So
this
good.
is again, you get a good image here of everything that comes with it. Plus, again, the deluxe set comes with the other side. And then Ed on to the next slide. You get a fucking sticker sheet, folks. So you may notice that the set looks a little plain, but that's because they really want you to be able to do it up yourself. You can throw up a Han Solo and Chewbacca wanted poster. We know that clearly they had those up in the bar at the time, because how else would you have known the giant Wookiee and smuggler guy that were right there, sitting at the bar were wanted, right? Clearly they didn't.
Someone was trying to make this a tier, and they're like, do you not remember the Rancor? Do not make the sticker sheet a tier. No, it'll be cool. No, we tried giving a bag of bones and a backdrop. Don't do it.
Well, they stuck true with not giving us one instrumental piece, and I'll bring that up in a bit here as
So Oz, question.
again.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
question. Is there more than one sticker sheet we're getting with this, or are we only just getting one?
This is the only one they show on the site.
Which
4 or 5.
So I'm saying, yeah, because you're gonna have one sabacc table. Like, they're gonna have at least, people are gonna want to have 4 or 5 sabacc tables. You're gonna want to have, a couple of spray paints there, screenish looking things there. Man, that stinks. If it's only one.
We'll probably repro this so you can print it out.
Of course.
Well, I do like that they give us. There's a pod racing sticker in here. There's a whole bunch of Imperial propaganda posters.
Love it.
You've got a little poster for the modal nodes, the band. You got a poster with one of the stretch goals in there as well. You see, they got the Lars family speeder with another little Tatooine oddity guy up in the left there. You got some graffiti, which is really cool. There's a Rebels throwback. You see some Sabine Wren on there. You see Republic graffiti there. You see a little Jabba the Hutt graffiti. So, you can really kind of go around and throw some stuff on the walls to make it, look more your own. You've got a Mando callback with one of the posters for that the junk dealer that he goes to that helps get helps him rebuild his ship. You see the little throwback to the Gamorrean fights. Okay, now that I'm looking at these wanted posters, I'm noticing that it's that Dr. Dude and Pando Baba, not Han Solo and Chewie. Which again,
don't call him Walrus Man. That's racist. Also, if you're wondering, that graffiti says we're trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Heart, call me back.
I do like the little shout out to Rogue One with the Jeddah Trooper poster.
Yep.
I'm a little sad that we're not getting any Dr. Aphra stuff here, and I know that's obscure for anybody who doesn't read the comic books, but I'm surprised she didn't get a little like kind of send off here in some way, shape, or form, like a wanted poster for her and her droids. But again, you know, it makes sense if it's based on different, if they're trying to keep it within the timeline, you know, and not dig too far into obscure lore.
Right. Right. And again, it's really neat what they're doing. It's basically stuff strictly from movies and TVs. You got a poster that shows them, like, you know, wanting you to turn in the Jedi. Like I said, a lot of Imperial propaganda here. There's a Max Rebo band poster on there. Again, something else that's just really cool. A little nod to Return of the Jedi and the Max Rebo band. Now, you see the sticker showing you the little hook out front is for your dewback, so that you have a place to park your dewback out front. You've got a sign saying no Jawas down at the bottom. You got a sign saying no droids. So again, it's really cool that they put these in here. I like the sticker sheet. Caution for Ronto's crossing out front, I guess, because you never know. You need to watch out for those guys. Moisture Farm poster up towards the top. So it's cool. I like it. I dig the sticker sheet. Now let's go.
Need more than one. They did, like, I agree. 4 would be nice.
Yeah, you know, giving us some more variation, right?
I mean, again, like, especially if you screw one up and you have to do it all over it, you know, it sucks. I mean, there's no. I mean, how much do these things cost? You know.
So, well, again, we're gonna get into the price a little bit later after we go.
No, I
through
mean a sticker sheet. Like, how much is a sticker sheet? Cost?
Like a couple bucks, like maybe $2 or $3 at most.
Not even
super cheap.
It costs you that. How much does it cost them to do it? Not much. Like, give 3 or 4 just so, again, like, you fuck up a sticker, boom. Or you want to put multiple ones on.
Or even better, theme the sheets. Like, you could say, hey, you want to do an all Rogue One for your bar? Here's all Rogue One. Here's all Mandalorian if you want to do it for the Mando.
Okay, but real talk, none of these things are in the movie. Half of the people buying this don't give a shit about these stickers and are like, this is stupid. So 50% of the people who like them are like excited and want 3 or 4 pages. Most of the people buying these, like, I'm not going to put that shit on my canteen. I'm like, I'll send anyone, like, I'll send you the stickers if you want them, Punk.
I don't want them. I'm not buying this.
Yeah,
well, we definitely know.
There you go. You could have them because you're not going to buy one. So, but I
could put them on your flag.
It's yeah, you could exactly. This could go on the flag.
I mean, I'll take them. Don't get me wrong. I'll take them.
He's gonna put them on his computer.
Talking to me in 2 years when it comes out.
That's a good point. Probably not. Like, by then you will have been captured by Gargamel and made into like Smurf berries or something. So,
nah, I'm pretty.
I'll go put it. I'll just stick them on your tombstone.
Smurf berry crunch.
I'll be like, here, this chick is. I promise you, Lawrence, we miss you so much on Monday nights. Anyway.
No, I do have one shot that no one has seen yet. Of the
of
Haslab.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're gonna save it for Monday?
No, I'll show it to you guys right now.
All right, go ahead. Bring it up before we get into the next.
He's on his whole Monday show here tonight. It's going to be a rerun on Monday. So
pretty much.
Just with less people. on screen, I should say. I don't want to take away from it.
So there's this shot that no one saw.
Is this from the special edition?
This is the special edition edit from 1997.
I shot first.
I was just going to ask if you shot first.
Yeah.
Third tier.
Like
Third tier.
I was going to ask if that was the scale with you. Like, you just called it.
That is 3 3/4 scale.
He is 1/18 scale.
Life size Lawrence bar.
That's a thumbnail for Monday's show. I don't think people were able to.
The best part is that straight edge Lawrence sitting in a cantina just doesn't make any sense.
Well, he's there to pick off everybody who's not straight edge with his little orange blaster.
Oh,
don't drink the purple drink. Pop.
I thought he might be
lots of
shooting
people.
dunks.
Anyway, that was it.
See, look, Adam wants the sticker sheet.
Yeah, see? Adam and I still have to figure out. He got a Glinda for me somewhere, so we'll figure that out when Glinda shows up. I'll happily give him though my stickers.
I'm kind of losing track of the chat here a little bit. Sorry. And okay, I see you've already kind of taken care of it, Allison. Thank you.
Yeah. It looks like somebody was, but he also was saying he was like on a PlayStation or something, and it's fine on YouTube. So
yeah, okay. I was mentioning Lawrence blew his load prematurely. He did. He shot first.
I like that he spelled Lawrence's name the Canadian way.
Yeah, he spelled it wrong.
No, that's how you spell Lawrence in Canada. With the U.
So now we're going to start getting into what we have for Stretchicles here.
Actually,
Now,
well, I think doesn't the bartender and the twins, they just come with it, I thought, or are they a stretch goal?
You know what? No, you are right. Those do come with it because they list that even before they list the everything for the deluxe set.
I
So,
tend not to be one of those fans, but if they had tried to stick the Tonica sisters behind a stretch goal, I wouldn't have rioted or anything.
Right.
But
Wait a minute. I gotta address something. The legs. The leg. If you look at the thumbnail, it says Haslab across it, so you don't see the legs.
have we ever seen you in shorts, Lawrence?
I don't wear shorts.
They're called pants.
he was referring to the different Lawrence, a different Lawrence.
They're just pants for Lawrence.
Curse to any Lawrence that has their name spelled that way.
So,
Oh wow,
here-
that's the first time that Bud's fucking agreed. Like, all right, see.
Now, I don't
It's
see
you,
anybody.
Lawrence Fishburne. Spell it wrong.
Right. I'll try to think of somebody.
Here we have the bartender. You will get him. And one key thing that I noticed, now, mind you, it is good to remember that these are all digital renders. None of this is any kind of actual physical product as of yet. But Mega J and I did make a really, really kind of astute observation last night. We were talking about the fact that this bar is way too clean to be that shady Expo that it was in the original movie. However, although they neglected to add some kind of wash to the digital render of the bar, they did not miss that opportunity when it came to this guy.
He got that desert sweat going through his outfit. That thing went from white
That's
to
what he
brown.
looks like. He's cleaned the whole bar. Now he's filthy.
They even give him
Right.
chest tubes. Look at that. Look at that.
I can
This
smell
dude-
him from here.
Yeah, he's filthy.
He got
Like,
chest
he-
tubes.
He looks like he just walked right out of Watto's dump.
He
It's
And
you
You're
can
drawing
order a
right
martini
now.
from them, and it's going to be dirty no matter how you ask him to make it.
I
We don't
assume
want him
he's.
here.
I'm assuming he smells and sweats like toy collectors at a show.
Ugh.
like
That don't
Like
believe in
we
hygiene.
expected him out.
Yes.
just absolutely
hygiene.
horribly.
He looks like a Saturday afternoon at any Toy Con.
He
Right.
smells like
Or
recess.
anime convention, any convention. He's
Any
that
convention,
guy.
period. Doesn't matter what kind it is.
Didn't you bring that up when you were talking to Payne this week?
There are some rules that everybody should apply, and when going to a convention, Dre definitely covered quite a bit of that.
That's what I thought. And anytime someone brings it up, I think of you, Oz, and the whole like.
When
you
Travis
listen to
and I did
Oz's
our
rant on that, because
Our
Oz's
con
rant
show,
on that
I
is
brought
as
up
good
the
as
fact of deodorant too.
It's
That's
almost as good as the
totally-
car rant.
No. I used to go to many anime conventions back in the day. I had to go. You can see my face for this because it's like I wanted to vomit. So like, so many times I would have people room with me, or like they would go and, like I think it was Otakon in Baltimore. I remember going, and they actually had a division of the staff that was handing bags out to people that stank. And one of my friends, when he had 2 cans of Axe, and anybody smelled, he'd be like, "Yo, you smell like ass," and just sprayed the crap out of them.
Oh my god!
When I went to PAX East, this would have been, I think, 2010 when I went for this particular trip to PAX East. Anybody doesn't know PAX East, Penny Arcade Expo East. It's one of the bigger video game conventions. I'd say East Coast, but it's not a coastal city. It's a big East Coast video game convention. But Will Wheaton was giving a keynote speech, right? Now, when we showed up day one, anybody who goes to a convention, the keynote speech is how they launch the convention, right? And it had been a couple of years since I'd gone to a convention. Prior to that, I went to Otakon, which was the big anime convention. Actually, for the entire United States, Otakon was like the biggest for a long time.
And I bet you I ran into you there a bunch of times.
You may have. I used to go to that kind of regularly.
Same with me, every year.
I'd totally forgotten some of my own rules when going to Penny Arcade Expo about bringing Vicks. Vicks is something that, you can put under your nose. Everybody knows what Vicks is here. We're all old enough.
We've all seen Silence
That's what
of
you
the
put with the
Lambs,
hot
where she
dogs,
puts
right?
it under
Yeah,
her
I was
nose.
gonna say
That's
Vicks
right.
hot dog.
I'm
You
Hispanic.
put your hot
It heals
dog in
everything. Look, I'm Hispanic. It heals everything.
It does. Well, it
Right,
also
baby.
cures the smell of death. It's quite frequent that morticians and
Is
undertakers
that why
used
my
to put it.
stalker used to have
under the
Vicks
nose.
Vapor up in a machete when he was in the bushes? Okay, that makes sense.
Probably. So you put that under your nose, and it will cover up the smell of decomp very well. And if it covers up the smell of decomp, it's going to cover any BO that you may come across. So I'm walking through day one,
There are
just
some
getting into
contours that would
Unless
challenge
you've been
that.
really dead for a very long for a while.
That was one of my rules. I brought
You don't
that
want
with
to
me
smell
to
that smell.
conventions for that purpose. And I forgot. And I'm walking into Penny Arcade Expo and just traveling from Baltimore to Boston over that long drive that is. It's like 9-10 hours. We're getting in. We're getting our tickets. We're registering. We're going up there. That's right, folks. This is your hygiene stream.
This episode of
right
Oz's
here.
Hangout is brought to you by Axe and Vicks.
Axe, Vicks, and everything else that'll keep you clean and smelling good.
So I guess we got to stock up on that, Larry.
Get some Vicks.
Right.
Bring it with you to
Listen,
the con.
spray it. Dude, I have no filter. I would tell people, you smell like ass. Go take a shower.
I'll just walk away. I will, dude, Tony. I will. If we're in the middle of a conversation with someone I don't like or smell, I will fucking walk away. And if you don't want to because you don't want to be rude, that's on you.
Oh, you're so nice.
well,
See, you would
I've
walk away.
smelled
I would
death
say you
before.
smell like ass. You walk
I've
away.
smelled
Like,
dead
the
people
smell,
before,
send
so
them
it takes
away.
a lot for me, though.
Dude, Dre talking about spraying Axe on people, just walking up to them. Have you guys seen that video where the guy's
Oh, how you doing?
at the concert and everybody who has their arms up, he has a sticky deodorant. And he's showing up and going behind them, hitting their armpits, and it's around like, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
quickly, can you bring up Speaking Moistly's comment? I don't even know where it came from.
This
You got
one?
time to bleed?
Yes, I went back and I'm reading and I'm like, were you
I
referring
think
to
he's
something, or
behind.
Did you just decide to
I'm
I
thinking
think-
he is too, because he's
I
going
think
over
Speaking
the.
Moistly's behind.
Yeah, he's behind in the stream. He needs to refresh.
Yeah, he does. I
We
do
never
agree with
brought
you,
him
though.
We didn't even bring the guy up. So I'm just like,
Right.
I'm going.
Yeah, I don't know. And like I said, he's talking about classified, so I think he's a little bit further back when we were talking more about the classified stuff.
I just saw that and I'm
The
like,
droop on the rifles.
I did too, but I didn't say nothing.
All right, so definitely try to catch up.
He must be back when we were talking about the low light rifle and everything. Holy
Yeah.
shit, dude, that's like an hour ago.
Allison, comment. Your
Appreciate
comment.
you. Put it in the chat where he can see it, because we got to wait another 25 minutes before he realizes he's already.
This one, yeah.
She's like future Dwight contacting himself in the office.
I love it. So, in any case, we're walking into this convention, and I can already. It's bad. Like I'm to the point where I'm like, oh man, I forgot my Vicks, and like everywhere around, like you cannot escape it. It's a cloud hanging over the convention, and I'm like, oh man, after this, I was like, I'm not going to be able to enjoy the exhibition today. I got to get back to the hotel room, and I've got to find some convenience store where I can buy Vicks on site now because this is bad. So Will Wheaton's given the keynote speech, and he ends it with his tips for convention because he's been doing conventions since
That's all he did.
I was 4. So he told everybody, like straight up, he goes, shower daily. Like his number 1 rule, shower daily.
You stink.
Clean yourself up. Wear deodorant. I know you've probably traveled far to get here, but for everybody's sake, shower daily. And you know what? We left. Well, I went back to the hotel room, started unpacking everything. I myself wanted to clean up. So me and the guys that I'm in the hotel room with, you know, like we rotate out, you know, using the shower, not all at once.
Group
folks.
shower.
You didn't say water?
Group shower, powder soap.
Right. And
Save that water.
gotta tell you, thank you, Will Wheaton, because when we finally got back to the showroom floor, everything smelled so much better. You smelled Axe, you smelled Irish Spring. It was a beautiful thing. Like just walking through, man, everything smelled great.
Dude, Irish Spring is the best.
Yeah, Irish Spring's got one of the best scents of soaps.
So Oz, since you into Otakon a lot, you and I can relate to when we would see those guys that not only smelled bad, or the girls that smelled bad. It was the one that smelled bad and would want to give you free hugs and would galomp you when that was a thing. Yes, kids, galomping was a thing where you would run up to random strangers and hug them tightly. And this was before we would say like stranger danger, you know. I remember some guy, like, his arms are just outstretched. You see the rings of sweat because Baltimore gives you, part of my French, ball stick to your thigh weather. You know, you can fry an egg on the sidewalk. But who wants to fucking hug you? You stink like a bag full of dead assholes and fish. Well, thanks.
Right? Well, Kayla, we appreciate you stalking and joining in with us here. Thank you.
If Kayla does want to pop on, I can hop off of it.
Come on,
Absolutely.
Kayla, please.
Kayla, it's been forever since you've been on. So if
I
you
will
are
actually hop
available, come on and join us, please.
You're out of here, buddy.
Ninja Veg.
Later,
But
bud.
I'll still be in chat, of course.
But
okay.
Oh fuck.
100%. One of the most amazing moments was everybody listened to Will Wheaton. Everybody like showered. The whole con cleaned up. So yes, guys, advice going into Joe Fest: bring Vicks, and hopefully somebody will be cool enough to remind everybody to take a damn shower.
Yeah, or just take showers.
Yeah, I mean,
You know
There's
what?
that
Or
too.
baby
Again,
wipes.
please.
Just get baby wipes or something. If you don't want to shower because I don't know, you're weird like that, just get some baby wipes and go like this: 1, 2,
Something.
3. Just get the spots.
Look, if you think baby wipes aren't quite manly enough for you, and we know there's going to be a lot of testosterone at Joe Fest, they've got dude wipes. You don't have to feel that way. If you're that insecure about your masculinity, it's okay. Dude wipes.
You served in the desert just like I did. And I tell you, I've smelled worse at a con than I did after a month of being out in the desert where guys didn't have access to a
great,
shower.
man. Shit.
Vomit.
And it's going to be humid as hell.
Oh,
At Joe
Yes,
Fest.
we know,
Georgia
Tony.
is-
You're already
there's no such
bitching
thing
about
as not humid in Georgia.
Yeah, but it's going to stink, fool. And if they stink, I'm going to put them right next to you, punk.
Again,
I'll
just
be fucking
save yourselves a bit. You know,
you already know that I'll tell someone, so.
Yeah.
Excuse me, you
Oh,
smell
I
like
don't fuck
asshole.
around either.
Lawrence is just going to break out that GIF. Did you wash your ass today?
When I was a manager at Blockbuster, I had to fire someone because they smelled bad, and after 3 warnings, they didn't correct the issue. And he was like, well, what do I smell like? I'm like, have you ever left a potato in the back of your pantry and it's like sat there for a month and then you touch it and the gas comes out? And he's like, yep. I'm like, that. But 17 times worse than what you just pictured. And sadly, I had to write him up 2 more times for, and I was like, do you have a medical condition? He's like, nope. I'm like, what kind of soap are you using? He was like, just like, he was using like ivory soap. I'm just like, you go to the doctor now that you have unemployment.
Take it out of the package.
You smell what rotten milk smells like? Yeah. I would rather smell that than you.
Yeah, he was sweet. Like, he was a great guy, great customer service that the customers could stand close enough to him. Like, we had somebody, like, I would call, and that was why I did the first write-up, because they literally called, I can't come to your store, he smells too bad. I'm like, well, he doesn't work every day. So.
Bud's got some more great advice here. The bigger guys like myself, everybody else, lift them folds, clean under them, right?
Just lift your stomach up, bro. You got a stomach, just lift it up.
We got it, right? I got man titties. I got to lift them up and wash under them. It's okay, guys. It's cool. Admit,
You
hey,
can put
women with large chests, you got to lift your boobs up to get the fan. Hey, man,
you can put deodorant under
know
your
what?
boobs, trust me.
Wait, you know what? I don't want to hear ever when I fucking host this that we're talking about wood bunny and shit, because now we're talking about man boobs. We never talk about that when I'm hosting.
They're reality, Lawrence. They're reality. We
talk about
Lawrence. Why are you so angry?
On wood bunny, but they're
damn it, Larry.
Nice.
We're not talking about. I mean, like, if you want to talk about what kind of deodorant Wood Bunny uses under her boobs, let's do it. But I mean,
let's go ahead.
Let's talk about Wood Bunny.
We're not sexualizing man.
You know what? I ain't gonna lie. I don't care what Wood Bunny fucking smells like. All right.
Oh.
If she smelled like that con, you might.
The chat has gone off the
rails. Like sawdust.
Jeff, it's all off the rails now. We're all off the rails.
All right, let's
shut up. Wait, we were talking.
Oh, now we're back to this guy.
We're back to this guy who has to clean his under titty.
Okay, the figure ruined it because he looks like a bag. Like he looks like he's just.
Piper's down to talk about Wood Bunny's boobs.
Yeah, like.
Hey, that's what we got out of this picture. Comic Cons and Joe Fest gonna stink.
Well, one thing that I'm gonna want to notate as we go through this is the accessories these figures come with, right? So first off, never anywhere did I ever see this guy with a gun, but they gave him a huge rifle. But it makes sense because we know he's slaying all of these droids as they come through and mounting their heads behind his bar.
It's like the Old West with the bartender kept the shotgun underneath the bar. That's what this is.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And the expanded universe, he had one.
Well, and if you did not get enough cups with your cantina, you get a cup.
Oprah, you get a cup. You get a cup.
You know what would have been really cool with the bartender is if they would have designed it where there's a place to hold the shotgun or there's their shotgun underneath it and he can kind of turn it. So like if someone wasn't paying or threatening them, like that would have been like one of those cool little details that you saw in like old style bars and stuff.
You know, they'll find somebody who'll make a 3D print and mod that thing, and they'll add that addition in there. Which is, I like that idea, though. I agree with you.
It's just, I mean, it's something cool that no one's ever gonna see, so no one can go, "That wasn't in Star Wars." And like, all right, well, I get it. You just hide it behind the bar.
I agree. Just like having a shotty under the bar, you got to protect yourself, right? Like we get it. We totally get it.
They even give him an extra hand, which is really good too. I like that.
Yeah, they did give him the extra hand so he can actually hold the rifle. It's cool. He's got a pointing hand and a gripping hand.
Does he have an odor? Yes.
But
he's scratch and sniff smell.
Isn't he stuck with the pointing hand?
He's got that packaged in. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right, because that's the same side.
You'd think that would be the one that he would have swapped.
I really did think it was, but now that you mention it, I'm realizing, nope, they gave him. Okay, I guess one's a bigger grip hand for the cup, and the other one's the big, smaller grip hand for the rifle, and that makes sense.
And also have him like sticking his finger in your drink just to gross people out.
He's got the pointing hand.
Oh, you know he's doing that.
We don't want them here.
So when he shoots first, he can point at you.
He does it as he swipes the sweat from his man boob and then dips it in your drink.
And his chest pubes as it drips off of there into your drink.
Right. It's like finding one of my beard hairs in there. Nobody wants that in their drink.
You think he does stink palm when people?
Oh, he does. You know he does. So,
oh man,
this is an offering.
Don't eat the pretzels.
Hey, have you tried some of our complimentary pretzels?
Right?
So
if you
good.
have these,
Tastes like
gotta eat them all. Just really shove them in
I
your
remember
mouth.
correctly, you really like the chocolate.
Comes with our homemade cheese.
From under.
You gotta love that from under cheese.
I got that on Endor.
Nobody's gonna do it.
Oh,
All right, so finally, we are finally getting the Tonica sisters. This, I think, honestly, is just an amazing portion. Like, we're finally getting toys of these characters.
There's some babes.
And anybody who wants to complain about price of this set, have you ever looked at the price of the customs that people pay for these figures in their
I
collection?
spent like $30 to get them in 5 POA from Trash Pactor on Etsy.
It's
like, yeah, no, like the price alone.
Right.
Yeah, no.
This is actually a huge draw for me to be tempted to get this set because I never thought we would get both of these figures.
no,
I mean, the actress brought the original likeness rights lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
Against,
Well, and
Yep.
here's the deal. Even when her husband did. So let's break that down really quick because like people
Please,
didn't
Alice.
understand. So what happened was not both because they're two obviously, but you can't do one without the other. That's true, and you can't just do both of them because they're different. But one of the actresses, I forgot which one, her husband was like, "Oh look, they're making it was a little Action Fleet one." He was like, "Oh look, you should be getting money for this." So they tried to like get Lucasfilm to give them. It was more her husband than her. So Lucasfilm was just like, no figures of either character ever.
Wow.
And that continued through Disney, and it's only after recently that actress gave rights. But Lucas was so butthurt. The rumor is that Lucas said, regardless, never ever these figures. So one, just like Disney all you want, we're probably getting these because of Disney okayed it because
Yes.
Disney doesn't have a grudge against them like Lucas did. So,
And, again, no matter what, Disney likes money. And
exactly.
Hand over
they
fist.
have looked at 4 decades of people basically saying they wanted figures of these. Like, they've made just about every figure, extended universe, every extra in every scene. We've even got the ice cream maker at Bespin. Like, we've gotten a figure of that dude in multiple runs, across the years, but we've never had these figures.
My thought when this got delayed was that it was because of the Tonica sisters and them trying, because Hasbro has made it clear without saying it that they would love to give us these figures. And as soon as they said on May the 4th thing, when they were like, "Oh, we can't show the Haslab yet," and then it leaked that it was a Cantina, I was like, they're trying to get the Tonica sisters, and they're going back and forth with Lucasfilm. That was my first. I mean, it's a rumor that I'm making right now, but like that's my educated guess. As soon as they said that, I'm like, we're gonna get the Tonica sisters. There's extra wrestling with Lucasfilm.
Am I the only one that notices Senny doesn't have a cup hand?
Doesn't have what?
She doesn't have a cup hand, it looks like. Because Bria does. If you look back at the Bria, and I know you said digital renders, but if you look at Bria's picture, you can see her cup hand is already mounted on the figure. But here, it looks like you have 3 gun hands.
Let me go back to the original image and bring it up. Hold on. I got to scroll through.
But am I the only one that likes the story more of George Lucas being like, fuck you, I've decided I just don't like you, I'm not going to do the figure? Well, I really need the money, George. Fuck you, I don't care.
I like the story, I just want the figures. Like, I feel
they
bad
both
for
come out
her
the
that like she didn't get that money, but bitch, whatever. Give me my toys. Okay.
She's got a cup hand at least. Yeah.
But I wonder if the
come
cup has.
Do they
Does the
both
mug
come with
have
the
a
cup?
handle? Could be like a frosty
Well,
mug.
one sister tokes on the bong, one sister drinks from a cup. It's easy.
There you go.
So it's just
Here it
two
is.
girls, one cup.
But that looks really small.
I was about to
If
say
you
that.
look at
I was
the
about
cup,
to say
if you look at the cup, like the cup is actually large, and then the hand is small, and the other sister's hand is actually given like the size to hold the cup, and same with the bartender. So I'm just curious if that was like some sort of miss issue that it's from a digital render or something like that. But
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. She ain't holding the cup that she comes with.
The cup is the size of her head.
Yo.
Yeah, let me go ahead and open this image in a new tab.
Expanded
we'll-
Universe lore is that they were available for the right price, which was one of the rumors as to why we weren't getting them, was because they're intergalactic sex workers. But
Right.
it was Lucas. Lucas, yeah.
You know.
All right, here we are. Yeah, there's no way that little hand is holding that big cup.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
not
Like,
gonna happen.
yeah. But then you can
However-
argue why did we get a Mara Jade too? Like, because Mara Jade is Luke Skywalker's wife in the expanded universe, but she's also a freaking assassin. You know,
The
it's-
Emperor's
the
hand.
twins are
That's
the
how she
reason
met
that-
Luke. She was gonna kill
exactly.
him.
She was gonna kill him. So it's like I don't understand. Like, so I mean, I get why Disney would say if you would presume that they're sex workers. I mean, we're not saying that they aren't or they are, but who cares? It's like they're cool characters. I mean, they look cool. They're very well done. I don't
Yeah,
collect.
but there's some like some Tipper Gore type of mom who's like, oh my god, I bought my kid these toys and they're hookers. And
Maybe
it's like,
those
and
hands are
so
the
are
reason
you,
that
Jan,
Solo
back-
shot first.
So are you, Jan, back in college. Chill the hell out.
Hey, Allison, you're awesome. I applaud you.
So, yeah, either way, though, it is exciting to finally get these two figures because they've been sorely missed. And I love it. I just love the fact that we're finally getting them.
These characters were my first two Power of the Force 2 customs. I used the original Power of the Force 2 Leia and glued, the embroidery threads. I braided it and glued it to it did not look good. But I'm just saying, like, I literally bought extra. And this was before when Power of the Force 2 Leias were still rare and hard to find. So I'm excited. Like,
that's cool.
I was in on this. Well, I have to make it happen financially because that's a chunk of money. But like, yeah.
I have a tip jar, folks. Ed, drop the link for me. I'm saving up for this. I want to make it happen.
I'm not gonna lie. I would, if I was a bigger. I would say I'm a pretty big, pretty decent sized fan for Star Wars. I just think that when they do these Haslabs, it really comes down to like the Ghost and this. It's space. Like, it's you're forsaking something else to go in its space. So I'm like,
I'm gonna make space. I'm gonna make space.
I agree with you. Like, as fans, like I love hearing you guys talk about it because you could hear that joy and the enjoyment. So I look forward to seeing you guys unbox this.
Oh, shut up, Dre. This set sucks. Now you got both sides. Now you got both sides of the fandom.
Listen.
That's
Exactly,
okay.
Exactly.
I was going to say we're going to hear plenty of this sentiment in a bit because as we get through the rest of these figures and the stretch goals, then we're going to start hearing. We're going to bring up and we're going to address complaints.
Wait. I'll complain really quick once we're ready for Greedo because this is my one bitchy complaint about this whole set. So I'm not all sunshine and roses.
That Greedo doesn't have an alternate head that is the actress that played him.
Know that it's Greedo. Like, we've got fucking Greedo.
We've had
We've
Greedo.
3,000 Greedos. There are 17 other Rhodians that are wandering around that cantina that aren't Greedo that have different fucking vests and different fucking jumpsuits.
Yeah.
Give me a fucking
This
side
is
character
new
Rhodian.
Greedo,
But
and
why not
Lawrence
do-
is going to shoot him.
Yeah, why not do a Guido with like a laser
Guido?
blast on it?
Hey, paisa. I didn't shoot
Hey,
first.
hey, paisano.
So it's a new sculpt. They tell us it's a new sculpt for placement in the cantina. Well,
what placement? We gave him better.
My thing about this is if it's new sculpt for placement in the cantina, everybody else has been given a cup hand. Do we notice what's missing from Greedo's package?
And if he's going to be for cantina placement, why doesn't he come with a bullet hole?
Exactly.
It can be slouched over. Slouched over Greedo.
Blood stained, can I get some blood? I have to put paint and be like,
He comes with the cup, but they definitely did not give him a hand to hold it.
No, it's not. Listen. Guido's not racial. We're just saying that's his cousin. That's his cousin on Endor. He visited on Endor. He's like, hey, forget about it. He hangs out with the Ewoks.
Oh. This just in from Matthew.
Look at my comment.
You broke Tony.
Look at my comment.
Wait, I broke you, Tony? That's awesome. First.
Yeah, look at my comment real quick. Look at my comment.
Guido, where's his? Then you have to have his cousin. You have to have another cousin with him. His vest. Wait, he has to have the vest. You got to make sure they don't have guns because he didn't shoot first.
Gym Tan Laundry Roadie.
I just remembered the time I sent my friend a Greedo and a Speedo. I will send it all to y'all later. I'll just share it on social media. It's Greedo.
You don't have to share it. You don't have to share it on social media. We'll share it right here on the stream. I don't care.
Wait, what lips? What lips does he have? Look at that face. That's a face only a Rhodian mother can love.
I'm not positive that
for green antenna thingy. He's probably a supermodel back on Rhodia. I think that's his home planet.
Well, if my eyes were closed, I'd give his mouth a whirl.
I mean, I played the Star Wars D20 game, so yeah, they do. I think they have. I forgot the name of their planet, but it's not like Kashyyyk. How do you go from Wookiee to Kashyyyk? And the language shitty Wook.
One thing that I will say about this, at least he is the first unlock. Because if they'd put him as the last, we were never clearing that. People would just stop.
You mean like the Rancor?
I would have been I'm good at
Rancor
this
just
level.
never started racing, basically.
I wait till the last minute. We don't really need this guy, thanks.
Greedo had a killer voice though. His voice was dope.
Yeah, the voice effects and stuff. That
yeah, going to Chile.
But again. Look at them fingers, though, right? Look at them fingers on that hand, folks. Woo-hoo-hoo.
What fingers, dude? Put the bullet hole. I want a bullet hole in his chest. That's what they got to make me.
That would have been neat. That would have been neat. It's on the sticker sheet. Yes, that is.
Wait, grew up by the Finger Lake.
Could you give me blast effects behind his wall where he got shot?
Right,
cooler.
Let's get some other, sticker sheet too, folks. We
want
blasters.
Customizers out there. Make that. Star Wars fans will flock to you.
See, Kayla knows what I'm talking about, right? Look at them fingers, right? Look at them fingers.
They don't do nothing because he didn't shoot first.
Right?
But that didn't mean he didn't finger bang first. Come on.
That's true. Hey, I'm going to pull a Ricky Bobby. If you ain't first, you're last.
Or he shot first and then he had to use his fingers.
Yeah.
In the hole in his chest?
He's got to plug the hole in the chest. Yeah, all the way through.
No, he got shot and then boom, face plant.
Is there an explanation older version with table damage?
That would be cool. Someone's is gonna make that. We're gonna see all the customizers be like, you know what? They're gonna watch that scene and be like, hey, let's make this. And they're gonna take key scenes from Star Wars episodes all across the thing and do that. I think that'd be awesome.
Put a laser blast right in his chest.
I agree.
The table, so
I think this is a weak offering overall as a stretch goal, but it's cool. I'm glad he still got that huge head. Look at that head. All right.
Hey, listen. He's got big brains.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what made him such a good bounty hunter.
Right. The digit puncher variant. They need to make two. Make another variant. The hole in his chest.
Hey, Jabba hired him.
That says a lot about Jabba. Got choked out by a woman in a by a woman in a bikini.
The woman.
but here's the deal. Yeah, but
19 years
no,
old.
not a one. It was Princess Leia, sir. Put some respect on her name.
I put respect on Leia's
Yeah,
name.
yeah,
Like I'm saying,
some
she
woman.
choked him out.
That was an intergalactic senator and princess, and she probably would have choked you out too, and not in a way you would like, sir.
And a badass general. Let's not leave that title off
No,
of there.
She can
floated
fly through space. I mean, come on.
Exactly. She floated through space. She wins.
Okay, just making
She
sure.
liked
The
older
way you
men.
said that.
No. I respect her. I'm saying.
It was
I'm
like
saying. I respect.
Like he got choked out by a woman. Like he was a big
Oh
slut.
no. Understand.
Okay.
I come from. Wait. I'm gonna clarify. I come from a family of 26 female cousins, and I have 2 daughters I raised with my wife. Believe you
Just
me,
double
I'm
check
all
it.
about it. I'm all about it. Man. Even get
All right.
sure.
But Matthew's got it right here. Senators kill people all the time.
No, they don't. They get other people to do it. It's hush
Right.
money.
That's right. They allegedly.
Well, nobody
Come on,
knows
let's watch
this.
the Clone
Leia
Wars.
was actually related to Hillary Clinton, and Jabba got suicided.
He fell off his throne.
He fell off his throne, choked himself
Ed,
with. It was
Ed.
a
Princess
BDSM.
Leia was elected
Excellent.
to office, so I'm just gonna say, like, your math does not line up there.
I failed math class in school, so
All right. So on to our next stretch goal here.
I'm like Guido.
Nabron leads.
that is a cool figure to have that many arms.
He's cool.
You know, like I think the last time we saw this character was Power of the Force, and it was like the 3-pack of Cantina Denzians.
Was he on
It's-
roids too?
Definitely on roids.
No,
Right.
no, he's got the Austin Power boots. You
Don't
gotta
get
love
4
those.
cup hands.
No, like because
He does. He has one.
Well, I was gonna say because there are 4 hands, you get no extra hands with this one. They just included it on one of the arms because
No.
they've only got
No
2
quad
blasters.
fisting on this one, huh?
Okay,
Quad
so they
fisting the
did
drinks.
release him in the Saga collection, but it looks like it was mostly a repaint of the Power of the Force 2.
Yeah.
What's
and
that little-
yeah, so it looks like it was a little bit new, and then mostly the old Power of the Force. So
There we go.
it was number
Is it a little
72,
weird that
Saga
he-
collection wave
Yeah,
10.
what's that?
That he
What's
has
that
a
little
drink
alien
with a
squid right
gas
behind
mask.
him?
Maybe
That
put the hose in it.
Well, see, like that was the thing. Like as I got older, I figured maybe the gas mask, like because you got the hookah there, right? Like maybe the gas mask was hooked up to the hookah.
Damn,
Like that's
he
what I
was
thought when I got
middle-aged.
older, because there is definitely no reason for somebody who, I mean, I see no adapter to this mask where they could take a drink. I don't see a straw anywhere.
He should have. He
Looks
should have
like
at
it goes
least 2
down in
more.
his
He should have at least 2 more
waistband.
blasters.
He's straight
Hey,
edge. He doesn't
permanent
drink.
attachment to his
If you had read the Cantina collection, number 7. No, just kidding. You're making that up.
I ain't fucking with this guy. He needs 2 more blasters for 2 more hands.
Right.
No, I
That's
think
not what
like
those
you
hands are
Double
for.
fisting drinks and got 2 blasters.
no. I see the hookah, the
Oh, just 2 of them?
Atomic sisters aren't the only people making money on the side with their hands, sir.
Hey,
So, hey, look, I'll put it out there right now. Can handle 4 clients at a time. All right,
4
money maker.
You can handle 4 mushroom
Money
fists at a time.
maker.
4 times the income.
the cantina becomes a glory hole.
So, look, it even says it in the description. Includes 2 blasters, cup, interchangeable hose. Oh, wait,
okay.
that's hose. Like,
Interchangeable hose.
Joe the face.
interchangeable hose.
Did they use my ex's dad as like
He's got
one of
hose.
the models for sculpting that figure?
Your ex's dad, his wife, his cousin, and
Well, you said extra hose.
Oh, yeah, I
just
already
makes me
said
think
wife.
of his dad.
Oh, he's a smuggler too.
Oh man, the jokes.
basically
He's a
a sexual icon. Yes,
He's a
especially
smuggler.
in that.
What does he smuggle?
Got them hoes in different area codes. All right. That's offensive to the Tonicas.
That's not like, you know. Hey,
Look,
people pay for different stuff all the time, even in this world. There's some dude
So-
who offered me one time to like send him pictures of my feet. It wasn't enough money for it to happen though. So
Ugh, that's for him to breathe methane.
I don't
Pretty
care
gross.
what it was he wanted the picture. Oh, you mean the toy? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Clint, how many clubhouses have you witnessed, and when do we ever stay on task? We never do. That's what makes the clubhouse so much fun, because
We don't need
just
retro blasting for anything.
We
Right?
don't need Frenz. Sorry.
we don't need any part of that side of Toy Tube.
Yeah, like
Honestly,
Right.
we're good on our own over here. But yes, so we've
I
got
want a pompous asshole opinion from someone. I'll go fucking seek it out. All right.
we know where they're at.
well, I mean, he's probably right now crying about the cantina himself. So like,
He
I'll
does
go watch
not.
it later.
No, he does not. He does not believe in backing Haslabs. No $1 billion.
Oh yeah, so
companies.
he's
do
got a video
crowdfunding.
probably where he's crying about.
I don't
it.
care how many
That would
cups
be
they give us.
Weirdo.
What do you mean?
look,
You're gonna
the
look
funny
like in
part
20
about
years, 3-star. You already do.
No, I was going to say the funny part
Wow.
about that is 3-star is that he's actually your current age. So if you're going to look like that in 20 years, brother, you got him beat. All right. Now, this is your 14,000 backer stretch goal, folks. Can we get 14,000 for the four-handed interchangeable hose figure?
Smuggler.
Oh my God, it's a wolf.
Bugger. They finally gave us the really cheap werewolf costume that was used in the movie. This is different from Lax Sivrak. This was another wolf character that was in this
Oh.
scene.
And here's the
I
deal:
remember Sid Rack.
Lucas hated this character so much he removed him from the special edition.
Yep.
with a-
Really?
an even more lame character. So not
that's
only
good
are we
take.
getting the Tonica sisters in this Haslab, we're getting another character George Lucas never wanted them to make as a toy. So I'm not saying that Disney and is trolling George Lucas, but I'm not going to say they're not, because 3 characters in this Haslab are characters he never wanted made as toys. So
Yep. And again,
Well, the good thing is that they're making figures that go to the cantina that you're not going to get, right? I mean,
Right.
Greedo, of course, we got plenty of Greedos, but the rest of
I
them,
got 7.
yeah, even Werher isn't that big of a. He hasn't been made that many times.
no, not often. I think
Not since
twice.
Power of the Force too.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah, he's only been around the line, and it was a 3-pack that you needed to get him too. It wasn't like he was a single carded figure. Because again, there were some people that feel, who's going to buy the bartender? I don't know. I mean, clearly he keeps the bar cleaner than himself, so maybe somebody would have bought him as a maid.
To be fair, we bought everyone in Power of the Force 2 for like the first 4 years of it, and they could have literally released like George, the bartender, and we bought him. So like, never mind. We bought everyone. We wanted them all.
He got his blue drink.
He does. He's got the blue drink. He got the Windex.
They got blue drink.
Graph is here saying that attachment goes to his head, not his crotch. Thanos with the appropriate response. It will get put where he wants.
well, Thanos has enough of the bag of dicks that he could put a hose anywhere he wants, or 2 places at once.
My God.
Ew.
So
One
again,
on each tentacle.
yeah, right.
Thanos, a few back days, you could do an entire series, Cantina After Dark.
There we go.
You know what? I think the set is awesome. It's just not a scale that I would get any use out of.
Right,
Right.
because you do the 1/12 scale. So
This is
You
all TVC, right? TVC.
yeah, all of this is TVC.
I didn't
So,
know
kinda like-
it was called Chalman's Cantina, and
Oh.
Chalman was a Wookiee that owned it. That's crazy.
That's what's up.
Yeah, it's cool.
So again, it's really here a big part of this offering, and now we're going to get into, as we showed off before, there are 2 versions of it. You got a base set and you got a deluxe set. base set is $399.99. Deluxe set is $499.99. So $500 for the deluxe set, where you're going to get both sides. You're going to get all of this, and more. You're going to get that extra pieces. They are giving you a lot, and yes, the majority of it is cups. Like, we're not going to deny that. These are all digital renders. I did find out now. Last night we were saying that these chairs in this scene, some of them are short, some of them are tall. Originally last night, like while we were looking at the pictures, we kind of thought maybe they telescoped, but no, it does specifically say on the page that there are a certain number of tall chairs for the bar and then shorter chairs for the tables. As well as you get the bench seats. Like, you definitely get all the bench seats and stuff for the alcoves. The fact that you could take the tops off the alcoves so that you can play out in there, because originally when I saw this, I was like, the biggest drawback is you can't really do much with the alcoves because they got the canopies on it. And then I found out later you could remove the canopies, so that was a good thing.
So here's the problem with this that I have.
Yep.
If you get the deluxe set, right, and you got both sides on there, it's going to make a great display. But doing photography, even with the single side, is still going to be a bitch. Because ain't no way you getting a camera in there to get a picture of the alcove decently.
Well, again, and these are digital renders, so I can't say for 100%.
I'm sure it has to be taken apart to do that, but still, I mean, that's one of those things, right? Like, if you were to set the whole thing up and want to like do a walkthrough filming, and you're not going to be able to do that easily.
No, it would be kind of difficult. At least with the modularity of it, it can make that easier. It can ease that burden because you can move stuff around.
Yeah, for sure.
But like you can see here from some of the pictures, and again, these are not actual photographer pictures because it's all digital renders, which means, somebody made these look that way. They do seem to have some interesting ideas for shots. And let me see. Where did I find some of those? Because I know not all of them. This was one that I really liked. Let's open this up in a new tab here so we can really see it. Did I not hit the right thing? Maybe I didn't. Here it is. I like this. I think this is a really cool shot, and you could definitely do that so you can see kind of both sides. Like, I think this would be an interesting shot, especially with the right lighting on it.
That's what I was thinking.
What are you saying are digital renders?
Right down here where it says, final results may vary. This is not final product.
Yeah.
Right there.
But
Paint model shown. Okay.
This isn't digital render because they specifically talked about how the
I think it may have been one of the figures before or something like that.
Okay,
was it? Because I do know one of them said
how the tables have a clear plastic piece, and if you put a light underneath it, and they talked about the photography and how you'd see it. Now, it'd be nice if they would have made it for that price, where you actually had a digital, like. I understand that it costs a lot more to have a floor, but maybe have a floor where all the seats are, and then you can put a table over it since it's dark, and have it illuminate.
So here's another thing that just popped into my head. With the way the tables have that little clear votive, I mean, if you really get creative, you could probably, if that table is collapsible, like, or it comes apart where you have to put it together, you probably could get those little 99-cent store tea lights that are electronic that have a little switch in them, and like cap that in there so you can actually put them around and get some. I mean, it would be mediocre lighting, but I'm thinking people are going to come up with some sort of string light set that they'll put through there, or some kind of craziness of getting LED lights in there. Because look at that bar, how well lit that bar looks.
Yeah.
Definitely. And that's another thing that a lot of people were saying is, they would have liked it to have electronic lights and sounds. I think at least for sure, like the droid scanners, like it would have been nice if those maybe had like a little switch on the side that you could do a little light and sound with.
Priced up even more though, like, and
it would
already pretty pricey.
It's definitely.
I mean, you're paying for a Haslab though. At that point, you know what though? It's like, I hate to say it, if you're paying $400 for like just the base, and then you're paying another, or you're paying 500. I mean, some people are ordering like multiple sets of these, you know, and to do different things. I mean, you can, I think you could foot the bill at that point and say, hey, we're crowdfunding this. Let's throw a couple of, you know, electronics in here that'll be able to, you know, show some things. Because no offense, how many people, if they're buying this, they're not buying them, and maybe they do have the money for an expensive lighting setup. I mean, I'm no photographer, but you know,
Hasbro is going to avoid doing electronics on a lot of things because people always complain about having to pay extra for electronics.
Yep.
There's also more can go wrong too.
Yes.
You know, and here's the other thing that no one has brought up, and they got to think about. For this price that you're looking at, you got to understand Lucasfilm is going, no. We sold the other thing for $500. You can sell this for $500.
Yeah, but before we even get to, I mean, like, yeah, that's part of it, but like, I've done some research, and the three most comparable toys to this from the heyday of toys, when everyone's like, I wish toys were still the same price. In 1979, they released the Barbie Dreamhouse for $97.99, right? Today's money, that's $411.99. To be fair, that is the fully furnished version of the Dreamhouse, but it did not include any of the dolls, the car, or any of the extra stuff. The next two closest, I didn't send pictures to Oz for this because I figured Lawrence will know what this stuff looks like. Hasbro USS Flag 1985 money, $139.99. In 2023, that's $407.93. Terradrome 1985, $79.99. This is manufacturer suggested retail. This doesn't count. Some stores may have had it lower or a little higher, but this is a suggested retail from Hasbro. 2023 money, that's $233.09. Terradrome came with comparable things to what the Cantina has, but it was Hasbro owned, so there was no royalty as there would be with the Star Wars thing. And it didn't come with the 3 figures. And just for comparison, Kenner only had 5 POA figures in 1978 to 80. $1.99 was manufacturer suggested retail, which translates to $9.30. However, 5 points. The vintage collection is closer to Mego 8-inch figures. Articulation-wise, they're a little shorter, obviously. Those were $3.99 from 1978 to 1980, which was the end of the Mego 8 inches. In today's money, that's $18.65. So if you factor sort of comparable toys from the 70s when we're all like, oh, why aren't toys the same price as they were? They actually kind of are. The price of this, it's just there's no store that's going to stock this because of our mentality. Like if this was in the Cantina was in a store, it would have to be like $400. And that's not counting like, or that's without figures. With figures, it would be closer to $500. So the price seems really high, but when you actually look at inflation between the heyday, the golden age of vintage toys, and now, it actually cost, in today's money, the same price as it did back then. So.
And also, she also brings up a very, I love the way you did that because I love that. I'm that kind of researcher too. But yet also taking the fact that stores won't carry things like that because of the high factor for, you know, theft.
Well, and back in the 80s, the only way you could get most of this year-round was through a catalog, Sears, JCPenney's, etc. Stores only stock stuff like this at Christmas time. So, I mean, it's just, you know, everyone, there are people on the internet who are like, retail has completely changed. To a degree, yes, but as far as big play sets like this, if you saw a big play set in the middle of the summer, it was probably because they'd been sitting on the shelf since Christmas time. Because that was back in the day when people would make a giant purchase of a toy like that, was a birthday or Christmas, or I mean, like I got all my big play. I mean, we got them all, like except the flag, but the flag had been marked down to $80 because the store was going out of business. And my mom was like, "Well, let's get that because we're rich right now." That lasted 3 years, but we had a flag, so when we didn't have to even get 8 shitty shipwrecks with it. So there you go.
Well, here's the deal, right? Everybody was like, "Oh, that when they released the Ghost last year, everybody's like, oh, that's never going to fund because it's blah blah blah," and it funded fucking easily. So this is going to fund. We all know it will.
Yeah, it's Star Wars. It's vintage collection. It's got characters that have never once been in the line, as well as a lot of characters that have never been part of the vintage collection. This has got a lot of things going for it. And one thing that I will definitely bring up, and it holds very true, they've said on several occasions, when you're buying this Haslab, it is the tooling not only for the base model product of whatever you get, it's the tooling all the way up the chain. Every single unlock, all the way up. You're paying for that tooling. So if you don't reach all the unlocks, that sucks because it's actually just less value for you.
And
Well, that goes to what Lawrence is always saying about why are you waiting to back it to see if this unlocks? Back it now. If you don't like it because you didn't get what you're backing, then drop out later.
I backed it. I just might have to cancel it if I can't make the money happen. But I'm in. Like I want it.
But
I want
I mean, Allison and anyone else listen to me. I mean, you guys know I'm not the one that says, "Oh, these things should still be $4 like they used to be." But what I'm saying is that like Lucasfilm, Lucas is part of this, and they're saying our last one, it hit it was 500 or 550, whatever it was. This one should be around the same. Now they ignore looking at we couldn't get the Rancor and we couldn't get the fucking lightsaber, but that's what happens when you have lightsaber didn't even come close.
They would have made it spin. It would have had a chance.
I mean,
you can get it at Disney Park.
This is a little bit more than I mean, it's about $50 to $60 more than what we would have seen at retail. But we also, especially with Vintage Kenner got Lucasfilm. If you've watched I believe it's either the Toys That Made Us or the Plastic Galaxy. Lucasfilm had no idea what to charge for toy rights, so Kenner had a really Lucasfilm took a bath, if you will. They lost a lot of money in that deal. When it was time to renegotiate with Hasbro got more money. So they have to pay more now. If Kenner were still in charge and it was still the original contract, we would this shit would be on toy shelves because Kenner just as somebody who's been scanning all of these vintage Kenner toy books, and they would just make toys of anything and except women. Yeah. And then throw it out on shelves. Have you seen some of the police? Go watch the video I dropped today of the 1990 toy catalog. There are some Police Academy toys in there that who the hell would have bought this shit? And then I'm like, my brother probably had all of this. But
grandparents.
Yeah, right. But I'm just saying, Kenner would have thrown shit at the wall and made it, and it.
The Police Academy stuff was based on the cartoon, though, wasn't it?
Hasbro.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but Hasbro, G.I. Joe, at that point. But then we look sort of later in Hasbro, and they just are less adventurous now, and it sucks because
they want to play it safe.
With sort of some of the people, some of us know people who work on these toy lines, and we know what they would love to do and what they would love to put out, and they kind of, a lot of them are fans like we are, and they just don't get to. They don't get to have fun with it like they would have with Vintage Kenner. So your points are valid. I think Lucasfilm, because of what they need to make, it's a little bit more than it should be, but it's still pretty comparable. It's not Lucasfilm is not making a ton of money off of anything now. But I think they did in the past. I think they know if they charge too much, nobody's going to do this shit.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you have Lucasfilm sitting there going, our last one sold for this much. We can do the same thing. So it comes with the Hasbro team to make sure that they give you enough. And we all know the royalty rights. But I don't believe that they could really come in and do a $300 one. And it would be scaled down. I'm not saying do this one for $300, but I'm saying I don't think they could come in and do a $300 one because Lucasfilm is saying, oh no. The last one did $500. This one needs to be $500 too. It's gonna sell.
I think if they could do it for $200, it would be a store. It would be an Amazon exclusive. It would be Big Bad Toy Store. It would be It would be like a fan. It would be a Pulse exclusive. I think. I mean, and I think that's what we're gonna say. I am not a classified all-in, so I apologize. But isn't there one of the vehicles like classified that was a Pulse exclusive only? Like, or am I misremembering?
No, that's what the Vamp is.
Okay,
I want to pull this up here real quick.
So I think that's kind of what we would see if they could have made the Cantina for $200. It would have been a Pulse exclusive, is my thinking. So
yeah, for sure.
So I'm curious about Andrew's comment because he's saying it's based on fear. I think Allison's hitting it right on the head. I'm gonna give you your props, girl. You're hitting it like 100%. I don't think it's based on fear. They're looking at it from, and I'm not disagreeing with you, Punk. They're looking at it from a corporate level. They're not looking at it from the fan level, which I think that's where you start seeing it. Because look, let's be real. I've been to Galaxy's Edge. I think if anybody here has been to Galaxy's Edge, you can get a fucking lightsaber there for $200. Build your own for $3. Buy one of the made ones for under $500. Why would I spend $500? People weren't that stupid. The Rancor, I'm not even going to talk about it. It was a fail. But Star Wars, out of all the Haslabs, has had some of the most epic level fails. Look at Marvel. Marvel had them too. Let's be realistic. I wanted the engine of Vengeance. I'm a Ghost Rider fan. I'm a Hispanic. I wanted to have a Ghost Rider with representation. And what did they do? Ramen Toy said, well, we'll make it for half the price. And people clamored for it. And then now they're saying, oh, well, we're going to release the toys. Well, yeah, jackass, because 2 years ago you failed. You failed as fans. Then you make an Ant-Man for $300 that's with these faces, and people clamored for it. But again, Marvel, they're a huge IP, just the same level of Lucas. But Marvel, they're willing to take that loss because guess what? There's bigger IPs that they can go lean on. Like DC has Batman and Superman. Marvel has the Avengers and Spider-Man, and now the X-Men. And you can make a Haslab, make a Danger Room Haslab. I've been saying that for a year. Make a Danger Room Haslab. People would clamor, especially with the success of 97. You would see people buy that shit up in a day. Day.
Yeah. Because you know what, Danger Room can be used for other things.
Yep. No.
Sure.
I'm going to say take away the fact that we as customizers and fans could do that as a success. Disney and Hasbro would look at that and say, corporately, this show is a wild success. These
really
quick. Selling out.
Really quick, we need to address Clint's comment. Okay, actually, Clint, he has released 97 Batman, 32 Jokers, 15 Robins, although 7 of them have the completely wrong cape. 3 of them are on point, but then they got eaten. And then there's 17 new Batwings, 5 Batmobiles. One's gilded and fake gold, but it's really silver underneath, but it's not chocolate like you want to be. And a Batman that is really just a bag of lint from behind your dryer that has time traveled from 25 minutes in the future to tell you don't eat the corn. You're going to see it tomorrow. All right, anyway. Okay, back to what we were saying.
No, but again, it literally is all that. Like Marvel would take that loss.
Oh my God, what is that?
That face, man. He's taking a shit. Like,
uglier than the
that face.
You got to warn people, Tony. Trigger warning.
I'm saying
that face is nasty.
Look, just drink some of that purple drink.
Oh Lord,
that we've combined at the bar, and that thing will look all right. Hold on, I'm getting to you, cops.
I was gonna
say that
I just got it for the Plastic Man parts.
Oh my God,
that looks like just a repaint.
That looks like a Thundercat.
Yeah,
I thought that was a Thundercat.
Panther cosplaying as
yeah,
Batman.
Exactly. That's
some build to figure out. I don't know who it was.
The Nightfall Batman is the end all be all.
I just wanted to build a figure.
But see, honestly, let's look at it though. Like you're saying, Punk, it is a corporately. They are looking at it from a corporate standpoint, and I mean that's what companies have to look at it as. They don't care about it.
It's not fear; it's risk aversion.
Exactly.
Right.
So the reason why you saw the Vamp come out as a Hasbro exclusive, and the Trouble Bubble and the HMS is because they control how many units are going to be bought. They don't have to worry about Amazon and Entertainment Earth and Target buying up some and then throwing them on clearance, which will kill the line. I mean, I know people love Ross figures, but it kills the line.
Yeah,
right?
you don't want to be seeing your toy line.
And I'm not telling
Ross.
people
We love it.
Go out and buy it. But if I'm Hasbro and I'm looking at putting out a vehicle. I do a Haslab. Okay, this is working. I do a second Haslab. Fucking sells out. Okay, we're gonna put out a vamp. We're only gonna do it from Pulse. Well, they saw how well it did. So now they're gonna take that risk with the Stinger and they're making it a fan channel exclusive. The Trouble Bubble was only for Pulse, but they did the Python Patrol, so they gave it to Target. Which, where are they? They're all fucking on clearance. It kills the line.
Well, again, let's Punk. I'm gonna go. I agree with you again because I love where you're going with this. I'm sorry.
Give me 1 second. I just want to pop in and say so nobody wonders what happened. Nobody's playing Ding Dong Ditch right now. But so I can join on my phone, I'm going to back off the stream from this camera, and I will be right back. Ed, you know you're in charge.
Got it.
So I'm not disagreeing with you, but look, like when you look at again all these different risk factors that we talk about from the corporate level, it is that a little bit of fear, but again, it's risk analysis. There's so many things that they look at, and Hasbro right now is in. If anybody doesn't know this, they're in the huge shitter because of the whole WotC scandal with all the stuff that they're doing with Dungeons and Dragons. That IP is failing, and I mean, if you look at stores, they lost the Power Rangers IP is in the shitter. I mean, Hasbro itself is just. I mean, as a collector, we are what dictate how they are going to sell to us. But but let's be real. I hate, and Cobb knows me fucking well. I fucking hate Ross videos. I walked away from YouTube for like 2 weeks because, hey, I love my friends, but y'all don't need to go to fucking Ross. You ruin it because guess what? If you don't have the $50 to pay for the item, guess what? Don't fucking spend it. Watch your wallet. We know our pockets. I don't go to the comic book store if I know I got to take care of buy my diapers for my daughter. Got to take care of my daughter for something or buy my wife something. You know we're adults. We're the responsible collectors. But again, corporate America doesn't care about the good collector. They care about that irresponsible collector that's gonna be like, oh fuck rent, fuck rent. I'm gonna go buy this. You know, and that's where I hate. I agree with you guys. So.
And I've talked about it before. I hate when people talk about, these figures were $3 back in the 80s. Well, you know what? A Dodge Ram was fucking $8,000. Good luck getting that today.
The house
right?
was $1,800.
Thank you. And so, and I said to everyone, I go, I can't tell you what you think is worth a price. If you think $25 for a figure is too expensive, or you can't afford it, there is no shame in that. Nothing, right? If you just say, hey, I can't do it, or I just don't think it's worth it, then that is perfectly fine. But don't complain about what the price is, considering you're paying $2.50 for eggs if you're fucking lucky,
or $4 for milk. So let's. I like where you're going with this. I'm gonna keep on your path. Me and Punk, we're riding this out. So people that can't afford it, guess what? If you can't afford to buy this, because I mean, I love Bad Batch. I sold part of my collection to buy this hot toy because I really love the character. Guess what? Without it, I wouldn't have bought it for shit. But again, responsible parent collector and an adult collector. If you can't afford it, don't waste your money. I hate YouTubers that are like, I gotta buy this because it's so cool. Look at the views. And then guess what? 2 weeks later, they're on their fucking they're on their Instagram. Hey, buddy, I got an opened Hunter hot toy. I gotta make that because I'm a fucking idiot. No offense. I mean, that's why I don't have. Hey, listen, I know my numbers are low, and I don't give a shit about my numbers. I never have. But Jacob knows. Like again, Jacob knows me. I don't give a shit about numbers. What I care about is, if you're going to review something positively, if you're going to do something, if you can afford it, do it. If I can't afford it,
can't afford it.
And again, there is no shame. Like when someone comes in, when I do a Mezco and they go, you know what? That Destro, my Destro classified is good enough. I'm not spending $100 on Destro. All right, well, that's kind of a dickish thing. Like, they're two different figures. When someone comes in and says, hey, you know what? I have the classified Destro, it's $20, $25. It's good enough. I'm happy with it. I can't see spending $100 on a figure. Hey, that's awesome. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But, to think that things don't cost that much or shouldn't cost that much just because, they didn't back in the day, well, that's a pile of shit.
No,
Of
you're
course, I
right.
interrupt you.
So I just want to say that I think that this set is well done.
Oh, it
It
is.
looks like a quality set. And I don't think the price is bad considering where we're at in this economy.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I think the stat lacks articulation myself.
It's like McFarlane toys,
Yeah.
right?
There's never enough articulation, that's for sure. But I mean, you know, if we look at it from
I didn't say it.
perspective,
I didn't say it. I know I'll get you blamed for it.
for me personally, like the Four Horsemen dropped their pre-order, right? The all in is $420 plus whatever tax and shipping is. I'm going to get it without thinking twice about it, So I don't feel like, so let's just round it off to $500 for that all in. This is something that I've actually wanted for a long time, a Cantina play set. I think a lot of Star Wars fans, especially older fans, and vintage. I collected vintage collection. I haven't in many years, but I used to. I have a big collection in a tub somewhere. It might be fun to bust those out and start, filling this cantina with stuff. And $400, for that joy to be able to display that. I don't think that that's unreasonable. For what things cost nowadays,
Exactly.
especially.
And wait, Zambrano said it too. Like he's like, yeah, it's a flex. No offense.
No,
if the community's flexing.
No. You have to read Zambrano. Bring it up. I'm dying here looking at it.
Oh, I can't bring it up. Whoever can bring it up, yeah.
I know. It's only a flex if you're a 6-year-old. And I'm picturing a little fucking 6-year-old walking into fucking first grade going, $500, bitch. Let me see your fucking.
Hey, I'll get my toddler. Hey, you know what? I'll get my toddler to go take SH Figure Arts and a hot toy into school one day. Be like, hey, look what my daddy has. Look. Who gives a shit? Honestly, it's not a flex. It's like if you show off your collection because you have cool shit, that's what they do it. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I'm gonna type on this keyboard and say I'm angry because oh my goodness, he has a Hawkman and he has this. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. It looks cool. Do you?
I just got to say that watermelon looks really good.
I know you're making me hungry. Listen,
And it's covered in tahini.
So wait.
Because
You can't bring it for everybody. Look, you gotta support. You gotta support everybody.
I do have more.
All right, so
see, she's got more to share with everybody.
Okay.
Sharing is caring.
So
respect.
Get it?
So maybe I'm wrong, but I think what Dre was saying, I got tired of seeing people go in there and do videos every fucking day.
Thank you.
Not that they're buying shit from there, because there's nothing wrong with it. It's made it there. It's made it to Ollie's, whatever. I'm sorry, Ollie's, Aaron. But I don't need to see. I don't even like toy hunt videos.
Who the fuck calls it Ollie's?
Idiot.
Aaron the toy
who does?
Well, he's a fucking idiot. It's Ollie's.
Exactly.
It's in the fucking commercial.
I know. I've seen it on local TV here in Charlotte. It's called Ollie's.
Well, I'm a skateboarder.
Ollie.
No one has ever called it an Ollie.
My cat
Sweet
Oh,
Ollie.
no, there's an Ollie. Wait, there's an Ollie Anderson.
Yeah, but it's not spelled like Ollie.
Exactly.
It's another one for Alice.
And anyone our age knows Ollie North anyway. So
Exactly. Oh God, that's throwback right there. But you know what? It's not the issue I have with with going to Ollie's or going to those places because I support you if you can't afford to get it at retail and that's where you have to wait. But I hate the collectors.
I don't need to see it.
I'm going to use my air quotes. Collectors that are like, oh, I'm refusing to buy it at retail, and I'm going to play the long waiting game till maybe it makes it to out of retail to those places. Because guess what? That tells corporate at Target, at Best Buy, at GameStop, at Walmart. It says, hey, these guys ain't buying shit. We're not going to carry it because we'd rather put other shit that's going to sell on the shelves. So fuck you guys and go send it to your retail to your other online retailers that can have the space and they don't care.
Yeah,
because all my
you should not.
My collection.
You shouldn't
I
feel
paid full price for everything, Origins and Masterverse. I don't think I've got unless I got like a double of it, then I've gotten it cheaper once in a while. But I pay full price for all my stuff from like He-Man and everything.
And again, but you know your pocket. That's what I've been saying. It's
Right.
like you know your pocket.
But
I
I'll
think
still pick up
everybody in
these
here
raw
knows their
figures
pocket.
too, though.
But
God.
but like I also
Dude, he's
I mean,
badass.
and I don't want. I know there's a lot of other a lot of other YouTubers, toy tubers that say that people go out and they feel like I have to buy all the classified or else it's going to go it's going to go away. I don't believe that either. If you don't like the product, then don't buy it. But if you see something that you like and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna play the long game. Well, good luck, because you're probably gonna get screwed. Now, if I look and I see something that I don't really, it's like I like it. I don't collect it, but I like it. I'm like, hey, you know what? If I see it at Ollie's for half the price or see it clearance, I'll pick it up. That's just because I don't really, I don't need it. But G.I. Joe, I just pre-order it because it's what I want.
Exactly.
But
And
I also don't feel
that.
I have to do it to like, this is the only way G.I. Joe is going to stick around. If G.I. Joe goes away, oh well, I'll wait for Monster Force when it comes out in 5 years.
So wait, so Joe, Oz, I know you guys are obviously members of the Cabal because you buy Mythic Legions, and if everybody else here does, I know
I've bought a few.
So
I don't know if you know,
let's just be honest. We all know that if you are into Mythic Legions, the aftermarket, Jacob, I know you know this, the aftermarket is ridiculous.
Yep.
So for Marvel Legends and things like that. So we all know if you play the long game, you can get screwed by that real quick if a figure gets that extreme rarity, and then you're like, oh well, why is this $800? Well, dumbass, you didn't buy it when it was $20.
Also,
or you didn't know it was out.
Also, because I sorry, Dre, I have to let people know this. Do not buy toys as an investment because you are an idiot. All right? Do not buy something because you're like, dude, all those G.I. Joes and all those Star Wars figures from the 80s, they went up. That's what I'm going to do.
But
Yeah, we
Lauren,
all tried that in
we did a
95
whole
with Power of the Force.
A whole month of Power of the Force, and we were all able to do it because people thought they were going to make a good investment. So in 2024, I just want to thank you, everyone, including myself, who thought we were going to pay our way into the future with all these Power of the Force toys.
Hey, I won't name names, but I'm in a group, and somebody got into the group and was furious because the Horsemen do reissues of older figures, and they were trying to sell their older figures to make a profit. And every time they re-release a figure, now the Horsemen are doing that for the fans, right? To make it
more easily accessible.
Yeah, for the people that missed out to get that stuff. And this guy was, I mean, just furious.
And I
it
love
ruined my investment, and the buyer beware and all this stuff. And it's like, I don't know if that's a great idea.
I love that because that's a big fuck you, because what you were trying to drive something up.
Yep.
And then you got fucked over. Well, that's not their fucking problem. All right? That's not their problem.
The price will go back up too, though. Like you wait a little while after the release, people are still gonna be like, "Shit, I didn't get it when it was released."
There's constantly new fans coming in,
Right. For me, especially, like one of the big draws today, getting to Maryland Toy Expo, is the fact that table price for Mythic Legions, right? Second cheapest you're going to get it, here in the U.S. is table price as opposed to pre-ordering from the store Horseman. And in some ways, you're actually getting it cheaper getting table price because you're not paying the shipping, right? Like you're walking in there, you're picking it up. It's a couple dollars more than the website has it, but you don't have to pay the extra for the shipping because you're picking it up and taking it home. Yes, you got to pay to go into a con, but like today for Toy Expo, $15 for me to get a ticket to go in. That alone is cheaper than the shipping sometimes. And mind you, they're only up in New Jersey, but whoever they use for shipping charges a lot. So it was really, really nice to be able to drive somewhere locally, pick these up at table cost. It's great. And it does suck for everybody else who was at the convention today. And last year when I went, I could barely find anybody carrying Mythic Legions. This year, there were tons of tables that had Mythic Legions figures on them. Not all of them I recognized as authorized retailers from their site, but they were also pricing them accordingly to what authorized retailers were selling them for. And if you know that the horsemen are there and there's going to be a chance the product you have on your table is going to sell at their table instead, nobody's coming to you. You know, Helladove definitely mentioned that about PowerCon last year, that they did not need to bring any of their horsemen stuff because with the horsemen there, you can't compare to the price. So
People wait with boxes. You see people come with empty, big ass shipping boxes to their table.
people don't come with them. The horsemen give them to people because they're getting rid of their trash after all the product they just opened up and put on their table. They don't have to haul that to a recycling bin. They will walk down their line asking if anybody needs a box, and people snatch them up quick because they're filling those.
At PowerCon, they had to ask the cleaning crews if anyone needed a box so they could throw all the McFarlane shit in there that everyone left that they got for free.
Well, that's because McFarlane got rid of all their boxes.
Leave my
He
McFarlane shit
didn't make a clear
please.
variant of it. There was a GameStop exclusive.
He gave so much shit away,
Well-
and people were just leaving it.
The problem is that he was giving away figures which were decent, but
The
then he
Rock.
also gave away that stupid Black
Everybody
Adam
got that bust.
wall bust, and then the what was it?
My Hero Academia was
My
the
Hero
other one that
Academia.
everybody got.
Yeah.
Mind you, actually, like a lot of people snatched up those My Hero Academias, and I've seen a couple of them selling
Oh yeah,
on the aftermarket for a decent price, and I'm like, you know what? I'm glad you did.
I gotta
You
say
know.
though, I took two of those Black Adam bust home to. Well, I was going to my friend's house that lives in Columbus, and he's got a kid that's 5. That kid was so excited to get those, it wasn't even funny. So
Well, also look at like
It all
companies
comes down
like
to your
He lives in
audience.
Columbus, so he's got to be happy for anything.
So look at your like when you guys are saying look at your audience, like look at like so My Hero right now is thriving because it's currently on they're currently airing episodes, and all these figures are getting amazing Yamaguchi Revoltech figures made. So those are $100+ figures, and you're getting main characters made, and they're popping them out, and it's smart because now McFarlane's like, oh crap, those figures are way better. But my figures are cheaper. Yeah, well, your figures are cheaper. And when they start getting the variants of those characters that are out, you'll start seeing those prices drop dramatically. And I've been just noticing that just in trends. Because I pay attention. I used to sell, when I sell parts of my collection off, I try to pay attention to like who's selling what. Let me see. And I just go to my local comic shop because at the end of the day, I'd rather give to another collector, sell to another collector that's going to enjoy this shit versus just throwing it up on there. Maybe another guy that's going to be a vendor. It's going to go to it and put it on a table,
Well, that's one of the great things, because you did bring up being in the cabal and talking about those secondhand prices, not the retailer prices for Mythic Legions. When you're in the cabal, it is such a good community that typically when you are looking for something and you want to buy it, somebody in there is willing to, sell it to you at way less than most of the asking prices on like eBay. Or in some cases, there is a angel with a bald head and a beard who's just like, I got you. And, I'm speaking about Joe exclusively here because he really helped out with the figure obscure for me, getting that Red Krampus.
I don't know if I'm necessarily trying to make scalpers angry, but maybe,
we all
I got
love
into the
sticking
line.
it to them.
Well, I got into the line really early on, so I ended up with a bunch of extra figures that ended up being very valuable. And I didn't sell them. I would usually trade them to people for Legion builders just to help them out, because it just seemed like the right thing to do. There were so many people coming in that were these, that were all of a sudden huge fans that were spending absorbent amounts of money. It just made me feel good to be able to help somebody out, and I got a little bit something out of it. I didn't give the figures away, but hey, I'll trade you for this common Legion builder that I'm going to use for a custom or something like that. And I made a lot of friends.
Yeah.
Oz, you said at the start of the stream, Oz. Joe, that's awesome that you did that. And Oz, you said at the beginning, the community as a whole, the toy community, the cabal, I will admit, does that, and they're doing that's great because they do. But as a community as a whole, shouldn't we be doing that for each other? I think everybody on the stream, if I was to say, hey, I'm looking for this, and if you were to find it or have it and was like, hey, Dre, I got you, yo, give me this. Like already,
Well,
like I said, like Tony, I said, I'll give you this. I don't want anything back. I'm just here, enjoy this. And if he sees something I want and he
Dre,
can find it, that's cool.
that's one of the best things about this community that surrounds the clubhouse. That this community specifically, the people who watch this show, the people who are in the chats here, the people that surround this, and it really noticed it started with the Toy Frenzy community, especially our patrons, that when we started doing like random acts of kindness, and it outstretches now to beyond just that to everybody who's here and involved. Like as we go shopping, we hunt for one another, right? Like, heck, I know, again, today, Terrence, he's another great one who's like, if he's going to a con, he knows you're looking for something, he'll hit you up and be like, do you need this? Just shoot me the money. He, sent me money the other day. He was like, here you go. This is like a list of figures that I'm looking for. If they're at the table, pick them up for me. I sent you enough for like a breakdown of like 4 or 5 figures. This should be what they cost with tax. And sadly, I wasn't able to accommodate most of that because they didn't have those figures at the table until later. Like they did bring some of those reissue figures and stuff out after I'd left already, which is kind of a bummer.
Have you already spent his money on yourself?
No, I spent my own money on myself and Connor. Did I mention the fact that Connor got the Marvel Legends Captain America shield today? We walked in and like we had walked around a little bit because I had business to take care of, like I said. So I was trying to handle that first. And then like one of the next tables we went to right after the Mythic
You
Legion
sound like
table.
you're in the mafia. Had to take care of some business.
Hey, look, we all know I'm a mafioso. I've been told so.
Cousin? You're his cousin.
Guido is a second cousin, twice removed, because he's made some odd choices with his life that the family can't represent. Long fingers and such.
I knew it was you, Guido.
So, but regardless of all that, we walked to this other table and Connor just saw that shield sitting there and he's like, I want that. And I asked him like a good 5 or 6 times because the price on that thing is kind of high. However, it was definitely not unobtainable because there was a big giant hole in the box. So it was marked down drastically from how much that shield prop would normally go for. And I was like, I'll get it for you, but you got to understand that's like all the money that I can spend for you today. And he was like, yeah, I really want that. I really want that. I was like, well, would you like to look around first and then come back? And of course, you always run that gamble that maybe it might not be there. Connor wasn't playing that. He was like, yeah, Dad, that's what I want. So we got him the giant Captain America shield. And then later he found some other stuff that he wanted. And unfortunately, like I said, I'd spent my money. So between the Mythic Legions, the Savage Crucible, and that shield, I'd spent it. I did go ahead and end up getting him. Somebody had a cheap Captain America Marvel Legends figure that he was looking at. And I did pick that up because that was, well, like it was like $10 for, what's normally a $25 to $30 figure. So I was like, you getting that too, bud. But yeah, like, it's just one of those things. Like you go to these things with a certain amount of money you're going to spend. I forgot where the story started, but you got to stay within that price range. I wasn't spending Terrence's money on it, and the rest of it, because it's mostly cash at places like this, I'm going to redeposit in the account and send it back over to him so you can get that back. And then got to ship him out his stuff and some stuff for Adam as well.
Well, Oz, you know what I was telling you real quick when you were saying how the community. That's why I told you I wanted when I got invited to your group and when I brought you into my circle, I said that that's how we should be. Like friend groups should intermingle, and if collectors are looking for something, and if we should be able as adults. I mean, hey, look, we're not gonna all fuck with each other. That's just the reality of it. That's true. Some people here may be like, oh,
wait, this isn't an orgy. Okay, I'm gonna leave.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Listen.
Look, we can crank it up there.
I'm married. I just have to look away.
I'm not married.
Just because you're married, that doesn't mean anything.
No,
Rings don't plug holes. I'm just saying.
Apparently, the forearm figure does.
Them long fingers on Greedo.
I'm saying, but like at the end of the day, like I've always wanted a group of people that not only would be able to like further my love of this hobby that we all enjoy, but actually be friends. Like where we could like say, like you said, like, hey, I was at the show. Like if you were at a show and saw something I wanted, you'd be like, yo, Dre, drop me a text. Like, yo, Dre, here you go. I found this, and I could either if I couldn't PayPal you, I'll give it to you later. That's what we should be able to do if we're close enough. If you're not close enough, but you can still help somebody, I think that that's something that these circles should allow, except for that there are like cliques, and I use air quotes, cliques of idiots that are like, I'm going to drone on about this or drone on about this. And people are like, I'm going to follow like a lemming. Well, go ahead. I'm here as a person, and if I enjoy your company and we have a good time and we enjoy what we collect. Hell, if any of you guys are looking like Thanos, I want to actually, when I finish reading those, if you haven't gotten them, I'll send them to you so you can enjoy them. Because one, I don't want books that are just going to sit here, and two, I'd rather somebody else that I know wants to read them will enjoy them. Again, I'm not doing this to get like clout. I'm doing this because I found that you and I like something mutual in comic books.
But for me, like when it comes to a collector, if I have this figure, someone has this figure, and it's going for $150, and they decide to sell it for $150, I have no problem. My issue is when people are buying stuff, assuming that that they can turn around and sell it, like Joe was saying, that guy is all pissed off.
Oh, yeah.
If you have a figure that turns out to be worth $200, I don't think you should just give it away. I mean, again, I would not give it away. Okay, that's just me speaking. If I can make a good profit off it because that's what it's worth, then great. I'm not saying I wouldn't trade it to someone, but you use that for, I don't want to say leverage, but for another thing.
Trade fodder. Let's be real. Like we said, trade fodder. Like Joe said. I mean, Joe put it 100% perfectly. If you got something that I want, hey, let's trade.
But I have no problem with the
Do that
people
all
that
day.
have figures that are expensive, that are selling them for what they're going for. It's just when people continue to try and buy them and think that that's what they're going to be worth. Also, Ed, can you bring up G. Sembrano's last comment?
I got it.
Oh,
Sorry about your figs, bud. The hookers and gin at the con were amazing, though.
Yep. The cocaine.
That's how we roll.
That's exactly right, Kenzo. I 100% my collection, and back in 2022, Jacob's heard this story. I used my collection to fund a trip to take my family to Disney. My daughters had never been, and it was the most memorable week I ever got to spend with my kids. I love that time, and I would do it again. Are there pieces I won't sell? Yes. There are pieces I will not sell. But this thing, if I had to liquidate it to take care of somebody, it's stuff. It can be gotten again.
Yeah, we found that out with Power of the Force.
Celebrity status. Sorry.
He tongued you.
The pets always
Yes.
get the big
That's a
screw.
cute pups.
I
Come
marked
here.
him last night from our Stranger Things.
Come here, Mama.
Oh,
Look
he's a little
Look at the
squirmy.
puppy.
She got
Is it cute?
Okay, just
Oh, I like
leave
the
your
action.
legs there. You're fine.
Look, eat the puppy.
He's like, put me down, goddammit.
All right.
You want to say hi to the puppy?
He like doesn't like to sit on me. He likes to stand on me.
Okay, she
Right.
waves to the
Really
puppy.
does.
My little one, she waves to the puppy.
Oh,
There we
it's
go.
funny. His ears are like his ear hair is long, but his ears are actually really small. Like I don't know why his ear hair is just.
Trey, where are you at?
So
I'm
long.
in
See
North
that?
Carolina. Why?
Oh God.
I'm in Charlotte.
I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm in Flair country. Woo! I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
No, I'm just. I'm
My accent? I'm from New
No.
York. I'm a native New Yorker.
no, the little person next to you.
Oh, my daughter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Baby
Oh,
girl.
how late she's up.
Oh,
She
just to
can't
give
hear everything
Oh,
we're
no.
saying, right?
No, she can't.
Okay. I'm
So-
just
Hi,
trying.
little
Like,
one.
and I
Say
don't
hi,
care.
baby,
I
they're
mean,
waiting
got
to
the
you.
ear
No, no.
Like-
Bye.
So let me explain this. So
There we
I
go.
used to work the night shift, and my wife
On the
works as a
night
teacher,
shift.
so I would work the night shift at home. So my wife was a teacher, so she is a teacher. So she worked during the day, so I would sleep during the
You want
day,
some
but I took care of our
watermelon?
daughter. So she stays home with me. So she would sleep with me, and then be up at night with me. So I got off my night shift schedule, so we're still fluctuated. So she's with me now awake when she should be asleep.
Hey man, the kids around here, like, I don't know if you guys heard them when I came out here with if the mic was picking it up. The neighbors' kids just went to sleep. They were still up and being rambunctious. At least they weren't ding dong ditching anymore. Because look, it was like 1:45 when that happened earlier. There's really only one other group of people that will come knock on your door that hard, 1:45. Normally they have a warrant. They may not.
Dude, I punch him in the throat. If it's somebody, I got my ring camera, I'd fucking yell at them.
Look, I was about to think that I'd finally made it, and somebody swatted me on live stream.
Yo, Publishers Clearinghouse. One Publishers Clearinghouse.
Yeah, 1:45.
Hey, earlier, Dre, I'm so cool to have you here too. Like
the tiny human is not to scale.
Like my first time ever going live was on this with Oz. And my first ever live interview was with you. And so cool to have like this whole us coming together here tonight.
And listen, you and I have been friends now for a good minute, and I love you to death, bro. Like we're very close, and I give you like when you told me about Oz, and I got to watch Oz's stuff, and now that I've gotten to even get to watch you guys, I've watched your Clubhouse videos, and I laugh because I'm like, oh, I got to be on this, and then getting to talk to Joe. When I heard you talk D&D, I was like, dude, I'm a kindred spirit. I love you, man. Thanos, we love comics. Everybody here, I feel like they're just like, where the hell have you been all my life? And I'm not that kind of guy that's gonna be like, oh my god, I'm gonna cry, but I don't give a shit. No, I think you're fucking cool as people. I'd fucking hang out with you. I'd hang out with you at a show. I'd hang out with you at fucking anytime.
If you weren't married, I would ask you right now.
Listen, bud. Listen, I love you, but I don't love you like that. If you want to get the lightsaber, go to Galaxy's Edge.
I'll ask you whether you're married or not. I just need to know if you can cook.
Hello. Yeah, I was a chef, so yeah, I cooked.
Good.
Damn. No, it's good to meet you, Dre. I don't think I've met you yet.
Tony, man, you're cool as shit. You're cool as shit. Like I said, when I got this, dude, look, I got this whole thing. My wife would love to see it go. I'd love to see it go. I will send you pictures of it, and you can see all the shit you could want.
All the accessories. Oh, hell yeah.
Decks and everything.
I got like 5 of those. It's crazy.
Oh, no.
Did you mean to put hentai sensei?
No. I am a sentai. Sentai sensei. I love my power. Well, I don't want to say Power Rangers. I love Kamen Rider. I love
Kamen Rider.
Yeah, I got my
doesn't get enough love.
I got my drivers in the box over there, and my wife's mad because I've spent.
Wait, is that actual Kamen Rider? I don't know what.
Oh, this is X. Okay, so this is the Rider in one of his forms, X-Aid.
Put that the other one there.
Yeah, this is Kamen Rider O's.
So I see exactly why. Okay, how long has this been around?
So let's see, Heisei era, Reiwa.
Kamen Rider?
Been around 40 plus years.
Okay.
Yeah.
That looks exactly like. I mean, I can see
50
I can see why you want to use the bat, but there's a bat that looks exactly like that. The 4-inch bats.
Well, these are 6-inch. These are 6-inch scale.
Oh no, but that's why I was asking how long it's been around, because there's a bat that looks very similar.
I had gotten even when the Lightning Collection was doing like the putties and like some of the other things, I had extras and those cog soldiers that they had. I used to have all that stuff. But then when we moved from our bigger house where I had an office of my own and we had to downsize, I had to get rid of a lot of that stuff. Hence why I was able to fund buying the things I wanted, and said, hey, if I can't have this, I'd rather get Spider-Man stuff that I can actually want. And it's an investment. Like Kenzo said, we use our collection in a way to fund the other parts of the collection.
That's what I use YouTube for.
I wish I'm not, like I said, I don't care about numbers. I mean, to me, it's like, I wish my numbers were better, but you know what? I've met so many great people. And if my numbers stay where they're at and I've met people, then I'm doing way better than I've ever done before.
Yep.
Because
I like my numbers where they're at. I'm not the biggest channel out here, and I'm okay with that. Like, I just like what I do. I have fun doing this with you guys every weekend, and eventually the channel will keep growing. It's not going to grow. It's not going to take off. But you know what? I'm okay with that. I don't mind the slow build and the grind, because there's a great community around us, and it keeps growing, and it gets better and better.
I'll tell you
this
this.
grind too.
End of the fucking day. End of the day. If I were to leave YouTube, Jacob knows this, if I were to leave YouTube, I got my friends. I still support you. I can leave this platform. I'd still talk toys. I'd still hang out with y'all. If I didn't do a single other video the rest of my life, live or whatever, I would still hang out with my friends because that's what this community's helped me get to.
YouTube is fun. YouTube with super chats is better.
That's why I've got the tip jar. Ed, drop the link.
Okay, so I don't have a tip
People
jar.
can get us to spin.
YouTube,
Just the tips.
with the creamery.
Okay, just the tip.
Just the tip.
Okay. I'm my pull-up game's whack. I got 3 kids. I'll keep it a buck.
Clearly.
It's all right. Look, Lawrence wants you to stay in because he's going to milk you for everything you got.
And edge you out.
Milk, yeah.
Creamery.
Wait, I'm gonna treat this like Pirates of the Caribbean. If you guys want a tip, I got a coffee cup. You guys got a tip. Alms for the poor. I have hot toys, so I'm really poor. Look at me, I'm gonna be a fake YouTuber. Look, I'm so poor. I have hot toys. I can't afford anything. Give me money. Give me money, please. Oh, fuck that. I hate people that do that shit. Sorry, I'm too real. Sometimes people don't like me.
No, it's not the super chats that bothered him as much. It was the channel members. Patreon's okay.
No, the super chats bothered him too.
Was it the super? You're right. It was because YouTube is paying you. I forgot
Patreon
this
was okay.
conversation.
You can't copyright
Patreon was okay.
Asking all your fans to go to a completely separate platform and pay to see that was okay.
No, but even still, like to me, this is the thing. Like if this is your job, like this isn't my job, but this was my job. Yeah, I get that you're gonna use whatever means.
You gotta hoe yourself out.
Go make an OnlyFans. Go put your feet up there. Go put your head out there. Go put your hands out there.
I got the Osley fans. I've got the Osley.
Get your ass out there.
Oh, it's not just an ass. It's an Oz.
Mm-hmm.
It's a AYUS. A-yes. It's a big gaping Oz hole.
Whoa. That brown eye, you gotta watch out. That brown eye can get your pink eye.
That's starfish.
And she's breathing kind of heavy for that brown eye.
Starfish and coffee.
Yeah, me that I just looked at a meme.
Starfish and coffee.
What you got, Kayla? Hold on, let's bring it up. We love memes.
Begging to be creamed.
Begging to be creamed.
Supermarket had
those strawberries. I want to know the marketing guy that was just like, "Yep, I'm doing it."
He quit. No, he quit that day. That's what his job was. He quit. He was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna put this up here. See ya."
Love you down.
All right, sausages. How have I not put that one together before? Thank you.
Wait, can we get a T-shirt that has that like on an Oscar Mayer like set of?
Oh, I'm making sausages. It's gonna be hot dogs covered in Vicks. It's a sausage.
Is that Oscar Mayer?
Oscar Mayer.
Oscar Mayer has a way with BOLOGNA.
Bologna. Gotta love the Bologna.
Bologna.
Oh Lord.
Is there no stand people are using for the
all right, guys, I'll be right back.
After these
messages. Like the Wind Raider or the Stridor?
Wind Raider. Yeah, they were just talking about it in the Highly and Dread was talking about it in the Frenzied chat earlier.
What about Wind Raider?
The Wind Raider stand fits the collector.
For like a stand to make this levitate? Like,
it does not work with the Sky Sled. It's not big enough, basically. Something I'm used to hearing. No.
Oh yeah, no, I was thinking like Stridors maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Might be. You could try it. All right, guys. I'm backing off the phone. I'll be back inside in a sec.
Oh man.
Hey Tony. Make sure Mark knows that I put an order in and I want it shipped out Monday.
Nope. Bitch.
Tony, you have my address still. Just have his order shipped to me. He doesn't need it.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
Dude, I had a
And Mark,
box that was shipping to
punch
Adam,
order,
highly articulated,
ship it to
of
you,
all
yeah.
those organs, and it was like first they want $90 for shipping, and then UPS was going to be like $72 because I'm sending him a
What'd you
bunch
order,
of
Larry?
organs. Yeah, and
The His-Take cannon.
Nice.
Shipping
can
to
use it
Canada
like
is
there as a
ridiculous.
base.
That's why.
What was that?
Canada.
Shipping to Canada is ridiculous. I was
no, I'm
recording.
shipping to Terrence, so you can take
Oh.
it to him at Go Fest.
Yeah.
But Adam told me, yeah, go ahead and bust them out of the boxes and try and cram them into a smaller box. And I Tetris the hell out of everything. I mean, there was all kinds of stuff in there, Stridor and Sky Sled and figures and stuff, all the accessories. And I got it down in a box, and from $72 to $20 shipping. I cannot believe it. I was like, oh my gosh. So
Oof.
Terrence has it
It's
already.
going to be
Waiting
90
for Adam.
shipping at the Terrence. Holy shit.
Yeah, in Florida, from California to Florida, it was $90 regular and $72 UPS. I was like, holy crap!
It's gonna be a while. The Von Cannons are behind.
Hooked Adam up pretty damn good price. So
This is for you, Tony.
I'm loving that Shepherd you did, Tony. Looks incredible. I need a full team one day. Just got to load up on some extras to customize with. Yep. If this is Steven, I'm gonna do your whole line, buddy.
That'll be cool to see.
Hero faction is first. Started with Shepherd. I might do one of the villains, hero villain. I don't know. I might just the hero faction looks real easy to customize with Joe stuff, so go that route. Shepherd was fun. It was easy. I was like, wait a minute, I have what I need to make that guy right now. Hell yeah, brother. Steve's in Canada, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've asked me that like 18 fucking times.
I ain't asking you, bitch. Shut the fuck up. You know I love you.
This guy has the absolute worst memory. Honestly, guy, he has the
do.
worst memory of anyone that I've ever met.
Dude, he picks it
I
up when
can't
he
wait to
tell
get both of you
everybody
shit when you're up on a
every time
fucking
we
panel.
together.
Dude, like, honestly, guy, like, he'll tell me a story. Like, we'll start talking. I mean, we talk for a long time. But he'll tell me a story, and then 25 minutes later, he'll start telling me the story again and go, have I told you the story? I'm like, yeah, right when we started talking, like 20
But
minutes
you know,
ago.
Lawrence.
I'm sorry,
that's what
straight
it's
edge.
like-
It was all the ecstasy I took back in the
That's what
day.
it's like when you're talking to your wife, Lawrence.
Okay. It was fun. It was so much fun. But now I'm paying for it because Punk's killing me with my memory.
I'm not the only one that notices it.
Hell no, you ain't. Just talk to my daughter.
Memory's trained. I had to train my memory to be as good as I was when I was teaching for all those years and studying history and learning stuff. You have to, as a consistent wanting to be, I should say, like educator, you do have to train your mind. And some people,
How do you do that?
Wow.
Honestly, it's
Especially
I
after
can't tell
pills and
you.
clubs.
Well, Tony
mean-
had to train his mind to be as bad as it is because you can't be that bad.
Oh no! I mean, listen, I've had concussions. I've been
Definitely be
knocked out.
Selective memory, bro.
Yeah, you could be dumb born. You could have selective memory. You could be born a dumbass, or you could be like me that's actually had concussions from football, concussions from a car accident, concussions from 12 years of martial arts. Getting kicked in the head doesn't really help a whole lot, but you train yourself to have a better memory. And that's kind of what you got to do. It's hard. It ain't easy. Fish oil. I'd recommend that, but it probably is full of shit. Just read, practice. Practice makes perfect.
Fish oil helps constipation.
It does.
Oh no.
That's how you know we're old. When you can say, yeah, the fish oil. Yeah, I take the pills. That makes me poop.
I tell people in the ambulance all the time, try fish oil.
Yeah, I think my grandmother would always, whenever I'd say I didn't feel good, my grandmother was pouring that
Yep.
crud
Cod-
into a
cod
spoon,
liver,
you know?
cod liver
And
oil.
yeah, and I don't think it actually did anything except make me not complain about being sick, you know?
Yeah.
I feel
You guys
terrible.
talking
I
about
keep
Vic
my mouth
earlier?
shut
Remember
that'll
Vic?
work.
No, I never felt sick again.
Never. I never.
Grandma, I don't want to do that anymore. Stop.
So I think they had it figured out. It was dialed in back in the day.
Yeah, they had it figured out.
Oh, it's like going to the store. You know, like my youngest, she'll want to go to Target. We'll take her for the toy section, and it's fun to toy hunt for her. You know, I don't film it. I just have fun going with her. But like, I think about when I was a young kid, and I remember my mom telling me, she'd give me that look, like, don't ask for nothing. We ain't got it. And I'm like, I'd look, like, I'd be like, oh, it looks so cool. And then when my mom had no money, it was like, oh, you know, holiday, Christmas, birthday, maybe I got it. You know, now it's like,
merman oil.
you know,
Ugh.
like, what? Oh. Don't make the statements or ask the questions, because we will give you the answers. The unfiltered people here, they will give you the answer. You may not like it.
Mm-hmm.
It may scar you.
There is no filter here.
Not even a coffee filter? I need a coffee filter because I love me some coffee.
Only
need a memory
reusable
filter.
ones. Oh. So how's everyone doing? Did y'all miss me?
Where you been?
With every bullet so far.
Yeah, no, I just kind of took an impromptu, without even meaning to, just break from everything.
That's impromptu.
Yeah, exactly.
Out of
And
retirement.
yeah, just from YouTube, social media in general, partially because I am now on anxiety meds and feel like I can actually relax for the first time in my life.
Good.
And also because I was like, I mean, I'm working like crazy now because it's summertime, so dog sitting is crazy. But before, I had a trip in March for my friend's wedding, and like I was working like crazy before that, and then we also did a lot of stuff on the channel for Motu Madness, as we called it. And then I was like also like preparing for the trip a lot, and so I was just like going nonstop. And then like after the trip, I was just dead. And I also picked up this new it's basically Farmville game that I got deeply into on my phone, but like it's very relaxing at the same time, so I just kind of leaned very far into it. And if I was on my phone, I was doing that and not on social media. And just you know, trying to spend more time with people in real life. Like, as much as I love all of y'all and all of my internet friends, like, I don't want to abandon my friends that I have that live around me here.
Why
Like,
can't they
if
get
you,
on YouTube to spend time with you?
I know.
If they were real friends, they just see you through a monitor like the rest of us.
I know. I've tried. Trust me, I've tried. Some of them do watch once in a while, but like some of them watch and then don't comment, and I'm like, why didn't you say you were there? Like, come on.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
I get that a lot.
but-
Like, I watched your stuff, and I know they'll watch it because they'll comment
Yeah.
about what we did. But it's like,
Mhm.
why aren't you joining in the live chat?
And like I get it, because like I don't know, I feel like if you're not part of like a community, or like you're not, I don't know, because like we obviously do stuff about TV shows and movies and whatnot. So, and like, you know, we did one on like Dune, and like we're, you know, talking about Stranger Things right now, and like I have a bunch of friends that have watched Stranger Things, but like I don't know. Like, I think it's like weird for some people to comment on live streams. Like, I think there's this kind of like weird fear, and some people also don't have YouTube accounts, so they don't. Which it's the same as, you know, Google now. Like, you just use your Google account, but whatever. So,
Well,
but yeah. So I've been good. Just been MIA from everything, but I've been good. I
We have
appreciate
missed
people
you.
that were Yeah, I definitely missed everyone as well, but I definitely realized that I needed a break because I felt like I was just constantly on social media or on YouTube, like always like interacting in some way, shape, or form, whether it was like watching someone's content or like, just interacting with people's posts on Instagram or, messaging people on Instagram or Discord. Like it was just like stop that I was just like, this is too much.
Talk about my
Can I
life.
ask you a question, Kay? Yeah, I have
I
a
was gonna
question.
say my internet friends, like even my friends in real life, like I will go like over a year and not see them, and like they're still like I consider them some of my closest friends. Like I just saw one of my friends recently that I hadn't seen over a year, and now she has a whole ass daughter who's 9 months old, which is fucking crazy. Because like last time I saw her, she was like barely pregnant because she's tiny, so it took her a while to show. And yeah, but like we've talked like a couple times like in that time, but not really. And it's just like, oh, it's like nothing changes, and that's like the best friends to have. But yeah, it's the same with my internet friends. Like I know all of y'all, it's like the same thing. It's like, take a break, come back, and it's like nothing's changed.
Can I ask
So
you a
it's great.
question about
Mm-hmm.
about mental health things? Because
Mm-hmm.
a lot of it, I do a lot of stuff with videos. Like Dave and I have done a couple of lives where we talk about collecting and how it affects, positively and negatively the community,
Mm-hmm.
and how it affects our mental health. So I was curious for you, disconnecting, that time that you disconnected, because I've done that myself. It,
Mm-hmm.
did you feel like the itch to come back because you wanted to be creative, or did you feel like the draw more for your friends?
Um, I didn't feel the itch to come back until recently, which was my indication that like, okay, like I'm glad I have that itch again because I was kind of worried it wouldn't come back. And we had to kind of delay some things because we were going to do Stranger Things in April. So yeah, so like when we started doing Stranger Things again, because we even delayed our regular Trek show, um, like I don't know, I think that's when I like started to feel the itch. Plus, like I love Stranger Things and like rewatching it because we're on season 3 right now. Like I don't think I've watched it since I probably rewatched it when season 4 came out. So it's been like what, 2 years or whatever. So it's been fun to do that. And yeah, I think that was like, okay, like I'm good to come back, but I'm still doing it like at my own pace. So still bad at responding to people, but trying to do better. I try to do like little bits at a time, but like, yeah, when I go to like my inbox, I'm like, dear Lord Jesus in heaven, help me.
No, I commend you. I commend you because even saying that, like because I've been on stuff to help with my anxiety and my
Mm-hmm.
depression for
Mm-hmm.
several years, and
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to even like talk about it to my family. But when it came to my YouTube show and even talking to the community, it's like I don't feel that fear or trepidation, and I
Yeah.
admire you
Yeah.
for that, for coming and saying that. And the other thing I was going to say, I admire you is like, I think that maybe people don't look at their friends the same way. Like when you made the comment, like your friends don't comment your videos. I have friends of 20 years that are way into the stuff like we are, but they won't watch my YouTube stuff because they say
Mm-hmm.
it's not the media they consume. And I'm like, okay, that
Mm-hmm.
makes sense. I get that. But
Yeah.
on
Like
the
I don't
same
feel
thread,
offended by it at
yeah, I,
all.
I lost being offended because it's like, oh, you're still my friend. I still love you. I've known
Yeah,
you for years.
exactly.
Who cares? You don't watch
Yeah.
my shit. But it's
Yeah.
interesting to see that I'm not the only person that thinks that way. Like, hey, why
Yeah.
are my friends not watching my shit? But I like that. So
I think it once in a while, but yeah, at the end of the day, I don't feel offended. But I will say thank you. And to that point, I feel like Oz has definitely been a great example of talking about mental health and, medication and all of that. And so, it's not just me, it's everyone
yeah,
talking about it and being open about it for the most part. I feel like most people who come on here are, and being vulnerable, and that's not easy, especially when obviously it's Pride Month, which we love, but also it's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, and that's such a taboo thing for a lot of men to talk about is their mental health and going to therapy and talking about their feelings and emotions, because unfortunately society, which is the patriarchy, sorry to burst your bubble, but tells you can't have emotions, you can't talk about sappy things with each other. So the little one comes in. Hi,
Oh no,
little
no.
one.
I'm gonna tell you this one. Yeah, okay. My son was my firstborn. He was born 19 years ago. I did not feel the same way until she was born 4 years ago. And when I held her in my arms, I cut her umbilical cord, I held her in my hands, and she changed my whole perspective. And I could care less what people. She tells me, she tells me, and I'm gonna say this. First time on YouTube, people are hearing this. She goes, "Papa, you're the prettiest girl ever." She's 4. She doesn't know gender, but you know what I say?
Right.
I said, "You know what? I'm glad that you love Papa like that." And I smile, because that's, to me, she loves me unconditionally.
Yeah.
And I think that when people
we can
get
learn a
past
lot
that
from
bullshit,
kids.
look at that, 4 years
From
old,
that.
she knows that.
Yeah. It's so great seeing that with kids. And like, I feel like as we get older and just like life really just like beats these stereotypes and like prejudices into us that like we didn't have as kids. And it's kind of sad, but it is nice to see it from their perspective as well.
Oh, I've had, trust me, coming up in New York, people always used to laugh at me because I was a nerdy kid, right? I was the only Hispanic kid in middle school in a school full of Irish Italians, and my best friend of childhood was black. So the two of us were the only minorities, right? And coming up, it wasn't until I was in middle school that kids were like, "Oh, he's a spick," and I was like, "Huh? Like what? Like what am I? What's that?" Like I didn't know what that was because I'm a dumbass, and I was so like. And then when I found out.
Did you know what a wetback was?
What part of New York?
I was born. I was like I lived in Westchester County, so it was. But I lived in the Bronx in Brooklyn, and that's actually the wrong terminology. I'm as legal as they get. Wetback's Mexican. That's the slang what you're gonna affect that way.
You.
Exactly.
I'm a wetback.
Oh well, hey.
And
More
a
power to you. Hey.
and all.
Hey,
I was gonna say, only on my channel on Clubhouse are we just gonna like start dropping racial terms.
Hey, but listen, it's not, but it's
okay
for
if
education.
people use it to
Educational.
refer to themselves.
Exactly, but we're also.
I'm not a wetback. I was born here.
But Oz, it's for educational purposes, right? Because we're talking about like, experiences. That's what we're saying.
Yes.
No, it's to keep you monetized.
Yes.
We're keeping you monetized because it's educational.
Right.
So
It's not still educational. I'm not monetized. I'm okay. I don't care. Why do you think I drop so many F-bombs in a show?
I
I
know.
wish I had the podcast microphone so we can make this like a
Alpha Magnus, I'm too pale to comment.
I'm the whitest Mexican you've ever seen, huh?
No, but as being that growing up, when people tell you that, as a male, you can't cry, or you're as a, and all this stuff. So it's
and
kind
who
of
tells
funny.
you that?
Oh, my dad, who is a jerk.
Yeah, exactly. My dad told me that. He actually told me that recently when I had to take one of my clients to the vet, and probably had my most traumatic experience of. I've been taking care of animals professionally for 9 years now, and it was easily the most traumatic experience I've ever had. And especially because like I did not know what was going to happen to this dog. And I was like telling my dad that I was like messaging the clients and blah, blah, blah. And like he ended up meeting me there because like the clients were out of town. And because I had to have someone go back to the house to check to make sure the dog didn't get into anything else. Long story short, they got into, speaking of meds, my meds, and yeah, my Adderall. And they're fine now. Luckily, they're fine. They didn't get into too much as we figured out, but yeah, it was terrifying. And basically my dad was like, like, because I was a wreck. Like I was handling the situation very well, like I do with everything. Like I was on top of it, but I was also a wreck, especially because this dog was just like so fucking sweet. And it was also the first time I was sitting for them too. So I was like, fuck, like this is so bad. Like I can't believe this is happening. And I was just like so worried. And my dad's like, don't let them know that like, you're upset about it or whatever. And I was like, why? Like, I think it would be worse if they thought that I like wasn't upset or anything. And I realized he meant it as, because if I say that I'm upset, that implies that I wasn't handling the situation, because they can't happen at the same time, because women who are emotional can't also get shit done. And I was like, bro, I was on fucking top of it. Within 30 seconds of seeing that pill bottle, I was calling the vet and then like getting my stuff, getting in the car. And as I was getting in the car, I was calling the owners, then calling animal poison control, and then I called regular poison control. Then I had to call animal poison control and paid $95, which was stupid. Like, I was on top of it. Like, from the time like I saw the pill bottle, like, and it took like 8 minutes to get there, was like probably a total of 10 minutes. And like, yeah, luckily the dog was fine. I was like, it has absolutely nothing to do with my ability to get shit done, especially because like I, as my therapist has told me, I function on a emotional level in my normal state, and then when there's a trigger of some sort, like what happened, and adrenaline kicks in, I switch to logic, which is why I'm so good in these situations. Yes, I was still emotional about it, but I was able to like get shit done and like, you know, do all the right things about it. So it's fucking dumb. Long story short.
Dude, no, you rock. Listen.
Oh, thanks.
I love having conversations with people like this, because this is where the root of actually getting to know people, you know, beyond the screen. Because listen, we all have friends. I do have like 4 really close friends that I love to death, right? But I don't see them often. They're married, they have their lives, they got their kids. I have my kids. But here, this community and this group, as well as my other friend group that Oz is in, and he sees how we are over there. Jacob is a part of it. He knows. It's like, you guys made me feel welcome. At no point did I feel ever like an outlier. You guys have been nothing but welcoming and friendly.
We failed.
Hey, listen, fuck you too, all right?
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate you, brother.
But you know what? I love your fucking hotel chairs you're sitting in, and it looked like you were smoking a stoke, and I was about to ask you, was that a Cohiba you were smoking? But you know what? I ain't gonna ask you shit, but
I'll
still
fucking
love you.
smoke whatever I want, whether it's a fucking cock or a Cohiba. Doesn't matter.
Hey, respect. You know what? Respect. You and I could fucking have a beer together and hang out.
You go, Dad. You go.
You call him Daddy.
Pride month for Ed, man.
No, I call him Dad. He's my internet dad.
Not Daddy. Dad.
No, not Daddy. That's reserved for Daddy Larson and Pixel Daddy.
Oh. Well, hello there.
And a seahorse.
Speaking of
Yes,
emotions,
seahorse.
I watched a rom-com today. So.
You watched
what?
what?
Did you watch?
A rom-com.
What'd you watch?
Anyone But You.
Oh, that's
that's
hilarious.
the new one with
Fucking
Sydney
hilarious.
Sweeney, right?
Okay.
What?
The new one with
It's
Sydney
Sydney Sweeney. Yeah.
I don't know what her name is.
The
Okay,
blonde.
so that's why you watched it.
The blonde. Look, you were looking at her hair. You were looking at her hair the whole
The
time.
blonde with the big hair.
The guy from Top Gun.
The big hair.
Big old
Her hair was very big.
Her hair was very big.
It's fucking hilarious. Like,
Full.
Big hair.
That's
Full
good to
hair.
know.
Full hair.
Yeah.
I want to jump back to the Men's Mental Health Month real quick. Just for anybody that kind of knows or has seen that I've been putting this stuff for this month in my Instagram.
Yep.
I mean, I'll still be putting up regular toy stuff and everything later on, but it's big month for me. And I don't know if everyone here knows. I know like Oz and Dre. Like my brother, I lost my brother, mental illness. So you know what I mean by that. And then like day before yesterday was his birthday, so I wasn't around or did anything that day either. And it's gonna be a big thing for me this month. I'm trying to put out as much as I can, and I put out little statements. Anybody ever needs anything or just wants to talk or anything, I'm here. I've been doing my own therapy, and losing him is what kind of changed my life when I stopped drinking and getting myself straight. And so I'm thankful for all that, and that's what kind of brought me into the toy community, was trying to get myself out of the dark places I was in. So that's why I love all you guys so much. You guys have been so great, and like I said earlier, just seeing like having Dre and Oz here together now, and like both you guys
Hey,
really,
dude, listen,
really
I
got
love
me
Oz.
where I'm at right now.
Cool as hell. And Jacob, you've been fucking cool as hell too, brother. I love you to death.
Kayla's one of the first people I talked to about therapy before I even started and
Mm-hmm.
stuff. So that's why I kind of know.
Go to
Kayla,
therapy, people.
I haven't reached out to you as much because I kind of know what you go through and giving you your space and stuff.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I know some people were definitely like I know I've talked about with Allison, were like giving me space, and I appreciate that. Like I appreciate like if you reach out to me, if you didn't reach out to me, I was just like everyone, goes about it differently, and I know that I was thinking about you all and just
Not me, you
miss
just met
everyone.
me.
Okay,
Sometimes
not
you
you,
can't
except
breathe.
for you.
It's okay. I'll cry about it later.
Dude, I'm
Lawrence
sorry.
has a cry closet you can use.
No, my cry closet is for me and girls that want to
Me.
do dirty things with me.
And he's
But that's
never
a whole
coming
other
out.
story.
In other
For
words,
seven
just for
for
you.
7 minutes
Just
in
for me.
heaven.
You're absolutely correct.
It's been a while.
For your me time.
Since
That
Ken
includes the
has
shower.
made it,
Thank you to Matt for helping with the out of control. That was Matt. That was the vocal silence of Matt. So thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
And like Jacob said, I'm gonna voice what he said too. If anybody, and Oz, I know I posted it in the group about it too. If y'all really do need someone to talk to because life just kicks you in the ass, I know I'm new, but hey, I Jacob will tell you I'm pretty open and very blunt. If you need someone to talk to and I'm a good ear, I'll listen to you. We can talk on the phone. I'll give you my number. We can talk. If not, my wife actually has gone through stuff too, and she'll actually talk to people too. I'm a little bit more social than my wife is, but I'm here if you need.
It's good to talk to your friends. It's definitely like the first step. I will say, as an added layer to that, since we're also talking about therapy, is being very aware that unless your friend is actually your therapist, be careful to not treat them like your therapist. And this happens in a lot of straight relationships, unfortunately, that men use their wives as their therapists, and that's why they should go to therapy instead of having the women do
guy
the
wants to
mental
talk to a
work.
significant other?
I don't know.
I will offer. You can also talk to me, but keep in mind, my first response is usually, "I've got a tarp. I've got a club. Let's go take care of this." So I may not be what you need in the moment, but if you need an alibi, I got you.
So Allison, so when those bodies are in the creek, I gotta just call you up, right?
Just call me. Well, one, you just got that on the internet, so I can't help you now. That's evidence of where they are.
No,
essentially, be careful not to
If you
use
need to
your
get by
friend
Earl,
as
somebody,
therapists,
I'm your
and
girl.
that you're actually seeking out potential help, which I know is not easy and a scary thing to do. And also, there's a lot of socioeconomic blocks with that, unfortunately. But just to be wary of that, because especially for me, I'm such an empath that when people talk to me about stuff, it weighs heavy on me as well. And I also take on the world's problems, as my therapist likes to say. So
Listen, with it
not
being
just my
Pride
friends,
Month,
but the world.
With it being Pride
Huh?
Month, could you share
Mhm.
the screen? I saw this on
I got
Facebook. I really enjoyed this.
Oh boy, I'm scared. Oh yes.
Let's.
I love
Oh.
it.
That's amazing.
I love it so much. I love making people uncomfortable. It's great.
You have to. That's what I do too.
It's great.
I'd like to say we excel at making people uncomfortable
then I'm gonna
here.
fit
In
I'd
one
fit
way,
in
shape, or
perfectly.
form.
Then wait,
Can I say
fit in here
something?
perfectly.
Yes, Lawrence.
A gay person has never made a straight person feel uncomfortable unless they're hitting on them when they don't want to be. The straight person is whoever is uncomfortable because they're insecure with themselves.
Yes.
Like, what do I give
And
a shit?
also, I will say, they most likely, if you tell them, hey, no thank you, they'll usually back off and most
that's
dudes
very true.
who will hit on women, and if you say no thank you, they're like, why not? Like, oh, you have a boyfriend, oh, you have a husband, blah blah blah. And like that's the only barrier is the woman having association with a man. And so
on
then
that
they'll back
topic,
off.
Kayla, a man one time hit on me and I said no thank you, and he said why, and I'm like, you're not big enough to ride the ride. So
Love
remember,
that
don't ask why, because you may not like the answer you get.
Oh, that was
say
Ask
thank you and move
why
along.
when how is so much. Wait, that should not be taken in that context.
No.
That's very true. Todd makes a good point. I used to think it was more complimentary to be hit on by a gay person than a woman because the ones I'm friends with have higher standards. Yeah. I swear, some of the people that my friends think are hot, I'm like, they look like a potato. They look like a fucking potato.
Hey, some people like potatoes.
Real quick,
Yeah,
I did want to say
some
this.
of us
But if
potatoes
the
need love
potato
too.
can, if the potato can make you laugh, that's where the panties go flying.
Or
There
if
you
you
go.
cook.
You boil them, mash it, and put them in a stew.
Here's the deal.
Whoever
If you're
was
a-
trying to,
Earthquake?
If
I was
you're a
just gonna
dude and you can't score, you've got a shitty personality.
there you go. To whoever was trying to jump on a little bit ago, we are at max capacity. So, normally we'll get some space to free up, but whoever was trying to jump on, I'm not sure if it was because, I took a link out to just about everybody.
Well, actually, Oz, I'm going to go ahead and bail. I've been up since 4:30 this morning. for work.
Wait. Can we first find out if it was Ken trying to get on? If Ken was trying to get on, Joe, could you just leave your
Lawrence.
fucking screen on?
Lawrence, play nice.
I'm always nice.
No.
I'm never nice.
Just some
Yes,
people
it does
tell me I'm
notify
nice.
us.
Allison,
What's up?
Johnny, and me were talking about you last night, Lawrence.
Who?
We were.
Mhm.
From Johnny, from her show, Geek the F Out. Sir.
I'm sorry. I mean,
So-
that Johnny.
We were saying how it's kind of like you're like Mad Hatter and some other YouTubers where you have this like gruff kind of personality, but on the inside you're just a big teddy bear, but you don't want anyone to know about that.
That's probably Lawrence right there.
Yeah.
He is a dairy farmer, all right.
I would say this to somebody who is doing YouTube, if you ever have a question about growing your channel, what kind of content, etc., like any of that, talk to Lawrence. He's always got good, even if it's not right for you, like he will help you and he's got advice. So
Yes,
you
I-
know, like he will
I
help
have lots of advice for growing a channel, but do not ask me how to grow tall because I can't help you.
Yeah, he can. But you
One or the
can't
other.
ask him how to escape from
So
Gakumo, 'cause
we are
he's successfully done
confirmed.
stuff.
Lawrence is a shower, not a grower. Okay.
That's what I was gonna say.
Hey, that got shown last week on the stream.
What? I missed it.
Oh, we did. Yeah, we said something about that last time.
Did everyone
I remember
show
that.
their?
There was a very brief.
I was trying to think of a funny way to
I
say
remember
it.
that.
Picture of Lawrence that I may or may not have saved a
Photoshop?
timestamp if people want
You're gonna need to send that to me, Oz. You can't
Yeah, we
tease
got
it.
timestamp.
I am the exact measurements of Wolverine: 5'4", 200 pounds. Well, I'm a little under 200 pounds now. But
The
So
only
you're the
thing
same
about this is
size
he
as your
can't be,
dog.
Just a shame you can't grow fucking hair and sideburns, isn't it?
I
he
can grow hair.
can't
I
be
can't grow
Wolverine
sideburns.
because he's not Canadian.
Wolverine doesn't have a big bald spot in the middle.
I don't have a bald spot in the middle. I have a light spot in the back.
That's where he was. That's where the gods touched him to make him. They were like, "You're gonna."
The problem is
That's
the
where they have
problem
to
is
rub you
that-
every time.
the problem is that it's getting light in the back. I just want it all to go away.
Same here.
Fucking-
Alpha
You don't have to
Magnus. I'm
shave no
never
more.
want to shave it
11:13.
again. I just want it to fucking
Yeah.
be gone.
No,
Laser.
careful what you wish for because, like, if I let my hair grow out, I look like Friar Tuck. So,
So I want
not
just
so
all
Hey,
flat.
I've got
Hey,
the same
for you,
problem.
Some people find that very hot. Okay.
I don't know those people.
I think
They live in the
Oh.
Abbey. They live in
Point
the
me in
Abbey
the
and they have
direction.
alms for the poor.
I will say
You're not gonna find those
Johnny
people in the desert, Joe.
Sins Made a lot of people into bald people. Just saying. Just saying.
Am I the only one?
All
I'm
right.
glad
On
that
that
everyone
note,
thinks I'm a
question.
softie. Thank you.
I'm
For
gonna
Have a
go.
good one,
You
Joe.
guys have a good night.
Take care, Joe.
All right, Joe.
Please
Later,
tell me
Joe.
other people know who Johnny Sins is.
That's what I said. Am I the only one who knows?
I don't know.
I know
what
it
it is.
Thanos. Thanos.
I was gonna say who really?
doesn't know?
You don't.
Me?
You should
don't?
know.
Johnny who?
Tony, you
I
don't
don't know who Johnny Sins is. I'm clueless. What's Johnny Sins?
Oh, you're joking. Never
You don't
mind.
listen to
I'm
music?
serious.
You don't listen to Corn House
What the
No.
fuck is that?
because
That
you
sound-
can't
You're
say
really
the
not getting
P
this?
word.
Cornhub?
No, I think he's getting it. Corn Hub.
He's looking it up right
Okay,
now.
yeah. What about it?
I didn't know who
Just
that
say
is
it.
either.
Tony's
So-
got a month.
He's
Just
one of
look
the lead
up
singers.
Johnny
He's one of the
Johnny
lead
Sins
singers.
on Cornhub. Yeah,
Oh,
he's one of the lead
Cornhub.
singers.
Cornhole.
Like SINS.
Alpha Magnus.
God damn it.
Yeah.
It's Johnny Sins.
With the belt. With the belt.
Come on.
Wait for
Da-da-da-da-da.
Champ is here.
Okay, yeah, I know who. Okay, never mind. I know who he is. Right. I
I was
just
trying
had
to
to see that.
name song, but that wasn't working.
Ken, you are so loud.
Am I?
Bring the olives.
He was. It was like
Okay,
reverberating.
someone explain the olives thing to me.
Oh,
Okay,
gosh,
you
Taylor,
have
you've been
to,
out
this
the
is where
loop.
you need to Google Maury Povich and olives, and that is all I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, you really don't need much more than
I
that.
can't explain it to you. You have to watch it to
Okay,
understand.
I'll mute
It
myself.
has to be experienced.
I have that.
Okay, yeah,
one
anyway,
that
I
sent
do
you,
know who
Alice.
Johnny
I
Sins
have it
is now
saved.
that
I can send it right to you.
I had to look at
Better
him from an
Google it.
angle, though.
Let me just check my audio. Is my mic volume still too loud?
Yeah, it sounds like
It is a
you
bit
sound
loud.
like
You should-
I always
you
wish
should get
the
off
Wendy's
and then come
speaker
back on.
person was.
Okay, hold on. Let me try that. That better?
There we go. That's much
Okay.
better.
It sounds like
You
you,
know
have
what?
the mic in your
I
mouth.
saw
Yeah.
the screenshot you sent us.
Okay.
That's the timestamp for you.
Somehow my mic volume was set at 200%. I think I just wanted to be louder than Lawrence and I overcompensated. Hear that? I said overcompensated.
Yeah, I was gonna just let that go, but since you brought it up, overcompensating.
We just were talking about how he's a shower, not a grower. So check.
Oh, I heard that comment as well. Thanks, Eldor. All right. So what I missed? Have we talked about toys yet in the last 5 hours?
Oh yeah, we
No.
moved beyond that.
I've been
Maybe,
opening up
like-
Mythic Legions.
Yes.
I opened up. Oh God, where's he at? I opened up Final Swing, SH
Oh,
Figure
Spider-Man.
Arts. Yeah, and then I
Yeah.
opened up Gear 5 Luffy.
Mhm. What's the name of that? What's the name of that Mythic Legion she just held up, Oz? Because I think Hans got the same female character just recently.
Oh, Thrace? Yeah, she's
that's it.
she's from Fox's
Yeah.
Wave.
He pre-ordered her like a year and a half ago or whatever, and he's like, I finally got my first Mythic Legions figure, and I'm like, oh, and you're going to Joe Fest. I'm like, you are gonna spend so much money, bud.
That's because Poxus was pre-ordered like 2 years ago, and there
Mhm.
was a delay in the shipping, and other stuff came first. Now we finally have Thrace and all of Poxus Wave. It's good to see it. Also managed, the other one was the Silverhorn Sentry and the Vampire Phalanx. I finally got all those open, so I think it's finally time I opened my first Savage Crucible.
Oh, awesome.
And got this guy about a week before he will be available to everybody else. Picked him up at Maryland Toy Expo. They had him on the table. Limited number.
So Ken, you're rocking. Looks like the IC title, or is that the cruiserweight?
No, it's the IC title. You know, I
IC
don't
is
even
the
know.
most important.
I don't even know if I qualify for the cruiserweight division, but that doesn't make sense. How would I qualify for the IC title if I can't even be a cruiserweight? Anyway.
Do you not realize that Rey Mysterio probably world heavyweight champion 3 times?
Yeah, you know what? I probably weigh more than him, but it's all beer fat. So you know.
Well, I don't drink beer, but yeah.
What in the fuck did I just watch?
What?
No!
It's the screen that
Oh my
does it
God.
for me, which is the normal case, but I mean, not that kind of screen.
What the fuck? Who? I'm sorry. Is that real? Is someone really afraid of olives that much?
You're muted, Allison.
So,
Allison, you're muted.
So one, thank you, Jacob Cobb, for sending that to me because I had forgotten it existed.
Oh my god!
But here's
No
the deal:
problem.
like, it could be real, it could not, because at that time, Maury Povich was, they would pay people to come on and pretend they had things wrong with them, so they could get ratings. That's why you saw the same 17 people in bad wigs on like Springer every like week, pretending to be something
Oh
different.
my god!
I just sent it to you, Allison. I didn't know you were gonna roll with it so hard too.
You sent it at the right point where I needed something utterly ridiculous, and that was
I know. I could tell. I was like, that one must have really hit Allison's funny bone.
I was having a day, and I was just like, "Oh my god,
Yeah,
this is exactly."
the constant memes. I was like, "The fuck is going on with these olives?" I was That's when I was getting FOMO, and I was like, "I need to know what the deal with the fucking olives are." Okay.
I need olives right now, as a matter of fact, because I need to keep.
I have not had green olives in like a year, and because of this meme, I've added them to the grocery list, and I'm having them every day with my lunch. Like it just.
I love all the olives.
His
all the
IG lives
pickles.
every time he goes to Walmart, stopping by the olive section.
Can't stand olives. Ugh.
As long as it will keep that lady away, we're good. I will keep olives
Yeah.
around all the time.
I don't do martinis, and I don't do olives in my tamales either.
Nope.
Oh, dude, I don't do
I hate
olives
them in the
anywhere.
tamales.
My wife likes them.
Olives.
Yeah.
Look, I don't judge people for not liking olives, but I just feel
No,
like they're
no,
missing
wait.
out.
I don't like eating
I feel like I'm
olives
being
as a
judged
whole.
now.
That's
No,
crazy.
no.
When I was a little
I
kid, I was
enjoy
the one to put olives on all my fingers and eat them. But now
I
love
grown
doing
up, I
that.
hate olives.
Here's
Yeah,
the other
I'm judging y'all.
Tony, I don't like olives like either, but you know where you gotta have it, and I'm gonna recommend it. You get them as a tapenade, where it's like where it's a spread. That's the best way to expose
That
yourself
shit
to it
slaps.
because
I make a
it does.
good tapenade. Like
And artichoke
So good.
tapenade.
Artichoke.
So
green
good on
olives,
Italian
pimento,
stuff.
Right now.
I'm saying,
Tony's gonna
I'm
barf.
saying.
and those red peppers that you get that are in the oil.
Pickled
Oh
one,
yeah,
the pickled one.
Yeah, it's
And
the
you blend
jellyfish.
it. Yep, and I blend it with a bunch of just white button mushrooms until it's
Oh.
like a nice paste. It's delish. Put it on some crostinis and you're set.
See,
I'm
she's
not
right.
even high.
Allison,
I
you
used to
just made me
cater.
hungry.
Nope.
Allison's
to
always
cater.
fucking right. Let's get this right. Allison is never wrong.
Well, I am wrong, but we don't need to talk about that because those people who were there to witness it,
They don't remember.
they're
we've
in
heard about her ex, so you got it wrong at least once.
Carl.
Not necessarily wrong, but poor
I've
decisions
dated
can be
7
made.
Carls.
She learned from it, so
What are
it
you doing,
wasn't
Lawrence?
necessarily.
You
I have an
organizing?
ex-wife too. Trust me, we all make our mistakes. Trust me.
People trick you. You think they're a human being, and they're slime.
Bring out the. That's
Hey, what is it?
Bring out the olives.
Hold on, got to get you the full screen here.
top.
Sorry if you don't want me to
Bring
share
the
Kinzo.
dancing
Oh yeah, I just made that for Kenzo,
lobsters.
but I didn't
Oh,
share
back
it because I
that.
didn't want to. Yeah.
Blue.
You just did to be.
Oh man, I am digging the articulated jaw on this figure already.
What that jaw do
Make
though?
it talk.
Oh, hold on, make this up big here.
Ooh.
I'll play with a little.
Oh,
Who does number 2 work for?
speaking of my ex,
Wait,
that's
does
like
Fort?
his best friend.
Ooh.
Clever girl.
Right.
Yep.
So now I'm kind of sad I didn't get the heads pack though to see what I could have done with some other options for the head choices, but
The
I
head
am.
pack.
I mean, this is one of their slate figures, so it doesn't have all the paint apps that the regular figures have. I know last night when Jay was talking about it, he was saying because he just opened his Como the Owls. He said that the elbows weren't double jointed. I think his was more restricted because of the armor it was wearing. Because there's definitely a double elbow joint there. It just doesn't have as much range of motion as some of the other double elbow joints that we're used to.
I think
It's
you
got
better
a
make a
little-
video about that or lack of articulation.
I should. I'd need to make a big video about the lack of articulation in this figure. It's appalling. It's like 8 years. Oh, sorry, I'm not going to go into that. Then I'll have to attack a photographer afterwards and make a video of that. I don't know. So he's got those nice butterfly joints that work real well. Again, not as deep as some other ones that we've seen, but really good range of motion there.
How are
Double
the ankles?
knees. Ankles pretty solid and stiff. Like, I'm not sensing a lot of weakness here. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to want to heat this up to be able to get some more range of motion out of it. But look at that toe flex. I'm going to have to get
you're
the
not
nails
just gonna,
done on
like,
this one.
shove it around like I did with the seahorse?
Well, you put
Maybe.
it in some warm water and lubed it up a little bit. So
I did.
Yeah,
I
you
did.
did. You had to warm it
I
up a little
almost
bit. It was a
forgot
little.
about the seahorse till just
You
now.
have to really put that wrist in it.
Had to lube it.
I'm loving the toe flex on this thing. Look at
You know
that.
what? I'm almost tempted to tell you to get me one. If you go if you go to Joe Fest and if they have one at a table, may have you get me send you PayPal you some money, get me one because I would use that for Spider-Man.
You could totally order one
Spidey.
next Friday. They'll have them
Oh, really?
available on their
Nice.
site, and they're $19.90. These ones are only going to be like $19. This slate figure is
Marvel
not
Legends
expensive because it doesn't come with a lot of accessories.
That's cool.
So, Kayla,
Yes.
did seahorse ever press charges against you?
Not that I'm aware of, but statute of limitations in California is 3 years, so we'll see. We shall see. Huh?
Tony's still here. Tony, look, I found
Yeah.
it.
He didn't get scared off by
Feature's
all
gun.
this.
Hold on,
Ah.
I got you.
Did I send that to you?
Oh my god, we had this discussion. No, you did not send this one to me.
I was looking for it like an idiot.
I sometimes wonder if you just make up stuff that you've talked about before to gaslight Tony. And if you do, that's cool. Like, I'm here for it. But I just
don't
wonder
need
that.
to. I
I
really
sometimes think, like,
He always talks shit to me, Allison. He always talks mad shit.
I tried to gaslight Tony on Facebook earlier. I don't think he's too pleased with me right now. So.
Yeah, you did.
With
you
all the
fucker.
money you make on YouTube, why don't you have a fucking plastic bin for those fucking accessories by now?
not even one
Fucking
of
Just
those
go to
cardboard box and
Daiso
sandwich baggies. What the
and
fuck?
get one.
That was weird, Ken. How did I get a badge real quick? I've barely been on Delta 17's thing.
It just does that sometimes. It says that
Yeah.
I'm a top fan of a whole bunch of things that I've commented like
You're a
twice
top?
on
I
top.
expected
top,
you to
baby.
be a bottom.
All day.
Could be because you think I'm easy and get dominated. Is that what it is? It's,
No,
anyway.
it says nothing. Jesus.
Dare you assume?
Yeah.
Shepard.
Anyway,
God.
All kinds of love for Shepard.
yeah. I guess it was the post that you made there, Tony.
What was that for? Oh, the badge comment? The badge?
No, I think it was the fact that your Shepherd thing got shared.
Oh,
shared.
it probably was
because I
the
tagged
Shepherd.
you on the post, right? So
Yeah.
yeah. Steve's had like no time for social media, so it's basically been me on Instagram and Facebook for the last month.
We had the Shepherd custom up here.
So
Pump through it on.
basically
It
you're
was pretty
screwed.
cool.
I'm screwed.
If you're the only one.
Yeah. Well, no, because he's been.
I look like Alton.
So he's been prepping banners and the prototype for our Wave 1.5 reveal figure. So he's been doing the real work.
All right,
He was
I
here
am
earlier.
definitely digging.
I thought it was you.
That was probably
No, that was
Ken.
me. That was me.
Oh, is
I
Delta
am
17?
Yeah.
Really,
He's barely
really
been
digging
on,
this.
so yeah.
That would make a dope lizard figure to fight Spider-Man.
You could make it into a Gorn. An OG
Very
Gorn.
easily. Oh man, like some of the other head sculpts, Kayla, they are right up that alley for me.
Have you
And
seen
the
the
paint
new
up.
Star Trek figures that they made? The Exo 6?
The
The
Exo.
1/6? Yeah.
For
I need to get.
the Strange New Worlds ones.
Yeah, they did. Anson got
Yeah.
his captain one. I pre-ordered
His
it.
was pretty good, but Chapel's looked like an old lady.
It did. I was a little.
Yeah.
But Spock's.
I was sad
pretty
because
spot on, too.
Chapel's my favorite.
See,
Spock's wasn't bad.
Spock's was good. I like his. I'm hoping that they do like with Picard. I want to get Picard's because I think that's like the best looking Picard I'm gonna ever see. And I wish I could have gotten the Chakotay. I was pissed I didn't jump on it, but now that I just got into 1/6 scale, I'm like, but I also know Haya Toys is making 1/12 scale Strange New World figures, and they also did the, which of course if you're a real fan, you know that
I'm a new fan.
well, no, not you. I'm speaking in general, like in a generality.
Oh.
In generality, like that we
Mhm.
have the movie verse, like
Mhm.
you know the Abrams verse, and those figures
Mhm.
were but
Yeah.
they're gonna be 1/12 scale. I think they're like $100 from Haya, and if they look anything like the Rambo that I have, I'm all on board. Like make more of this and
Okay.
give me 1/12 scale. I would love it.
Yeah. That's what was holding me back from the EXO ones, because yeah, there was just something a little bit off-putting about them. Like, I think Anson's was the best, but even his was like it's still like there was something eerie looking. I think it was like in the eyes of them or
Yes.
something.
Data's
Yeah,
too.
that's what it was.
You saw Data's,
Yeah.
right? Like when he comes with the cat, and he comes.
I
And
don't
he's,
know
he's-
if I did actually.
check out the Data. He looks
Eyes like
him
Olive.
and
Okay.
Jordy. They look.
Yeah, I'm still a very new fan. That's like why me and Johnny started the channel, because we're now almost done with season 2 of TOS, and we watched Strange New Worlds because he was like, you can watch that without watching the rest of Star Trek, because the only other Star Trek I'd seen was the Abrams movies. So
Oh, man, you got to start with
yeah.
TNG. I mean, you have to do TNG.
Well, gonna do that
I
next
agree.
after TOS.
Yeah, because I mean TOS is good, but TNG, I
Mhm.
mean, out of every
Yes.
captain, Picard is the best.
It is
and then
called
you
the
have,
Kelvin timeline. I did learn that, but I usually just call it the Chris Pine movies.
well, now
Just
technically
yeah.
Discovery did retcon a lot of what happened in TNG and with
Oh.
Enterprise. So like if you ever when you get to Enterprise, you're gonna
Mhm.
see some cool nods in Discovery, because Discovery
Mhm.
technically is the one that's like supposedly didn't exist in the timeline but now does, because of nods to, because
Interesting.
well, Jonathan Frakes has directed several episodes. Mateus, who's been at like several cons, he's like saying, yeah, you know, I've had a hand in helping them write stories. It's doing this. So I'm a big Trek fan and I love what they're doing. I'm like, please give me another season with Picard's son, and because Picard, like, it was dope. Give me more.
Mhm.
Give me more Strange New Worlds, because I love the
Ugh.
musical episode. I was listening to it in the car today. Love that episode.
It's funny because I'm not a fan of musicals, which Johnny was like, "What?" And I was like, "I'm just like, they're just not. I love music, but like musicals are just like not my thing."
No, but come
Doesn't mean
on.
I hate them, but that episode was great.
Come on,
I
man.
really enjoyed
Spock
that
Why
Spock
do you
episode.
singing. Spock
Why do
singing
you
is
hate
priceless.
musicals?
I don't hate musicals. I'm just not. They're just not my thing.
Sure, you
Not
don't.
her thing.
So hold on. Is the original series still quite watchable? Like you're talking about the 1968 series, right?
It's
What are you
pretty
So
talking
it
about?
still holds up after all these
Hell
years.
yes,
Okay.
it does. As 46 years old, dude, that shit will hold true to any. If you're gonna watch anything, like it's like Battlestar Galactica, you can watch the newer stuff that was on Sci-Fi
I
Channel, which
mean,
is good. But if you watch the
to an
classic
extent,
Battlestar, you get the
Uh,
Cylon story. You need
you
the
know
Cylon
what?
story.
The
I will say
2003.
to an extent, TOS holds up surprisingly. I mean, they've also remastered it a lot for the effects, but like, I mean, because Star Trek was like ahead of its time, anyways. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that's like not so good, like the episode that's about to come out this next week. Unfortunately, YouTube does not like the word of the group that was in Germany in World War II. So we said soupies instead. So I will just say soupies. And they literally just like did an episode about them for no reason. And it was like, okay, like, do we really need to do this? And it kind of like gave them like props for creating the most like efficient like system that like, or what was it, efficient like government or something like that that the world had ever seen.
Well,
and I'm just like, no, let's not praise them.
Well, look at Mirror. If you haven't gotten through Mirror yet, right? The Mirror universe.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
So yeah, because
We're almost done with season 2.
Yeah, so like the Mirror universe, that whole universe is predicated on that sort of tyrannical ideological society, you know, where it's all predicated on like they're the empire, You know, they were like pretty much what the Klingons would have if you let the Klingons run rampant. But you know, again, it's a solid stuff to this day.
Mhm.
I would say anybody, if you could still watch old school Star Wars movies and be like, oh my God, that looks so dated. Guess what? You can watch this stuff and it still holds up, I think, equally as well.
Yeah, the episode we just did before, which was funny because it was like so good.
Hey,
oh my God.
Articulated.
Oh my God, that's
oh my God.
amazing.
That's crazy.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Welcome to
Trey,
Wednesday.
think of
Wow. Oh my
the
God.
episode that was before that.
Okay, it's definitely after midnight.
A shower, not a grower.
If
Is
your
it?
kids
Dre,
are
I do
still
have a question
watching,
though. You said that the original BSG still holds up?
TOS, yes.
No, I mean,
Battlestar-
I thought you meant Battlestar Galactica. Yeah.
Battlestar Galactica, I think holds up. It's like if you
Wow.
watch-
Okay.
Because the thing is, you have to realize the stuff on Sci-Fi Channel was all about the Cylons, like how they evolved. Now the thing
Yes.
is,
Oh, it
you
was
have
the
to pay attention
balls.
to the story that was in the original to understand why the Cylons were who they were. Even they paid a nod to Starbuck. They paid a nod to Starbuck in the newer series. They nodded Starbuck was a man. You know, even though it was Katie Sackhoff. You know,
Yes.
they showed he was it was his ship.
To me, the 2003 reimagined series is like one of my favorite like television series of all time. Like it literally might go Game of Thrones, 2003 Battlestar Galactica, like ahead of like Breaking Bad, and people think that I'm crazy for saying that, but that's just how much I liked it.
I don't know. Breaking Bad's a show in and of itself that I mean, like, I think if you take away Game of Thrones as a fantasy-based show, you could see. I mean, and I hate to say the world that we live in, you could see shit like Breaking Bad actually happening, like a teacher breaking and getting cancer and losing his mind, becoming a drug dealer, you know, becoming this whole personality because his life falls to shit. I can see that it happens in the real world. You know, I think that Game of Thrones, as good as it was, if you read the books, which I did, you know, they needed a lot more work. House of Dragons, needs a lot of work.
We love some hot D.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that. The first line you ever said on a live stream is, "I'm ready for some hot D." The very first time Kayla went live, that was the very
Ken
first line she
popped
said.
my cherry with streaming, and that was the first thing I said.
So I popped her cherry with some hot D. I mean, like that's kind of like this like moment from 2022. Now she streams every week. I don't feel so special anymore. You know?
Look. This panel is full of cherry poppers. Just gonna put it out there.
Think of popping each other's assholes. You know what that's from.
Yeah,
You get
no.
10 points for Gryffindor.
I met Jason Mewes.
The remake of Battlestar Galactica is absolutely amazing.
Yes.
I mean, it was. I wasn't a fan of how it.
You
ended.
like something, Lawrence? I didn't know you liked anything.
The first episode of that after the miniseries is one of the best TV
Like a lot of dick.
episodes ever made.
Mm-hmm.
The one where they're like jumping every half hour.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and was that the water shortage episode, or was the water shortage episode after that?
No, that was later on.
Might have been a little
This
bit
was when they were jumping. They're all like,
It was
they're
so
trying to
good.
avoid the Cylons. That's right. Yeah.
"Yep,
Yeah.
no one can
Yeah.
sleep," and it's before
Yeah.
they realize, spoiler alert, that there's Cylons on board that look human.
Yes.
The best was the way they revealed it. See, I think that show did the best reveals for like who was a Cylon and who wasn't. Like we all knew like that there were Cylons amongst the humans, but it was the reveals of who they were that kind of made your skin literally crawl. Because you were like, oh shit!
And they did a good job of, like, they didn't show them all at once. Like
Mhm.
you knew some of them for a long time.
And guess what? That's good writing. Like,
Yes.
and we could all agree, good writing is what carries a show.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not crazy to have that in like my top 3 favorite shows of all time.
No, I mean,
because
I
it's
would-
so good.
Well, okay, it's not in my top. If I would say out of sci-fi shows, I mean, Quantum Leap original series, Quantum Leap would fall into there. I mean, you could fall into several other series like Star Trek: The Next Generation is my number one. It always will be. I mean, several Star Trek series could fall into that. I mean, but you have like so many other sci-fi series that have like Heroes would fall into that as well because Heroes was a great series until the Writers Guild strike.
I was gonna say, didn't Heroes kind of go downhill pretty quickly, like after
because
the
of
first
the
season, or
because
The writer's strike
The writer's
happened.
strike. The writer's strike ruined
Yeah.
the show. And then
There was a lot of really good shows that came out around like a year or two prior to the writer's strike, and then
Cape,
Lost.
bam.
Lost.
Yeah.
Terminator.
You know what?
I still love
Sarah
Lost. Still
Connor
did better
Chronicles
than
are-
Heroes, though.
You know what?
Battlestar suffered because of the strike too.
Yeah,
Towards
they
the end.
they
It had
ended
been
it
running.
where it's like this could have been the ending, and then they came back, and it's like
Yeah.
24
it'll
was
happen.
another. Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say 24 was another series I thought was really, really good, but this last season I thought suffered from the writers.
Well, it
strike.
became
That's
the
one nobody
same
ever talks about
thing.
over and over again. It's like,
Yeah.
there's 6 episodes left of the season, so there has to be a plot twist. They can't wrap it up here. But the first 4 or 5 seasons is just
It
ridiculously
was
good
good.
for 24.
Yeah, like it starts out really good, especially due to the fact that a show necessarily like that had not been done, right? Like we're talking one continuous hour
Yeah.
after the other. However, I will
It's
say
literally
for all
serial
of this,
drama. Yeah.
they've never once used the bathroom. Like,
Oh, I
Well,
know.
yeah, I
That's
know.
what my dad always would say. He's like, when do they
And
use
they
the
can get through
bathroom?
downtown LA traffic in 5 minutes. But the question I have
Mhm.
is, how come nobody talks about that show anymore?
Because
What's up with that?
Kiefer Sutherland did so many shows that he's almost replicated the same character, like
Yeah.
Designated Survivor. It's almost like he's replicated it. But when you look at like other shows like that were very iconic at that time, that were really good and not really talked about, Prison Break.
Prison Break,
Prison
especially
Break,
the first couple
awesome show.
seasons.
Hold on.
Yes.
first 2 seasons of Prison Break, I really
So
enjoyed.
good. Yes.
The
I never
third
watched it.
later was
because
like,
you got to realize both those brothers were those actors were doing
Hot.
other projects at the time.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
what?
I mean, well, no, he was. I mean, he killed it in The Flash. I loved him in The Flash.
oh,
yes.
both of them were great.
Mhm.
They were fantastic. And I think that you have to look at that as like there were shows that were really great. And the reason they're not talked about now is because this generation isn't a TV generation. They're it's
No.
streaming, and if it's not streaming all the episodes, I
Well,
don't care.
But to me, people still talk about Lost. I mean,
Also,
maybe
that's
it's
a pop
because
culture. It's a cult classic. It's going to be talked about.
yeah,
because
but to me, 24 was actually a better show because it stayed good longer.
So wait,
right?
Fringe.
But it
also
was a
better
different
show.
style.
wait a
Fringe
minute.
was not better than Lost. They did
Who
an
brought-
animated episode.
You
Fringe
brought up
was-
never going to the
Fringe-
bathroom,
No,
Ed, right?
Fringe was great for one reason.
I
This is my
loved
opinion.
Fringe, but it did fall off. Whereas
Okay, Lost. here's
Lost
where
didn't as much.
Lost had. Okay, here's where Lost had.
Lost was
had
rocky
star-
in the middle, but had a solid finish.
Lost had star power. That's what it always had going for it. Was all those people were actors outside of that were good. Fringe, you had 1 or 2 names in there that were really good. Lance Reddick was also in there, so you have some good name value. But at the same time, the concept was unheard of. The fact that people actually talk about alternate realities, but this was like pulling somebody from an alternate universe and
It
living
just
that.
got to the point where they were mixing universes too much, and also the writing was just getting bad. Because I rewatched it like 2 years ago, and I still love it, but it definitely it gets to the point where it's hard to keep watching it for sure.
You know what
And it's
show
also
needed more
and also
episodes?
it's different than Lost, where Lost is like a story, and Fringe was still very much like something happens, we have to figure out what's going on by the end of the episode. Like there was an overarching.
It was
story.
episodic versus like a long drawn story.
Well, you mentioned Lance Reddick. I mean, The Wire is a show a lot of people consider the greatest of all time. For me, I would agree that it's really well written. But I do think. What did I miss?
The face.
The face of Lawrence.
The vein. Look at the vein popping out of his left eyebrow.
Was that because I said The Wire?
I've never seen The Wire because people keep telling me how good The Wire is. So I
never
can't
watched it either.
reward it.
Lawrence drove through it
I
to
don't
try
know.
and find me.
Yeah, The Wire is good. The Shield is such a better
Speak out.
complete show than The Wire.
I have
The difference is though,
What?
like one of the differences there though is I can say that in a lot of ways, and again, it's not all of Baltimore City. As Lawrence drove through, he can tell you it's not like that everywhere. There's a very real dynamic to The Wire.
Yeah.
being in and around the Baltimore City area. Actually, honestly, any of the big, well-known crime documented cities can attest to that. Like you're gonna see that kind of thing. Whereas the Shield, well, I mean, that could have been our drug enforcement team that got busted a few years ago. I don't know.
And, well,
You're right.
or in
You look at the
LA, I mean,
Shield,
that was
The Shield was good, but it wasn't The Wire. It's not The Sopranos. I mean,
Right.
The Sopranos was
Oh,
storytelling.
I disagree 100% with you. And
You can tell me why you disagree. I want to know. You can
Lawrence,
earn
bring this
title.
up tomorrow when we do the recording for Thursday with a friend.
I mean,
Let's talk this over.
The Shield was not nominated and won so many things, and it actually came out before The Wire.
Mhm.
But everything with The Shield, from the pilot, the whole entire series is about covering up that pilot episode. Like
That is a
everything
very good point. It
Everything
does
is
all
episodic.
call
Like it is set up from they are trying to cover up that Terry Crowley murder from day one. And when you go back and watch The Shield, like I watched it after it started. I think I got into it in like season 3. When you go back and watch it now after you've had kids that have grown up, it is a hard watch because they do some things that you just don't want to do. But I just thought the acting was better. My issue with The Wire is, and it was good, as I watched it, every season felt different.
Yeah, that's the point.
But with the same characters. Like, all of a sudden, they were just like, everything was different. Like, there wasn't... Like, the characters were, like, different characters altogether.
No, I think that when you watch The Wire, you got a lot of very good character-driven stories. Like I feel like every season we were getting like a focus versus something like like I said when I mentioned The Sopranos. Like you watch The Sopranos, it wasn't just about like the other gangsters in Jersey or the other families. It was Tony's family. It was the characters in the family and how they were dealing with things. I mean, that again is an Emmy-nominated show. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, again, there are dichotomies to people, the fandoms that liked either show, but I could agree with you that maybe I see where you're coming from, but Miami Vice, another great one.
No, I don't think I know that I ever finished The Sopranos. I always didn't have HBO, so
nobody finished The Sopranos.
Nobody Sopranos.
Oh, come on! It ends
It
with
just
Bill Fox
faded to
leaving.
black.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
We never got the movie. I mean, Gandolfini passed, so we never got the movie.
We get a prequel though.
Which wasn't that show was that series was not. I shouldn't say terrible.
No, I think they're doing another series with his son.
No, they did another series with his son. It was like the early days of Tony, like how he was coming up.
Yeah, but I thought they were going to do another one.
Please don't.
I thought they did a movie, and I thought they were going to do wasn't it a movie?
No,
I heard there was supposed to be a movie.
Yeah, there was. They were supposed to pick up from the bell ringing. That's where the movie was supposed to end. Like the way the director had figured it, he was going to have it be where the bell rings in the beginning of the movie. Like it was going to be a dark screen, bell rings, and we were going to see what happened, and then it was going to be the events that led up to that. Now, obviously, we never got that because sadly he passed. But
damn.
So we can assume that he died in it.
Oh, yeah, the whole family got murdered. That was like the kind of the end note was that his whole family got slaughtered because they were all together finally.
They just
Frog here, reporting live from Sesame Street. There was murder at a place called Hooper's.
Hey, as a guy who watches Sesame Street with his toddler, they've done Stranger Things. They've done The Hunger Games. They don't. Nothing's sacred. They will touch it if they can and make it funny. And I love seeing you with Muppets.
They're gonna touch it, all right.
Cookie Monster. You don't love that crackhead Cookie Monster. Cookie, and he's at the Hunger Games. Come on.
They're burning
Did they really do Hunger Games? That's so funny.
It was
doing the cookie dough on the spoon.
My dude in the Hunger Games, he was Cookie Everdeen, and he was saying he's like me need to figure out where's Pita. He's like, where pita? And then pita was an actual pita bread, and then they ate him. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, I ate pita. Oh, what do I do now? It's hard being heroine of whole franchise. I died laughing. And my toddler's
That's
sitting there
so
like,
funny.
Papa, why are you laughing? Like, that's not funny. And I'm sitting there crying because I'm like, that is hilarious. The
That's
existential storylines that they're covering in these things. Like they did Stranger Things, and it's like what kid 4 years old knows what the hell Ghostbusters is? They probably know now because of the Frozen Empire, but back then when the episode first aired, they didn't know shit. Or Stranger Things. Come on, Stranger Things is a little bit more teen adult. And they were doing it. He's like, oh no, it's the some cookie based, like, you know, the cookie Gorgon.
Demogorgon.
Yeah, the cookie Gorgon, and it's like, oh, and Grover was hilarious. You know, they made such jokes that I'm like, how did they get away with that on Sesame Street? But it's Sesame Street, you can do that. So I find that hilarious.
I feel like I'm done with Stranger Things after season 3. I don't know why. I'm just not looking forward to the next season.
There's been 4 seasons,
There's
Ken.
already been another
Right.
season.
Sorry, you know what I
So
mean.
you are
Sorry.
done with it.
So I guess I am
You
done.
didn't.
Wait, you don't.
You didn't
play
like
Dungeons and
season
Dragons?
4?
Exactly. You didn't.
It
like
was
Dungeons
it was really heavy. Like I just felt it was a lot to take in.
It was
Yeah, that's why it was so good.
It was great.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
just go back in time to explore. You know.
Wait.
But you watched all of 24.
Wait, Ken.
Yes.
Yeah,
Wait,
really.
Ken, Ken.
You're just waiting.
Stranger Things is heavy.
There were less options back then.
Wait, Ken, you're telling me that Stranger Things is heavy, but you watched Battlestar Galactica and that political drama, Game of fucking Thrones, the amount of
really.
political drama that rounded all that throne, and that's
Game
not
of Thrones
heavy.
was way more bloody.
Hey, Ken is very political.
So am I.
I mean, if you watched all of
Very.
Dragon
There were
Fest
so
on
much less
HBO,
options back
right?
then. You know, I don't know.
Look,
then.
he was waiting for like the rest of us, and we've
Oh.
discussed it. We all wanted to see when the hell he was gonna take a shit finally, because he had held it in for how many seasons?
Man, he ran. You know?
24
It can't be
hours.
healthy.
It
Well, that-
can't be. He
well-
needs to see a doctor.
Well, see, that was
Proctologist.
25. You didn't see
Wait, no, wasn't that
25 is
before
on the
Redemption?
DVD.
That's
That's
the
an
bonus.
hour
Yeah,
and
that was the
some shit.
bonus episode on DVD.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it was
I
those
got it.
bags. It
So
just
every season ends with an hour
Oh,
of
off
shit.
the
And he's
bag.
just on his phone like.
He just
I've been
runs
holding
into the
this.
bathroom and he's
Yeah,
finally
there is
like,
a lot of time between
"Whoa."
seasons, right? So you know.
There
The
was.
You know what the sequel to 24 was? Designated Survivor. He finally
Yep.
went to the bathroom.
Yep.
He does
Took a
play that
shit
same
all
character
over
in many
Washington.
Designated
ways.
pooper.
Exactly.
Kiefer
You remember when
Sutherland
he-
just plays Kiefer
Do
Sutherland.
you remember when he attacked the Christmas tree?
What was that show he did? Where his son was autistic and
Touch.
Yeah, I got into that.
I
I
had
remember.
not seen that one.
I
It was
heard of it, I
okay.
never watched.
Designated Survivor was better.
There's only like 2 seasons of it.
Yeah, they
Oh.
canceled Touch pretty quickly, right?
I remember being
I don't
into
know.
it. I don't
Wait,
remember.
that's
much
kind
at
of
all.
funny because you look at The Good Doctor based on the Korean show, which I like The Good Doctor, and that show it's very woke for what it was, but it was on for years, you know, and it did so well overseas. It comes here, and it's met with so many mixed reviews, and I'm like, but you have shows on other platforms that are not woke as the kids like to call it. I think it's just fucking good to have different characters to pay attention to because I like it. Who gives a shit about what they are? I just want to see something different on TV.
Oh,
Representation matters.
yeah.
Yes,
Well,
I know.
Code for it's got black people and it scares me. That's all that is.
Look,
Same
look.
kid, did anybody ever watch Bates Motel?
I did, loved it.
I didn't.
Okay,
Yeah.
look at
Man, I
my
was so
Spider-Man.
into that when
You
it
want
was
to talk
out.
representation? Right there. That's my Spider-Man. I'm Puerto Rican. That's my Spider-Man. Right there.
Yes.
Right
Miles
here,
Morales.
Where's it at?
Hell yeah.
My son's favorite Spider-Man.
Oh, I gotta watch out. This got my.
He ain't Spider-Man.
Who wants to get slapped? Who about to get slapped? Who about to get this man?
Peter
to-
Parker, baby, all day.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
You sacrilegious bastard.
Nice.
Yeah, you know what, motherfucker?
I
am a
listened to
sacrilegious
I
bastard.
listened to
am.
both the soundtracks all the time. So fucking good.
Do you know what makes Miles Morales work? As
I'm
Spider-Man?
waiting for you to hear it.
Movie?
I'm waiting to hear this.
No, what makes Miles Morales work as Spider-Man is they didn't try and change Peter Parker. They created a whole new character that was Spider-Man, and that is why, like, when you start hearing that They want Michael B. Jordan to be fucking Bruce Wayne or Clark Kent. It doesn't work. Those characters are established, right?
Wait. Idris Elba could be James Bond. I don't care about Bond being black.
James Bond
James Bond
is
James Bond's in
like a position, right?
That's a code.
Like
Yeah,
they've
yeah.
even alluded to this too, and they've kind of put it out there with that. Like it's still considered to be like it's one, but
It's a
007,
position, like missionary.
yes,
It's a designation. James Bond
Yeah.
007. Yeah.
Okay,
right.
so
So anybody could technically be James Bond, which is why when they were running through all those different ideas for who could be the next Bond, I was like, I'm up for seeing anybody because the gate's been blown wide open and they could put anybody in there and I will take them as a James Bond and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's been blown open since the inception.
But you have established characters, Bruce Wayne,
Yeah.
Clark Kent,
Yeah, don't mess with them.
Steve Rogers.
It's
This is who they are. All right, Wolverine.
But that also doesn't mean that they have to be
Wolverine.
anything.
Yes, they do.
I get what you're saying. I get no. I mean like a certain like ethnicity.
Well, what I think I like a lot about Miles Morales and why he works so well is that Spider-Man in his entirety is somebody who's been completely relatable, right? Even Stan Lee puts it out there that one of the things that they didn't like about Spider-Man to begin with is that a superhero doesn't have problems, right? And Peter Parker, Spider-Man, from the creation of the character, had problems. Teenhood, high school drama,
why
along
I
with
switched from
superhero shit.
DC heroes to Marvel heroes because
Then,
of Spider-Man.
as the character got older, those problems evolved. Like trying to keep up his grades in
Bills.
college,
keeping a job,
bills, keeping money flowing, and not
Girl.
just to help support himself, but to support his aunt.
He's a
Like
pimp.
he was a very real, relatable character that people grew up with, right? And they didn't need to necessarily remake Peter Parker or Spider-Man. They needed a new Spider-Man or a new everybody's hero that
A younger generation. That's what I said. yeah.
right, everybody, now there is a version of this hero that more people can relate to because Miles Morales has to deal with issues that even Peter Parker did not have to deal with.
Oh yeah.
And there's a lot of Spider
The race
Gwen in it,
issue.
and I
He's
fucking
from an alternate universe, which is fine with me, but now
Well,
he's
it's-
in the same universe.
Well, it's even more so like in the current comic book run, like there was Mr. Fantastic is like sort of like from an alternate universe, from the Marvel Zombies universe, and he became this like omnipotent, omnipresent being, and he was like, they've lied to you, Miles. You think you're from here. And he told him in the Marvel 616 universe, and he's like, you need to come with me to the Ultimate universe where you'll be a god. And Miles
Can I
was like,
help
no,
you?
good, I'm good,
Yeah.
I'll stay here.
Good.
And I think that was, for me, like the most surreal moment when you
Hello?
imagine being 16 years old, someone tells you, you don't belong here.
Why?
Guess what? I was told that.
When
I
you bark,
relate
it
to that.
scares me.
And I
Right?
think that makes it such an awesome feeling. And as I worked with kids for 17 years, you see kids that like, they say, man, I feel that way too. And I think that that's an awesome, relatable thing that we needed to have that. And Spider-Gwen, she's doing that because guess what? My daughter
Fucking love
cosplayed
her.
her. My daughter, my youngest one cosplayed her. And you know what she tells me? She goes, Papa, can I be Miles? And I said, baby girl, you can be whoever the hell you want to be.
Hell,
You're a
yeah, whoever you
superhero.
want.
And that's what we got to tell them. Because it's not a matter of, like you said, it's not a matter of gender or ethnicity. It's whoever dons the mask. I don't care. Batman was black in the comics recently, son of Batman. Lucius
Okay,
Fox's
no,
son.
I said Bruce Wayne.
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying in
No,
general.
but
This
that's
is
what I'm
just
saying.
generality.
Yeah,
I
this
didn't-
specific person.
Yeah.
Totally.
Like, hey, look, certain ones you don't fuck with. Black Panther. Don't change Black Panther's Black
Thank
Panther.
you.
He's from Africa.
I don't want to
touch
see Storm White. I don't
I'm
want to
so
see
glad.
Magneto needs to be a Jew.
Same here. Yeah.
Thank you.
that. Yeah,
Oh,
there's
and
certain
that
ones
is the biggest one.
Absolutely.
That is the-
Yeah, you're changing the shit I grew up with. Stop. Just make something new.
I mean,
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
make Wolverine like Australian, like they did.
He was Australian in the 80s cartoon.
I know.
Right? And then
Nice
Hugh
Pride of the
Jackman.
X-Men. Or the
And I
episode.
still like.
The
I mean,
funny
let's be
part
honest.
is,
Pride of the X-Men.
If we can change anyone from being Canadian, we try and do it. Because
But didn't Jackman
oh,
speak
Never
for
dull.
Canadian
We
We
love
don't
dull.
support his
Damn,
opinion.
Ken.
Dull, right? Only dull.
Damn
Only
it.
dull.
I
Dullers.
thought
That's
thought
Lawrence,
and
that
that's why
Jackman
I
had
think,
a
the
Canadian
back out.
accent.
That's all. So.
but that's
you
why
know.
I think Miles Morales worked. Is they didn't try and
Mhm.
they didn't try and change Peter Parker.
Stop trying to make Peter Parker happen. It's not gonna happen.
It's been happening.
They they took
It's
the
happening.
Spider-Man and they created.
Quoting Mean Girls, damn it.
Now I still don't think that it works with Batman because Batman is Bruce Wayne.
It worked, but see here, I'm
Well,
gonna
we've
hit
heard
you. I'm gonna hit you where it hurts.
What if
They
what
did it
if
with
Terry McGinnis
like
can be another
Wait, they
Batman.
did it with
someone
Superman.
else was
They've done it with
Batman?
Superman. No, they did it with Superman. I'm gonna hit you right now. They just did it recently last year. DC Comics did a whole run where the main heroes were gone. Superman fucking gone. His son, who is a bisexual male with a boyfriend, which I thought was cool, he stepped up. Aqualad stepped up as Aquaman. Yar Floor,
I'm sorry,
an
Aqualad?
Amazonian. Yeah, Aqualad.
Yeah,
He
that's a real thing.
He actually took
Oh,
the
yeah.
mantle of
That's
Aquaman.
been
Yeah.
a real thing for a
I'm a
while.
diehard. Listen, I'm a
Young
diehard
Justice.
comic book fan, and then you have Yara Flor, who's an Amazonian woman who took Amazonian lore to become an Amazon and became the new Wonder Woman. Lucius Fox's oldest son was a soldier in the military, had no money, became Batman, and actually donned a mask over his face because he said in the comics, "If I show that I'm a black man, the cops will shoot me." That spoke volumes to me because I'm a person that has been pulled over by the cops. That speaks volumes to other people in the world, and it shows tolerance. It's showing that hey, anybody can be this person, but this is the mantle they do. Jon Stewart, Simon Baz, Jessica. Oh God, I forgot the new Green Lantern. She's female. She's bipolar. They have so many things that they're touching on now.
But Green
Those are
Lanterns are
different.
totally different because Green Lanterns aren't a specific.
Really? No, they're assigned one lantern's assigned to Earth.
But
now there are several because they had to reach out.
Each
to
one
Earth.
is a sector.
But what I'm saying is they're different people. Like Jon Stewart is Jon Stewart. They didn't.
Yeah.
try and-
Hal Jordan is
Al
Hal
Scott,
Jordan.
Al
Yeah.
Scott, right?
Al
Yeah,
the whole,
but
Scott.
Jon Stewart
the
is
whole
still a
Batman
mantle.
thing with me, and I've talked about this before. Batman is his alter ego is Bruce Wayne, and there's only two people that should ever
His
be.
real name is Bruce
Wait,
Wayne.
Dick, are you gonna say Dick Grayson and Damian Wayne? Because guess what?
No,
Dick
I
Grayson
don't-
did it,
no.
and he was terrible at it.
No, Dick Grayson is the only other person that should ever
I
be
can't
him,
stand fucking Damian Wayne.
other than Terry.
I think it
McGinnis,
was Morrison's writing.
completely
Sorry.
different.
So let me ask you this. So
There's been lots of Batman. I know there have.
So there have been other Batman. Azrael, Batman,
Yep.
who was not Batman.
As
You've
Yeah,
had-
Paul Valley, yeah.
That's
you
what
had-
that
let's
is.
wait. Let's go to Batwing, Lucius Fox's youngest son. He was a Batman.
Somebody send Kayla a super chat.
You know what I'm saying? Like there were so many. There's the mantle,
Why?
Batman's mantle. Not like Superman. I'm gonna go where you have
I think
Superman.
she might have missed that too.
Hook it
Superman
up, Kayla, hook it up.
You missed a lot.
of a
Was Dick Grayson that bad as Batman? I think it was Morrison's writing. I'm not a Morrison guy.
Battle for the Cowl was terrible, even though Kevin Smith wrote it. Battle for the Cowl was one of the worst ideas to have people fight.
never
And
read it.
instead of giving it to Red Hood, which no offense, Jason Todd deserved it.
I
Because
voted
he was
to
the
kill
Batman.
him in the 80s.
And they did, and they killed him not only once, twice. Darkseid
And
sent
then
him back
Judd
in
Winnick
time.
had to bring him back.
So there have been times, that, like I said, like Superman. Yeah, I could agree with you. Clark Kent's Clark Kent, right? He's Kal-El, but that doesn't. His son has stepped in his role. His son stepped into the role because it's a mantle. But on Earth 23, there's a black Superman. Michael B. Jordan wants to be that Superman. I
That was
support
odd.
that. Go ahead, do it. They did it in the cartoon where Zod was raised by Hispanics, and I think
Can I
that's
ask-
awesome.
Can I ask that Michael B. Jordan never be in another movie again?
And I
No.
counter.
He's
Nicolas
too
Cage
hot. How dare you?
I
Nicolas
can't.
Cage can't do. Nicolas Cage can't be in another comic book movie again.
What?
Okay, so really quick, Kayla, the spinning thing. On my birthday, Derek J. Hoover of the Yesterday's podcast was here.
Yes.
And he got
Mhm.
people to send super chats. And every time they send a super chat to Larry through the creamery, Larry had to spin in his chair and go, wee.
Like a little.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So.
But yeah,
I,
you,
I love this debate, this mental
You
debate of
just did
comic
about
characters.
in super chats.
So anyway, really quick, Kayla, Aqualad. So originally in like the late 50s, early 60s, Ramona Freeman and
TLDR.
some dude created Aqualad, who was Garth. He had purple
Bye.
eyes, been kicked out of Atlantis, Aquaman sidekick. In
Uh-huh.
the late 80s, he got upgrade. No, 90s. Phil Jimenez upgraded him to become Tempest, and he got new powers. Then there was a new Aqualad, who was from the Young Justice cartoon, and then they moved him into the comic books. And as far as I know, that's the last one because I don't read shit at DC after the New 52.
Oh, New 52 was amazing. You're right. New 52 has been good.
I do want to ask though, like, so New 52, I read Court of Owls and most of Scott Snyder's run. I ducked out around Dark Knight 3 Master Race, which is 2016. I don't know what's been good since then. I've heard there's a really good arc out there called Failsafe that you have to read.
Failsafe was good. It's not. I don't think I didn't read all of it, but I mean, Failsafe is basically like Batman's, like, you know, it's one of his plans went awry, kind of like Tower of Babel. It's almost like a throwback to Tower of Babel.
Project.
But like, yeah, it's like his Batman, basically, his robot Batman starts going around and like he's going to all the major areas of like Earth to get like things to stop it, but he's getting stopped. And he has his arm broken. He gets almost his back broken again. I mean, it was great.
Yeah.
It's a great, solid run.
It's just for me, like my Batman basically starts from Miller's Dark Knight Returns or Year One if you want, and kind of ends around Snyder's era. I don't really know anything outside.
I'm that old. My Batman's way before fucking Dark Knight Returns.
I mean, yeah, Miller did a great job, but I mean, you had some solid writing before that. Like, I mean, I would give the stuff in the New 52 was actually really good. I think it was some of the better stuff DC did because it was actually better than Marvel at that time.
But Miller gets the credit for bringing him back to his dark roots. I know Neil Adams, Denny O'Neil. I know touched on it a little bit here and there, but he didn't like drive it home the way that Miller did. I think Denny O'Neil kept him in the gray and blue uniform, I think, and I think Miller returned him back to the Detective Comics.
But see, that's also like if you look. So I'm gonna give you another comparison. Look at Chip Zdarsky's run for Daredevil. Chip Zdarsky's run for Daredevil is probably one of the best Daredevil comics. It got me reading Daredevil. It got me interested. And then Chip Zdarsky jumped to Ghost Rider, and Ghost Rider was solid. I was like, God, this guy touches anything, it's fucking gold.
Was Zdarsky the one after Miller and before?
No, Zdarsky's recently. Zdarsky did the last.
Zdarsky's really recent.
Yeah, he did the last two runs.
After Mark Waid, then, because I read the Bendis and the Brubaker run and a little bit of Miller, but I didn't know who took over after Mark Waid. So I guess
Bendis did a lot of. I mean, and Bendis doesn't get a lot of credit. He created that. Basically, he created the Ultimate Universe, and I know that they're doing the Ultimates again. It's not terrible. It's good. I think Black Panther was fucking must needed, and Spider-Man, very good books. X-Men, if you're not a fan of Japanese lore, you get lost in it. And I mean, I'm a fan of Japanese lore, so I don't care.
It's just really hard to follow all the comics, right? Like I was trying in the 2000s, and I'm like, my God, there's just too much going on.
Dude, hit me up.
Now, after a while.
Hit me up. I will tell you what, because I read, if I'm here, like if I can't even get my camera, there are like a metric fuck ton. There's about 10 boxes full, long boxes full. And it's all recent stuff.
Batman ends at the Batussi.
Love it. Yeah. Dre, I mean, everyone's got a different taste, though, right? Like, if you ask me, my favorite runs of Batman are things like Long Halloween, Hush, Court of Owls. Like, that's the type of stuff I like to read. Hush was so good. Yeah, a lot of people say that it's overhyped, but to me, Jeff Loeb and Jim Lee, all-star team right there.
Yeah,
Nightfall was dope.
Nightfall was dope too.
Nightfall was good, but I don't think Nightfall's aged as well. I mean, I grew up with Nightfall, but I didn't think it aged that well.
But then look, you could look at Black Mirror that was written by Kevin Smith. That was really good. You could look at Killing Joke.
Black Mirror was Scott Snyder.
Killing Joke was thick.
Oh, Killing Joke. My bad. I am confused. My bad. But still, both good books. Good.
Killing Joke is Alan Moore, right?
Yeah, anything by Alan Moore is overrated at this point. Like he's
but you know what? It's still. But you know what though? I think the fact that a lot of actors have actually used that soliloquy that the Joker has had,
I mean,
as
I
like
get
or
that,
that
but it
monologue.
just, like he had to use rape
It
and
humanized the Joker,
rape
right? Like
and
what did we know about the Joker before killing Joker? Nothing, right?
actually all of the origins he presented had been presented before. All Alan Moore did was regurgitate them and make them.
I was gonna say he modernized it for that like
I
post
mean, like
Bronze
I
Age
get it,
era.
but it's just like again,
right?
he had to rape and cripple Barbara Gordon to like.
Okay, that's
I'm
the
done
thing
with-
that stayed long lasting.
And then like
She became Oracle, right?
Yeah, that was somebody having
That
the
was cool,
government
it was
fix
horrible.
the
But that was
manual
that was
for
a push after that. That wasn't
Oh,
like
that's true. He didn't
They,
create
they
Oracle.
did that to fix it. That wasn't
yeah, because there were
like
a lot of people didn't like
purposeful
what happened.
decision.
Yeah,
No.
that's true.
So I
yeah,
just- I
that's
don't-
true. He
in
basically
general, like-
sacrificed her for the story. Is basically
In general,
what he did.
Alan Moore is a mean-spirited, like crusty old goblin.
I
and,
voted
I'm
for
just
Jason
sort
Todd
of
to be killed.
Did
done
you?
with like like Watchmen is good and his Swamp Thing stuff is good, but I've read all of his
Watchmen's
other
really
stuff
good,
and it's
yeah.
just like
Watchmen
he
aged
thinks
really
he's
well.
Smart.
There's a
Have
whole new
you
backstory
read-
with Joker that just came out, wasn't there? For a
Huh?
whole
There's
new...
been there was the White Knight, which had a lot of great stuff with the Joker story with the Jack Napier Joker, but then there's other.
I've not read
You know,
that,
like,
by the way.
One of the...
You know?
I don't know, I was just watching a video the other night, and it was confusing. He told me how he was seeing like a psychiatrist or something that trained
But I
him
was gonna
to...
Go ahead, Jacob.
Trained him to kind of not be able to feel pain and be the crazy person he is. Like, there's one of the newer stories, I guess. It came out after the Three Jokers. I don't know. It's
Should be,
nothing
I
I've
think,
read or
well, there was
anything.
there was Scott Snyder's White Knight, and I'm trying to remember
It's
what
kind
it
of
was.
confusing to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I was gonna ask Allison, did you read Lemire's Swamp Thing that like they did like those big like magazine style?
I'm gonna peace out, you guys.
Yeah,
I gotta
the,
work tomorrow.
Wednesday
I
comic.
gotta go relatively quickly too, but
Peace out, Cub Scout.
All right, Tony.
Later,
see you,
guys.
brother.
Love y'all.
Thanks, Joe Fest, man.
Night, Tony.
Night, Tony. But
And I get what you're saying too, Lawrence, with Dick Grayson about being the only, I don't know, to me too, he's the only person I think would should kind of like take the mantle.
Because
Batman.
he was groomed to be Batman. Like he
Yeah,
was.
But
That's
he
the
had
only
Damian
one-
Wayne as his foil. He had the edgier Robin and the more wholesome
But
Batman.
Bruce
That's the way-
Wayne only looked at Dick Grayson as his equal, not even Superman. He looked at Dick Grayson as his equal, and the only other
Mhm.
Batman that I think, or the only other person that should be, is Terry McGinnis, and that's because it's in
That's
the
a
future.
clone. Well, no, he was also a clone. So wait, you would give a clone over the biological son, Damien, who is the heir, the biological mix up of him and Ra's al Ghul's daughter Talia. I mean, the heir to the freaking most powerful.
He's also 10 years old, right?
Well, no. Technically different. But I'm saying like if I were to say Dick Grayson was he was he never even, and to this day I've never heard him ever say he looked at him as his equal. Even in the recent crappy movies, Justice League, Batman has admitted no one's his equal, not even Superman. Batman is that egotistical. He looks at those guys as his children. The family is nowhere on his level. And that's how he
I
looks
wish
at it.
there was a 900 number for Damien, because frankly, I don't like bullshit. Like I really,
I love
him to get
Damien.
Jason. I
I love Damien. He's great, but I think
Damien's a bit much.
He
Right?
needs work.
Did they bring him back because he died a few years ago, didn't he?
Well, okay, depends. If you're talking about the vampire run, he turned into a vampire, and if you're looking at the current run, he exists, but I'm not reading a lot of DC stuff, so it's hearsay.
What'd you do?
I accidentally clicked on a video.
Forgot I needed my headset on.
Alpha Magnus, good to see you, brother.
Hello.
So loud.
See, unlike Keeper, I actually had to use the bathroom within a 5-hour span. So.
Are you sure? So now you're the designated survivor or the designated pooper.
I will be a designated pooper.
With their corn.
I will shit for every last one of you.
You promise? You promise? You didn't eat corn now, did you?
I don't remember having any corn.
Ah, crap.
Let's go, man.
Make this.
That's cool.
Making this guy. Just gotta get his kid.
Yeah. I gotta say, the Skullband Zolo World exclusive is definitely one of my favorite.
Alpha, your Unicron looks dope.
Quickly,
mad props to that Unicron.
Could you bring up Andrew Davis about Michael B. Jordan?
I've got some crazy stuff.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't like him. I thought he was good as Creed. I didn't like him in the last movie without Rocky because it didn't work. It's the Rocky movies. I just don't like him as an actor.
I don't know why they're still making Rocky movies.
Well, they're not. They're making Creed movies.
I was gonna say, I'm kind of glad they're making Creed movies now. We move beyond Rocky.
So the first two.
How many
Creed
Rocky
were good.
movies were there?
There are about
6.
Enough. According to Spaceballs, 5,000.
The fact that there's not a number everyone.
The last
agrees
Creed
on.
movie was awful. I mean, it was awful.
He was coming out of retirement.
Okay, so wait. So the last Creed movie was a really bad idea in the sense, and I don't disagree with you, but it was a throwback to Clubber Lang. That was what they were trying to do. The whole Clubber Lang story, without it being the Clubber Lang story, which ruined it.
Yeah.
Which, if they did it right, Drago's son should have trained him, worked with them like Rocky did with Creed, to get over dealing with it. And I know that the racism, was the prevalent issue at the time of Rocky 2. That's why you were able to make that story kind of carry, because it was the 80s and it was kind of a touchy thing. But in Creed 3, the story was more of a. It is. Trust me, I know. And I think that what would have made it cooler would have been like if you made it more like they made it kind of more of an economical thing, like his friend was poor and they both grew him up in the system, but now he's the son of he's Adonis Creed. He's made a name for himself. He's got this stuff, and he wanted to take all that from him. So they took away that element that I think made it good. And Drago's son should have been more of a prevalent character, I think, in it, which is now why he's getting his own movies and a TV series.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I said I don't like Michael B. Jordan in general as an actor.
But he's so hot.
Well, okay. Listen, there's a lot of women I think they're super hot, but I don't want to see them act. All right, unless it's in porn. All right, if it's in porn, then cool.
There we go.
That's not acting.
Nobody in
Acting.
porn acts.
Okay, well.
Corn.
I just don't like
Porn is more acting than action.
I said porn.
We all have that. We all have a few people that we don't like seeing in movies. I mean, Allison doesn't think Tom Cruise can act.
I can't stand
Legend.
Owen Wilson.
Okay, can I ask you, Allison? I know you love a lot of old movies,
Owen
and
Wilson
I
is
respect you.
so good in Loki.
But Legend. I mean, come on, Legend.
I enjoy Legend. I just don't approve of Tom Cruise's continued existence. Like, if Tom Cruise dies tomorrow, and everyone's doing the whole thing, I'm going to be R.I.P. Bozo.
All right, so if we take away, let's say if we take away the personal
I
aspect.
also want Tom Cruise, Moby fight to the death.
Oh my God, that would make me so.
That's
my
Allison.
king. That's my king.
Yeah.
Fight to
That's
the death,
Allison's
Moby
prawn
King.
right there.
Karma is my king.
So if we took out, what if we took out the personal life aspect of it? Like if we didn't know their personal lives, I still like Schwarzenegger. He's an asshole, and so is probably every actor and actress. And if we look at their acting ability, Legend was classic. I think Legend was great. I look at, Predator. Predator was a great film. So was Commando. So was
Jingle All the Way. Don't you forget my fun holiday movie. Good holiday shit. I punch a damn reindeer right in the face.
He got two.
Last
He
Action
got
Hero.
two.
I love Last Action Hero, one of my favorite movies.
Last Action
Hero. Like, Arnold's movies are classic to me. I absolutely love him.
Give him his due. Maggie in 2014 was a great fucking movie.
Twins.
And that showed him being a more
Is-
serious.
Junior.
Is Maggie the one where his daughter becomes a zombie?
Yeah, think about Junior after Twins.
That was like one of my favorite
about
films
that
because it was where he wasn't the action hero. He was just a dad. And I
Yeah.
loved
Yep.
it. It was solid.
Yep.
That's a solid
Kindergarten Cop.
film. Kindergarten Cop.
His son was Anakin Skywalker.
Hands down, Arnold earned that box office championship belt that he got from WWE way long ago. Now that's not
That
saying much
package is
considering
front
who.
and center.
Always. Look at that package. Fuzzy purple package.
You're missing our package talk, Alpha. The furry package. It's excited to see us.
You keep rubbing it, it's not going to make it smaller.
It looked like Optimus tried to grab it. Like those fingers looked like they were all ready to like
Yeah.
go.
Let me touch that fur.
The fur is what he
It's
was
furry time. Yep, there we go.
All right, I think I got to cut out.
50
It's
pounds.
4:12 in the morning. We've been on here 6 hours.
Dude, are you serious?
Yep.
Oh crap! I didn't even realize it. Oh.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, I definitely.
So
I've got to
wait,
log
you're on
off
East-
myself.
So Punk, you're on the East Coast.
I gotta
time?
go.
I'm in Detroit.
Oh.
Are we all calling it a night then?
Yeah.
We just wrapped
I
it
need to get the puppy to sleep. The puppy's like, why aren't we in bed cuddling? The fuck?
You guys are amazing.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You got a new friend in me, and
You got a friend in me. It's okay. I just added you on Instagram.
oh, you did? Cool. I'll add you back.
Ken is doing a weekend video right now.
I am?
Talking about the shaky camera walking through.
A weekend in the life. A weekend in the life of Ken.
The
No, the weekend.
Oh,
Weekend
the artist
spelled
known as the
Weekend.
weekend.
Yeah, the Illuminati.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he's part of the Illuminati. That's
Or he thinks he
Beyonce.
is. He thinks.
Todd, you say crazy long stream, but we've gone for 9 hours before.
Yeah, I
We're
was gonna
falling 3
say
hours
9
short of the
hours.
record.
Well, and we needed.
Wait, is that a challenge? Like, is that a
Yeah,
challenge?
we
We could pick a day and just go like 24
Oh,
hours. Screw that.
I was going to
think
say
we'll-
that's certainly not a challenge because we all know these streams can definitely last. And now that I got Ed running with
That's
me
that's
on
in the
here,
cave,
you
Ken.
can also
We
end
can just-
streams.
We can just go
It
in
will.
shifts. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah,
Ed
exactly.
can just go on for a bit. Aaron go on for a bit. Punk go on for a bit. You know.
So let's set it up. Let's do something. I don't know. After Joe Fest, definitely. Where
When is Joe
Weren't
Fest?
you there when we were talking about it?
No, 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
2
Yes.
weeks.
2 weeks.
let's
Yeah, I'm thinking about going.
let's start it off in the morning, and we'll just keep it running,
Don't
and
stop.
we'll have people log in throughout the day.
Beautiful.
I'll
That's
be
what,
driving.
Joe Fest is what? That Joe Fest like what? 4 hours? 3.5 hours from me?
It's in Augusta, Georgia.
Yeah, I'm in Charlotte, so it's like
Georgia.
right over the border.
Oh wow! I'm flying through Charlotte on my commute to Joe
Oh
Fest.
yeah,
so-
we can do it Comic Con weekend because I will not be there for the first time in forever.
Oh
which
wow!
is very
So you're not going
sad.
to get to see Toy Habit's doing a bunch of coverage there, so.
Well,
won't get to
yeah,
meet them.
because I was able to get them in, but they fucked me over when it came to tickets. I mean, I still have friends that get me in, but I
Wait,
just
they
need
fucked you
to-
over, or SDCC fucked you over?
SDCC, not Toy
Yeah,
Habit.
I was gonna
that's
say,
what
I don't think that makes sense. You know?
No. Because we were all doing the Hunger Games of getting tickets together because I was trying to get it normally and not through my friends. But for some reason, me and my friend, it kept coming up that we were ineligible, even though we were eligible. So it was a whole thing. But either way, it's like the last weekend of July.
Of course, the
All
weekend.
right.
Damn it, I'm not going to be here.
They're going to
Well-
announce the G.I. Joe Haslab then, I think. Which I
I
think
will
will
be
Here's-
I'll be at
here's one of
GalaxyCon
the
here in
cool-
Charlotte.
So
Right.
here's one of the cool things we could do for that, right? Because we're going to try to plan this out as a whole Saturday event, right? We'll start early in the morning. We'll run all day. We'll go to all of our friends across the globe, get some people who may normally not be here because of time zone differences. We'll get them in throughout the day. We'll check in with Toy Habits at San Diego. Dre, if you're going to be at another con, we'll pull in. We'll get updates from you.
Oh yeah, most
We'll just
definitely.
run it all day and have
Well,
everybody jump in when they can.
Oh yeah, I plan to play. Joe's gonna love it because I might be playing D&D one of the night on Saturday night there. I'm gonna be getting pictures on Friday with Marissa Tomei and Ernie Hudson on Saturday. So I'm down. I'd love to report it for you for everybody.
So if at SDCC, I think the entire Flipboard crew is going to be there, right? Like I'm pretty sure Mega J,
Yep.
Hatter, and Ramen are going to be there, right? And I'm
Yep.
not sure if they're going to
We'll
try to
bring
do
them in.
Toy Tubers Unite again as well this year.
Mention it in my group. Mention in the collector safe space because there's a bunch of guys on there that they stream and everything. They would love to come through, and we like I said, let's make it a
do
big
it.
thing. Let's do it.
Let's definitely do it. Let's get all eyes on the show.
I'll
we'll
actually
promote it
know what's
everywhere.
going on because I'm not there. Because when you're there, it's like I don't know. Even with 2 people, Toy Habits doing it, I don't know how they're gonna pull it off.
Yeah,
it's
but Kayla, you got me the Chuckles classified code last year. That was freaking awesome.
Yes,
Kayla
I got
is-
it for a lot of people.
Yes,
I was gonna say Kayla's been like the unsung hero of SDCC exclusives to a lot of people.
Yeah. So I'm like, how am I gonna get my exclusive this year with no Kayla there? So, you know,
We got Toy Habits. We'll have to work with that.
I have lots of friends that are going.
I know. But
There we go.
they'll be doing so
Kayla
much
will get you
trouble.
what you need. We'll find
They
a
got
way.
that too bad this year.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Mhm.
Crap.
It's too bad.
I know.
Which
That's
will probably be Mattel
crap.
Creations too, though.
But that's going to be a need for me.
I'm, and then luckily none of the NECA ones I care about, so that's good.
All right, folks. The word has been put out. You all heard it here. Zazel, we're going to look for some help from you, brother. We got to have the other clubhouse, joint clubhouse. Let's do it.
Zazel, where are you at? Because if you come through Charlotte again, you hit me up. We could always get together, toy hunt, hang out. You let me know.
Zazel is in my continent, the land of Oz. He is Australia.
Nice.
Repping the flag.
I actually have several friends that actually live over there that actually what was it? One of my friends lives in New Zealand. 2 of my friends live in Australia, and they love it over there. It's hard to toy hunt though.
We know we got Eldor over at Eternia who would be down to help out with this. We're going to make it happen, folks. All right, you heard it here tonight. We're going to start putting this together. We will see you all next week here at the clubhouse and across Toy Tube all over.
Peace and long
Take care.
life.